Good morning. If I could ask everyone to take their seats so we can get started. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the governor's budget hearing. We'll get started right away, and then I would like to invite the University System of New Hampshire for their testimony. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you all. I'm Jim Dean. I'm the president of the University of New Hampshire and also the interim chancellor of the University System of New Hampshire. I don't know if Kathy Preventer needs any introduction, but if so, she is the Chief Financial and Chief Administrative Officer of the University System. I also have with me my colleagues, Melinda Treadwell, President of Keene State College, and Don Burks, President of Plymouth State University. And we appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. So we have the handout, which I hope you have in front of you, which has our logos on the front. Good. All right, so with that, I'm going to go to page 2 of that handout. And the point that we'd like you to take away from page 2 is that the University System of New Hampshire, and I'll probably say USNH after this, is a really critical provider of New Hampshire's workforce. This is a really important role that we play. We work with over 2,000 different employers in the state of New Hampshire. And by coincidence, we're also adding about the same number, about 2,000 students, graduates into the workforce in New Hampshire every year. We also bring people from out of state, out of New Hampshire, into the workforce, people who simply would not be here otherwise. And many of them decide to stay in the state and become part of our workforce. And as it says here with the 2X on the lower right-hand side, that if we can find a way to provide internships for these students who are coming from out of state, they're twice as likely to stay in New Hampshire and become part of the workforce that we desperately need. And so anticipating what we will be saying, this is part of what we're trying to get some funding for, is to help provide those kinds of internships. On moving to page 3, really the point here is in green. Without additional funding, our ability to continue doing this and helping the economy and the workforce is going to be compromised. We do a lot of aid, a lot of financial aid to attract students here and to support them once they're here and to help them to complete their degree. Without additional state funding, will have fewer resources to partner with employers, to work with them closely, work with them on internships and so on. And the thing that we're really trying to avoid here is higher in-state tuition. And we'll give you some additional details about tuition and how we've managed that over the next few slides. Moving to page 4, as we've already said, we work pretty closely with the business community within New Hampshire, and we work particularly closely with the Business and Industry Association. I've joined the board of the BIA to try and enhance the links between the university system and the business community of New Hampshire, and that's really been a great relationship. And I'm happy to say that the BIA has expressed their very strong support for enhanced funding for USNH. Because they understand how important the role it is that we play in being able to bring more people into the workforce in New Hampshire, either from in-state or from out of state. So we're very happy to have their support. And some of the details are down there about increased aid to retain high school graduates in the state, train and retain USNH graduates, and address the health and well-being challenges of our residents. And we'll give a lot more detail about those in just a couple of minutes. Excuse me. Moving to page 5, the chart that we have on there, the first of the chart, I imagine this is familiar, but we wanted to just remind everyone that New Hampshire provides less support to students than any other state. So you can see whether it's by per capita on the left side in blue or per income, per $1,000 in income on the right side in green. We are 50th out of 50 states. And the reason that that's not just an abstraction or a talking point is that, well, by definition, the other New England states are providing more help to their students and therefore to their universities than we are. And that makes it easier for them to compete with us, even for students from within New Hampshire. So the states will put up billboards that says you can come to our state and pay the same tuition that you pay in New Hampshire, which makes it very difficult for us to retain people in New Hampshire. Moving on then to the next slide. And again, Mr. Jerry, I know you're new, so I don't know how much of this history you know, but we did receive, and this was before my time as well, I will say, the system, USNH, received a very significant funding cut in 2012. I can't imagine many university systems in the country have ever experienced a 50% budget cut in 1 year. And we've not recovered from that budget cut that took place now 10 years ago. And our request that you see there in the blue bars on the right side is simply to restore the funding from 2011, from now 12 years ago. And that's, these are in current dollars, not constant dollars. So this is ignoring the impact of inflation over that period of time. So we're trying to get back on a constant dollar basis to the funding that we had more than 10 years ago. Okay, moving then to the next slide, I'm going to turn to my colleague, Kathy Preventure.
Thanks, Jim. Again, good morning. For the record, Kathy Preventure, Chief Administrative Officer for our state's university system. So on slide 7, this is a mirror of what you find on page 4084 of your budget book. We have requested a 3% increase in fiscal 24 and flat in fiscal 25 as the efficiency request. Our funding has been flat, I believe, for 4 years now. We have held in-state tuition flat for the last 5 years, and our board just voted in October that it will remain flat in the next academic year. Our additional prioritized requests are targeted specifically to Plymouth, Keene, and Cooperative Extension. And it's not sustainability dollars. For Plymouth and Keene, it's primarily to increase internship opportunities and increase problem-solving work that's done at Plymouth, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Excuse me. The regional campuses across New England, not just in New Hampshire, our regional higher education campuses across New England are entering a period of severe headwinds. And we are doing everything we can, rethinking all our work, restructuring, preparing for those headwinds, and they will become more strong by 2025. So these dollars targeted at Plymouth, Keene, and Cooperative Extension will bolster the economic engines that Plymouth and Keene provide to the Lakes region, North Country, and the Monadnock region relative to partnerships with business, nonprofits, community-based organizations. So we're, again, the additional prioritized request, recognizing it's a significant investment, but $4 million in 2024 and $13 million in 2025. And if you flip to the next slide, I want to just cover with Plymouth and Keene what we intend to target those investments toward. Also, starting on page 4087 of your budget book, you'll find all of the outcomes that we've identified, what these dollars will do, what the goals are that we intend to achieve with the additional prioritized requests. The intent on the funding for Keene State is to increase, the number of businesses that Keene State engages with by 15%, from 80 to 105 by the end of the biennium. And internship opportunities at Keene would double from 100 to 200 students. Plymouth State under Don Burke's leadership, has reimagined how the delivery of higher education in a cluster model, multidisciplinary projects are worked on with students from different majors, and they go out and help businesses, nonprofits, community organizations solve problems. Every student at Plymouth does one of those projects during their 4 years at the university. Plymouth would like to double that, to get more projects, more engagement in the North Country and the Lakes region and around the state. We also have examples, I'll give those to Michelle before we leave, of the types of projects that have been undertaken by students at Plymouth State. And those additional dollars would fund those projects. The other, we offer the Granite Guarantee, which provides free in-state tuition to Pell eligible students. And it is a significant cost, especially at Plymouth and Keene. And we'll be able to sustain the Granite Guarantee with these additional prioritized needs funded. And on slide 9, the other ask we have is for cooperative extension, $3 million in 2025. Cooperative extension has very, very wide reach across our state. And they don't just work on farming and forestry. They have significant educational programs across the state. And with additional funding, we can expand the education that we provide to older adults relative to chronic disease and pain self-management from 250 to 750. These are just examples. We can increase the number of schools that we participate with, teaching about nutritional value, helping parents with food insecurity, again, educational programs. And also, last year, Cooperative Extension delivered education to 600 people across the state relative to mental health programming. And with additional funding, they believe they can ramp that up to 3,000 people. And we can provide more details. Those are just examples of what Cooperative Extension could do with additional funding. I'm going to turn it back to you, Jim.
Okay, thanks, Kathy. So now we're on, on page 10 of the handout. And the next couple slides are really about what we've tried to do to survive and flourish in the environment that we're in. And what this slide shows what we've been able to do for net tuition and fees. And I know sometimes tuition, the way people talk about it, is somewhat complicated. And so we've already mentioned that we've kept the nominal tuition flat for 5 years. But what we've actually done through the use of financial aid is to actually reduce what's known as net tuition. And so net tuition is simply the amount that students actually pay, not the so-called list price. So we've kept nominal tuition flat, but actually reduced the cost for students, even in this time of higher inflation. So our priority across the university system is really about students and really trying to help them be successful and to flourish. Many of you are aware of the debt challenge that many students across the country have, and this is one way that we try to address that by trying to keep tuition as low as possible, even under difficult circumstances for our students. How have we been able to do that? Basically by reducing our costs. So what I want to emphasize here is that we didn't just run into problems and come to you saying, we need more money. We've been working really, really hard to reduce our costs to be able to keep tuition down for quite a number of years now. And so the big number in green there is the $50 million reduction in operating expenses. And Kathy, for context, that's against a budget of $800 million-ish. Okay, so just for context, I thought that would be helpful. And you can see that reduction comes both from employee compensation as well as other operating expenses. And if you think of universities as something like running a city, we have all of the things that are associated with that. So as you listen to the other presentations, we'll be doing many of those same kinds of things. So we have really tried to get our house in order. I know that there's a stereotype about higher education that costs just go up, and that's not true for us. Our costs have been going down. There's a stereotype that tuition goes up. That's not true for us. Our tuition has been going down. And we've done a lot of work before we would come to you and say, we think we really need to have some additional funding in order to fulfill our mission. The next slide is probably a variation on a slide you're going to see from a lot of people coming in. So we're subject to the same inflationary pressures as everyone else with the cost of heating and so on. But we were able to reduce expenses, hold tuition flat, and increase financial aid despite the pressures of inflation that we've been facing, especially over over the last year or two. And that's really a reflection of a lot of hard work by a lot of people across the university. Again, there may be a stereotype that people who work for universities are not cost conscious or are not trying to reduce expenses or are not concerned. So in the case of the university system in New Hampshire, really none of that's true. We have a lot of people making really hard decisions to try and manage costs and reduce costs in the face of the challenges that we're facing. And it's something that I know that Don and Melinda and I and Kathy and all the leadership team, we're really proud of that, because it's not easy to do that. So I'm happy to have the opportunity to talk about that a little. And now going back to Kathy to talk about this being recognized by a really important outside agency.
So thanks, Jim. We just found out a week and a half ago that Moody's has improved our outlook from negative to stable. And they issued a press release, I think it was the Friday before Thanksgiving, recognizing that the work that the university system has been doing in cost containment, cost cutting, we do 5-year financial planning, assuming that student headcount, the incoming class, is going to drop 2% per year, because that's what the demographics tell us. We assume that if financial aid is going to continue to increase, and we plan accordingly. And independent credible source recognized that work last week. We are, as Jim mentioned, we are in a tough environment, doing tough work. We are rethinking and restructuring just about everything we can get our hands on again to prepare ourselves for 2025. And which is why it's critically important for us to continue to expand the reach in the Monadnock region and Lakes and North Country with businesses relative to workforce, and again with cooperative extension, with that web across the state on how we can impact the health and wellness of our residents, where we want to focus those additional prioritized needs. And that's
our workforce needs in the state and our quality of life. A few years ago, we engaged a number of government leaders, elected officials, business leaders, and asked about what are the biggest challenges facing New Hampshire. And there were not really any surprises there, but I'll mention that what came back to us was workforce, education, healthcare, and the environment and energy. And the university system is actually working on all of those, trying to help students to be able to graduate and succeed, to become part of the workforce, especially through cooperative extension, but also through our growth of programs in nursing. We're really trying to address some of the healthcare issues and many of the health issues across the state. So we're trying to keep tuition low. We're trying to support the workforce and the economy, and trying to address the challenges for health and well-being of our own citizens. And in summary, I would just say that I believe that the leadership of the university system and our colleagues throughout the state have really done everything we can to try and manage our costs and to try and fulfill our mission in a difficult environment. And at this point, we respectfully ask for additional help from you in order to be able to continue serving the needs of the citizens of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. One of the things that's not only affecting the university system in New Hampshire, but universities across the country is increasing competition for fewer students. And as we've seen, I mean, you look at the demographics in New Hampshire. I know you spoke about this briefly, but I mean, enrollment's been going down since I believe 2003. And so all that's heading your way. In addition to that, with declining enrollment, you've had increased competition. At least it seems from, now you don't even have to go to a university or a college anymore. You can sit in your living room and take courses, which I know is becoming increasingly popular. How are you positioned and how are you dealing with that competition? And how has it affected your budgetary needs?
Thank you for the question, James. as I mentioned earlier, that's part of our financial, that's just the reality of the environment. And that's what we're planning for. That's part of the whole cost-cutting measures that we undertook back in 2019, 2020, preparing for this. I will say that this fall, UNH had one of its largest incoming classes in a number of years. So it's really about marketing, and it's been, I'll add another layer of complication to what you added, COVID, right? People are just thinking about opportunities in higher education differently. So, we're also, when leadership in our board thinks about investments that we're going to make, it's ROI has to be calculated. So what are the revenue opportunities? What are the returns on investments that we're going to make? So it's top of mind, understanding that it's the reality of the environment that we're in.
If I could maybe, it's a really excellent question. If I could add just one more point, that as soon as I say it, you'll go, yes, of course that happens. So in a competitive environment, people cut prices, right? So the way people cut prices in higher education is by providing additional aid. And so what we're seeing now, it's effectively a little bit of a price war. If you want to get students to come in, then you have to provide more scholarship dollars and so on. So that's happening as well. And at the extremes, there are institutions, fortunately not ours, that are teetering on the verge of not being successful. And you've probably read some of those stories as well. And for them, they will do massive reductions in tuition in order to just get students in to get the discretionary dollar. And that makes for a really odd environment to operate in.
Okay.
If speaking of that though, if Keene and Plymouth can use as a marketing tool, they're going to be able to double internship opportunities, increase the number of businesses they interact with, double the number of these real world problems that they can help solve. That could also be a marketing tool with the additional prioritized needs we're requesting.
Okay. Switching gears a little bit, on your additional prioritized needs, there's $4 million in 2024, $13 million in 2025. I wonder if you could give us a little more detail on if we fund this, if the legislature fund this, specifically what will we get for that money? Will it mean lower tuition? Will it mean, better physical plants? Will it mean,
Go ahead.
No, this is not, these additional prioritized needs are not aimed at tuition.
Well, they're aimed at retaining the tuition that we have now, not lowering it further.
Correct.
It will enable you to keep the tuition where it is now.
Correct.
Okay.
But again, beginning on page, when you have an opportunity, beginning on page 4086, we have some fairly specific targets in numbers of the number of employers we'll engage with, the number of students who will participate in internships, and specific to cooperative extension, the number of people we will reach in the variety of educational programs that cooperative extension offers, as well as that granted guarantee. That granted guarantee is very impactful on needy New Hampshire students, and it's a significant weight on Plymouth and Keene in maintaining that granted guarantee in financial aid.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi. Thanks for coming. I have fond feelings toward UNH in particular, sorry, because that's where in grad school I met my wife, and it's on your campus that I proposed. So that's the New Hampshire advantage to me. Whatever you want to think about it. I have a couple of questions more broadly. I think you said your operating budget is about 800 million?
I'm sorry?
Your operating budget is about 800 million?
800, it's growing because grants are growing, but
that's
I would say 850 in 2020.
850 in that range, and that's
Yes.
what rough, and these aren't exact numbers. I'm sure some of this is in the system's annual report. Oh, yay, thank you. What percentages is personnel? Say salaries and benefits.
I should know that right off the top of my head, Charlie.
Half-ish?
Of operating,
So two related questions. You don't need to answer them today. One is what portion of your spend is people?
about half.
And what portion of the people spend is, if you divide that world into academic and non-academic, if you will. I don't want to use this word as poison on a campus, I'm sure, but teachers, professors. Faculty, thank you. I should know that. My wife was a professor at UNH. Faculty and then non-faculty. And I don't say that to disparage
No.
either group. But it's something that I'm always curious about in terms of operating.
So-
I remember there's a guy I know, retired UNH professor. And I asked him once, he taught there for something like 40 years. And I said, so what's the big difference between when you started and he started in the 60s. So, when I was born, because I'm not that old. I'm not that young either, but I said, what's the big difference? And he said, when I started, the dean's office was the dean and a secretary. And he said, when I left, the dean's office was like 25 people, and I don't know what any of them do. It's a very cynical attitude, I'm sure. But there's I think we all have this notion a little bit of the non-academic staff for very good reasons. I mean, the way you compete for students is very different than you only have to go into the cafeteria. It's also a word you probably don't use anymore to understand that, but the way you have to compete for students is very different today.
No, you're quite right, sir. When COVID happened, it gave us an opportunity to try and think through that issue and see what we could do. And so we offered some retirement incentives. And Kathy may know the numbers for the whole system, but I know that just at UNH alone, we had about 258 people leave, something like that. Most of them were staff. And so it gave us a chance to sort of resize the university. And that is one of the reasons why our costs are so much less than they were today. One of the reasons for the growth of staff, and by the way, I don't think we have any dean's office that's anywhere near 25 people. That's
good.
Gross exaggeration. But are they bigger than they used to be? Yeah, because we're asked to do more. For just as one example of an unfunded mandate, you probably are following or have followed Title IX and the responsibilities that universities have in Title IX to try and address issues with anything that influences young women different than young men. It started out in athletics, but now it's more about sexual assault. All of us have had to add a tremendous number of staff in order to address that unfunded mandate. And you don't really get any choice. I mean, if you get in the wrong side of the federal government, you'll wish you didn't. So that would be an example, but there's others as well. I mean, I'll also say that we have across the country a mental health crisis among college students, and we've had to staff up to try and address that. We literally can't find enough counselors, but we keep trying to do that. So it's easy to be cynical and say administrative bloat, blah, 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 but there's two examples where you really don't have any choice to do that. Despite all that, we did make some very significant cuts to try and make sure that we were not any bigger than we had to be in most areas. And what that required us to do is to think differently about how we do the work. And to tell you about all that would take longer than you'd have time to hear from today. But we're aware of the problem, and I think we've responded pretty responsibly to it.
I thought slides 10 and 11 in particular were a wonderful narrative for you to tell your story. The only thing I would end with is, are there state mandates that are placed upon you? By the way, we hired somebody from UNH Food Service in my department who is must have done a great job for you, because she's doing a hell of a job for us. And so I appreciate you getting her ready for us.
You're welcome, I think.
Yes.
That's actually one of the areas in which we're just getting killed trying to get and keep people, as you know.
So normally I'm not able to poach from other people, but every now and again, and I take advantage of it. But is the state imposing mandate? Most of them are federal, I'm sure, but is the state doing anything that
There's some minor things. I wouldn't say there's some major ones, but Kathy may know better than I.
Yes, there are state mandates. Some of them are combined with federal, right? Land grant universities must provide cooperative extension, agricultural experiment station. There are a few others. We also provide free tuition to National Guards, men and women, and all through state law, which, we're not going to take exception to that for sure. But yes, there are state mandates in statute for various programs that we're required to provide.
I think people would be intrigued to learn what some of those were at some point.
Oh, absolutely, because they total about $13 million of the state, and that doesn't include the free tuition, the ag experiment station, cooperative extension. Anyway, that totals about 13 million of the 88.5 million that the university system receives from the state.
There's a survey on sexual assault that's in statute that we need to do every year across the university system.
Great, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree that would be a really good story to,
We will put that
tell.
together. And Charlie, I will leave this for you.
Thank you.
There's a chart
More to
on,
read.
there's a chart on page 10 of the report that will show you the breakdown of all of our types of expenses, instruction, auxiliary, all that.
Oh, that would be perfect. Thank you.
And if I could have 15 more seconds, I'll just say one thing that sometimes it's important to explain is that many of our faculty are involved in funded research, and they're bringing in literally millions of dollars from the federal government. And that brings some costs along with it too. But that's really an economic engine. We have some strengths in many areas. So that's probably in there as well.
okay.
It is.
One last quick question, sort of the theme of these hearings. Your vacancy rate, how difficult has it been to attract faculty and staff and retain faculty and staff at the university system?
Yeah, it's been difficult. Probably, at least speaking for UNH, probably more for staff than for faculty. Faculty's always been competitive. It's a competitive market, especially for the really strong faculty who you want. But I mean, honestly, it's easier to hire an English professor than it is for someone to work in the dining hall.
The issue at Plymouth and Keene, honestly, is housing. We can bring faculty and they can't find housing anywhere. So we have some faculty that are living on campus and some don't come because they can't find housing. It's
Another theme, I'm sure, of your hearings. Yeah.
This is just, I think, to take off of what James asked about workforce. We hear from all our agencies about workforce shortages, but with your students coming in, where do you see them leaning towards in terms of where they want to head career-wise? I mean, I know that they may not know where they're heading when they're coming in the door, but on the outside of it, we're struggling across the board, agencies coming in with workforce issues. So how are those, students coming in? Where are they navigating, towards in terms of fields or things like that?
It's a really good question, and it's hard to give a simple answer to it. I would say from decades of dealing with undergraduates that there's sort of two groups, and there's the one group that has their life planned out to 25 or 30, and they're going to go to med school, and they're going to major in biology, and they're going to do this and that. Some of the business school students are in the same category. I'm going to go be a private equity manager or something along those lines, or I'm going to go to law school. So there's some that are pretty focused. And then there's another group that honestly, they have no idea. And I will say that the first group often changes their mind. Right? And, I wouldn't necessarily want to be 18 today going into this kind of an economy, trying to figure out where's your place. It feels like it's just a lot hazier than it was. I mean, you read the statistics that say people are going to have 7 different jobs for 4 different organizations. And some of the industries they're going to work in haven't been invented yet. So we're, again, trying to do our best to support our students in that environment. The ones who think they know what they want and the ones who are sure that they don't.
I know we're over time, but I can't, the internship opportunity and the partnership with businesses, nonprofits, and community members makes all the difference. UNH probably 4 or 5 years ago invested in its own, they call it CAPS, their Career Advising and Placement Service. It's remarkable the work that's been done and the success that they've had. Keene and Plymouth don't have all the resources to stand that up, so we want to partner with the state to impact the workforce in those regions of the state. The other thing is it's hard, especially for small business, to have the infrastructure to support the intern. You want it to be a meaningful internship, so we want to build those supports to help those small businesses in those regions of the state to have the experience meaningful not only for the business but also for the student.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Always, any follow-up questions, never hesitate. Our contact information's in the back of the deck.
We will be having discussions. Thank you. I'd like to invite the Community College System of New Hampshire to give their testimony next. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Director Jerry, Commissioner Arlinghouse, Assistant Commissioner Rockburn, Supervisor Caraway, and Mr. Landrigan. Good to see all of you. Thank you for allowing us some time this morning to speak. If you don't mind, I'd like to actually start by trying to respond to the question that Director Jerry asked earlier regarding competition and demographics. In some ways, that's the most common story about post-secondary education, particularly in the Northeast and in Northern New England. Demographics have been driving that, but it's predicated on an assumption that higher education only serves one purpose, high school students coming out of high school going to college. And in some ways, for me, and particularly for the community college system's role, our analysis is that post-secondary education actually is going to be growing dramatically over time, but it's going to grow differently. It's not going to be 18-year-old full-time students going to college, whether in a residential setting or community college. It's going to be reflected in the changes in people's lives. Adults who need to reinvent themselves when the economy changes, when technology changes, when their lives change, that require education in different forms. It's also the case that the population that, even the traditional population, if you will, that post-secondary education is going to serve is going to be different over the next 10 years than it's been for the last 10 or 20 years. One of the most persistent observations that I can share comes from data that the Department of Education provides each year. I don't have the current year's data, but last year, 21% of the students in New Hampshire's K through 12 enrollment were eligible for free and reduced lunch. That's actually down from a couple of years earlier. It's a reflection of their circumstances and their parents' circumstances, but you can look at school districts like Manchester, Berlin, Laconia, Littleton, all above 40% eligible. Here in the state capital, Concord, 33% eligible. We're talking about students for whom affordability and access to post-secondary education is going to be a real challenge for them and their families. So a significant part of our thinking over the last several years, and I've only been with community college system for about 15 months, so I'm learning as I go, but a significant part of the analysis points to the fact that we've got to reinvent how we do the work we do, who we serve, and how we engage those populations. So you'll see that our key themes are about affordability and access, and also about restructuring the way in which we deliver the programs and services that we have. We've identified 3 sets of priorities that involve removing barriers and creating bridges for students, supporting New Hampshire's workforce through lifelong learning, and then as a bit of a sidebar, we're increasingly cognizant of the pressure that energy costs are placing on each of our campuses operationally. So we're trying to push down on that by shifting to renewable where we can, and we think there's an opportunity to make a significant impact on our operating expenses. So I think I've gone over what's on slide 2, and if you don't mind, I'll move to slide 4 and or slide 3 rather, just talk a little bit about the reinvention process. And community college system has faced some of the enrollment challenges that you've described and have been typical for community colleges across the country. Post 2011, 2008, 2009 was the golden era, brief though it was, for community colleges. When the housing bubble burst and when the Great Recession, or at least the last Great Recession hit, adults were pushed out of the workforce and many of them ended up in community colleges. High water mark for community college enrollment at that point. That wave began to dissipate by 2011. And from 2011 on, you can see an exodus of about 2 million adult learners, 25 and older, from post-secondary education, no longer feeling the need to get the education, complete the degree if they hadn't gotten yet, because employers were anxious for the talent. That's increasingly the case today. We've been prior to the pandemic, New Hampshire sub 3% unemployment for 4 years, and now back to that level again. So employers desperate for talent, and the competition that's created. Do I want to spend the additional time and effort and money with pursuing a degree, or do I want to go to work and get well paid for my time right now? And part of what we're trying to do is reorient that thinking, that instead of competing for students' time, we're trying to align our interests with those of students and employers so that when everyone wins, it's not a competition, but it really is collaboration to succeed and to prepare people to be successful over time as those cycles persist. So over the last 8 or 9 years, the community college system has actually reduced the size of its workforce by about 30%, has done a lot to reorient the way that our programs are delivered. And currently, about 30% of our instructional engagement with students is online, giving students more access to asynchronous learning. We see more opportunity to grow that area, but we also see more opportunity to spread chronologically, if you will. And one of the most engaged programs that we offer is Running Start, a form of dual enrollment where students have access to college-level learning in high school. We're trying to expand students' access to that in large part to create more opportunities. It helps with affordability, but also helps to bond students to the state of New Hampshire. When President Dean was speaking earlier about the effort to both keep students here in New Hampshire and then also to bring out-of-state students in, for students who are pursuing 4-year degrees, New Hampshire has the unfortunate record of being the highest net exporter on a percentage basis of students pursuing 4-year degrees. Nearly 60% of students going out of state for those degrees. The opportunity to use Running Start as a framework to attract students, to bond them to New Hampshire, give them opportunities, whether they go directly to the university system, whether they come through the community college system and take advantage of last year's House Bill 1530, which will establish stronger pathways. Either way, we can do a better job collectively of helping students to find their way in New Hampshire. And for those students who are less likely to go to post-secondary education because cost is a barrier, the work that we think we can do by expanding access to Running Start and other forms of dual enrollment, again, strengthening the opportunity to pursue post-secondary, not necessarily for a 4-year degree, but for the education, whether technical training, career-oriented, but something that gives people a leg up and a leg into the workforce here in New Hampshire. I've shifted to page 4 at this point with that, and I've jumped ahead of myself a little bit, but let me then just walk back to the top of that list there. Tuition freeze. President Dean, again, on behalf of the university system, was describing tuition held flat for 5 years. The community college system has raised tuition $5 over the last 12 years. That's a When it controlled for inflation, instead of the $215 in 2010 dollars, it's equivalent of about $158. So we've effectively removed 25% of the cost of education by holding tuition flat. We'd like to continue to do that. We think it's a significant part of the access mission that we have, but it costs money to do that. The ability to absorb the expense of delivering programs will be increasingly challenged if we don't have some relief there. Expanding workforce credential programs. Most of what we do is in classrooms and online, but it's credit bearing. It leads to degrees. As I was describing earlier, the change in the needs for post-secondary education increasingly are going to be about short-term programs, very tactical and specific training programs and credentials that allow people who may already have a post-secondary degree to move laterally, vertically, diagonally, some other direction that doesn't require sitting in a classroom, needs a shorter duration, shorter impact, or quicker impact to get back in the workforce and to keep moving forward. And those programs have a different financial structure to them, generally speaking, not eligible for federal financial aid. So our ability to deliver those programs is going to be affected by our ability to make them affordable and accessible to people. Expanding childcare. Currently, DHHS provides grant funding. It comes to the community college system about $200,000 a year. Our observation of the data is that students tend to participate in that program. It allows for 100% coverage of a handful of courses, 50% for another set of courses, no coverage for courses outside the certificate. What we observe is that students benefit from the free courses, begin to step back from those where they've got to put money on the table, and then tend to disappear, not necessarily finish full degrees in this area. The problem that creates is that for a lot of individuals who go into the workforce for childcare, very quickly they find themselves without the credential, the education really to grow in that field. They tend to be drawn away to other fields where wages are higher without the additional education. What we're proposing is an initiative that would allow us to expand access to child care education, prepare the child care workforce, but alleviate the barrier of cost and debt and help people who care about that work, want to be in that field, avoid the pressure that finances will either keep them out or pull them away. And we think that opens up opportunities for almost every sector of the state's economy by creating more capacity for high-quality childcare across New Hampshire. As I started earlier about the dual and concurrent enrollment, currently we benefit from extensive collaboration with more than 100 high schools in New Hampshire to deliver those courses that in the Running Start program. The legislature has also granted us $1.5 million in scholarship for STEM and CTE courses to alleviate the $50 per credit cost for students. In this instance, we're not simply looking for more scholarship dollars. What we're actually looking for is some additional dollars to allow us to be a little bit more creative. Can we, in fact, help overcome some of the barriers to dual enrollment? In some cases, it's because high schools don't have academically qualified teachers to deliver those courses. Can we have our faculty teaching those courses on site? Can we find different ways to partner with school districts to assist in expanding access to these courses? Again, with the idea that we're giving students a stronger foundation for their education, creating more affordability, alleviating the risk of loan and debt over time, and bonding those students to New Hampshire more effectively. Those are the core pieces of what we do today that we think we can build on. You'll see the next item there is a tuition reset. This is a little bit more out of the box. But what we're interested in testing is a theory that if we make post-secondary education more affordable for New Hampshire, we can actually expand participation, help students and families engage. About 12 years ago, former Chancellor Ross Cattell had initiated this effort, and the approach was intended to lower tuition gradually with the expectation that enrollment would grow, sort of a supply and demand, and the way an economist might think about that. Did not work out the way anyone would have anticipated. Part of it was the downdraft in enrollment, particularly among adult learners at that point. But some of it may also have been that $5 on a $215 tuition is not enough to move the needle. What we're proposing is to actually reduce tuition to $170 a credit. That may seem a little bit arbitrary, but what that would allow us to do would be, at least on a test basis for most of our programs, offer what amounts to free community college for students who are Pell eligible, allows us to put something on the table next to what Maine and Vermont are doing to neighboring states who are approaching free community college, make sure that we don't become at a disadvantage in competing for employers in the area. But before I go to the last initiative, which is the solar piece, I would like to just step back for a second and talk a little bit about what all of the changes that we've been doing with dual and concurrent enrollment mean for us. In some ways, by making more of what we offer available through high schools, we've shifted the portfolio of programs that we offer. We've concentrated the ones that we're offering on site with the most expensive programs that we offer, whether it's radiation therapy, nursing, dental hygiene, automotive technology, electronic engineering technology. If you roll back the clock 5 years, what you would have found is with more liberal arts courses, more business courses, we were effectively generating net revenue that was offsetting the cost of these more expensive programs. Over time, as we have worked hard to make these courses more accessible through Running Start, we've shifted that portfolio. We've left ourselves with a more expensive set of programs, but they're also programs that are absolutely critical to the state. So it's changed our business model. It's something that we've got to navigate, and we've been able to do that largely with support from the state. So again, didn't want to lose sight of the fact that underneath the relatively even keel of what you might see, we've got a shift in the gears that we've got to navigate. And the last piece is the solar projects. And again, just a simple version of this, we recognize that with energy costs growing rapidly for everybody, some of this is opportunity to conserve resources for the community college system, and some of this is also because of the scale that we use, the opportunity to alleviate some of the pressure on utility companies for the electricity that has to be generated. We see that we've got the opportunity with moderate investment of capital to make an impact in both directions. So I can stop there and perhaps answer any questions.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. You just touched on my first question, which is, the shift between a liberal arts education more towards what I would call a more skilled-based education. And certainly we hear from employers all the time, and what no one ever comes to us and says is, we need someone with a liberal arts education. They say, we need skills. And I don't know if you have even just rough numbers as far as enrollments in what, the liberal arts education versus those going skills like the dental hygienist, nursing, computer, high tech, things like that.
Yeah, our single largest program, and let me just say, I'm full disclosure, a liberal arts graduate, history and English, and proud of it.
Political science, policy studies, economics.
And what we find, I think that most employers say, what I need right now is the skills. Over time, to grow into supervisory roles, having the liberal arts skills, critical thinking, effective communication, those things pay off in the long run in terms of value to the employer. To have that, but right now what I need is that burning, set of skills. Our single largest degree program is nursing. Last year we conferred 243 degrees to RNs, another 37 to LPNs. Over the last 12 years, over 3,200 nursing degrees awarded. That is twice as many degrees as any other program, which, by the way, the number 2 in that list is liberal arts. But again, roughly 1,000 certificates in welding over the last decade, 600 automotive technology certifications, 400 dental hygienists and radiologic technicians, about 400 as well. You can go down the list, and we've got this broad mix of programs that balance, include both a particularly high concentration in healthcare, but also a range of technology programs. To some degree, the throughput, if you will, is a product of student interest. We're seeing relatively stable interest in healthcare-related programs, particularly nursing. Liberal arts is the area where there's been less interest, even though it's still the second largest number of conferrals, just because a lot of students and families recognize that that's a building block for transfer to a four-year institution or other things they want to do in life.
Okay. Another question on for your online component for students who take courses online, obviously that would appear to me that would increase your high technology budget. And obviously increase that as more and more students come online. Are you set in that area, or are you looking for upgrades in any of your technology areas?
I think the technology is always going to be a pressure point for us. We partnered with the university system and with the Department of Education, in fact, within the last 2 years for a common license, or at least a shared vendor relationship with Canvas for our LMS. There are continued opportunities there, but we'll see upward pressure. If I think long-term, the potential for technology to enhance particularly virtual reality as an element, again, I think there are going to be growing expenses, not just for online, but things that we'll want to do on campuses.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, sir.
Nice to see you again.
Pleasure.
I have a couple of questions. I want to start with how big is your question? I asked the system as well, the other system as well. How big is your total budget, operating budget, ballpark?
About $115 million.
About 115, and that's across all the campuses.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I in the back of my head, I always try to remember this, that the state appropriation is, while it's critical for both systems, it's critical in slightly different ways. We're a smaller portion of Kathy's budget, and we're quite a larger portion of yours, which is both good and bad for you. It's one of those things. It's a double-edged sword, right?
It is, but it makes clear the critical relationship we have for the state. And again, from my vantage point, we're also a resource for the state. Having heard the governor yesterday describing the challenges that the state as an employer will face for delivering critical services for New Hampshire citizens, the opportunity for community college system and the university system to be an in-house partner for delivering that kind of training, it's probably an underutilized resource right now, but something that we could deliver.
And frankly, the some of us have a more direct relationship with the community system, the college system than others, but it's a critical component, and the nursing piece speaks to that. I wanted to talk a little bit about childcare, because that's nursing is a very, very much a headline issue that people, and critical, and the veterans home is able to offer fewer places because they have staff issues, not because they couldn't take care of them if they had the staff. And that happens everywhere. It's very true in childcare, and it has a cascading effect, right? Where if you can't get, I deal with, and we only have about 450 employees in my department, but it's something that comes up continually, is the notion of childcare issues, and people who take time off from work to become, typically mothers, and they don't always come back, and a large component of that is childcare. And sometimes it's not childcare, which is okay too. But if you're able to go through with this, do you anticipate? Will we be able to see results fairly quickly? Will we be able to evaluate results fairly quickly?
In terms of the duration of the program, I would think that by the time we sat down next time for a conversation like this, we'd be able to see some measurable impact. And I think this is going to require, like so much of what we do, partnership, because part of it is the ability to deliver these programs. Part of this is actually identifying the participants in these programs. And so, again, thinking about this as an ecosystem with childcare providers as partners, whether there's an apprenticeship element to this model, something that helps to engage people directly so that they don't have even the wait time of completing the degree, but can begin to learn while they're earning or earn while they're learning.
And you're partnering already with HHS on this?
Well, HHS provides grant funding that we benefit from. I think there's an opportunity for a more extensive relationship to figure out how to treat this as a systemic problem rather than just a funding problem.
Okay. It's an area where I sat through probably a year ago at this point, a big presentation at one of the council breakfasts on the challenges in this area. And I think, like I say, nursing is very much a headline thing, but this is just as critical. Something I'm very interested in hearing more about.
You have larger employers that provide on-site childcare, and that's one potential partner. You have a lot of small businesses in New Hampshire that don't necessarily have the resources to create on-site care, but through some sort of collaborative, consortium agreement in partnership with DHS, there's a way to build structures around this to make it more sustainable. And I think that it's partly the funding and partly it's getting people to the right tables to develop those structures.
Do you have a sense on, and I know this is not on a deep dive, your particular area of expertise, but do you have a sense, like, let's say you were a particularly large employer and had maybe 10,000 people working for you, and you wanted to create childcare, leaving aside the fact that there's childcare there. Do you think we could get the staff? Or is that a particular issue right now?
I think that part of the challenge has been that this is an area where there's a fair amount of turnover, that people's persistence in the field is shorter than in other fields. And some of that, I think, is wage. In discussing that with the faculty, the community college system faculty who work in early childhood education, they identify wages as one of the primary impediments to longevity in the field. But education that allows for professional growth and allows for increased wages is potentially sustaining. So if you can lessen the revolving door of people entering and leaving at about the same pace and actually build capacity by keeping people longer, growing them in this field, you can expand capacity.
Okay, thank you. I could go on. I don't want to belabor this, though. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I have done a lot of adjunct teaching over the years, primarily for you guys and a few others. But do you offer any, and this is really kind of stemmed from what Charlie was just speaking about, but any partnerships directly with employers for workforce training? So not necessarily degree programs, but, as an example, I did a project once for Granite College where they had a large employer that wanted some advanced skill set for their employers, for their employees, and so they offered a course and they had enough of interest that they could offer a course that was, dedicated just for that employer. Really scalable to others, and I think about that thinking just in Concord here, the large state employer that's right here and looking for more training opportunities, that building blocks, whether it's the accounting field or childcare or other areas. And I didn't know if the school does any of those types of partnerships.
We do. Each of our colleges has a business training center that specifically does that type of work or coordinates that type of work. Nashville Community College has a relationship delivering training for Fidelity. Manchester Community College, as an example, is doing some work with both CMC and the Elliott for MAs and other healthcare roles. So again, we have those kinds of relationships. And from my vantage point, the state as an employer would be a critical partner for us, and I think a sensible one, in part because we have locations across New Hampshire, whether it's in Berlin or Nashua, whether it's in Pease or or in Keene. So the opportunity to be accessible where the state's workforce is
Okay. And you said you do have programs, so you said Fidelity and CMC as an
as examples, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate it. I'd like to invite the Department of Education up next. Good morning.
Good morning. Tammy Valancourt. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Education, and with me today is
Caitlin Davis. I'm a director at the Department of Education.
so Commissioner Edelblut sends his regrets. He wasn't able to attend today. He's actually doing college tours with his daughter. So you have Caitlin and I. Before you is our presentation for the department. If you'll go to the next page, you will see this is a history of our appropriations. Goes back to 2018. We have our 24-25. This is our proposed budget. This is what we have submitted in our agency phase. The top portion is our funding sources. We have general funds of about 25 million, federal funds of about 266 million. 1.1 billion in education trust fund, and $5 to $6 million in other funds. Of note, the $266 million of federal funds does not include our COVID money. Right now, we will be going to fiscal with about $350 million for our ARP ESSER funds, and that will be in July of 24. Moving down, we have our general fund state aid. You will see there are many blank cells. That's not because those programs have been unfunded. They have simply been moved down to the education trust fund, and we'll discuss that a little bit later. We do have our special ed, statewide special ed at $50,000. That's level funded, as is our career tech student orgs at $50,000. Our next category is our other programs. These are general fund pass-through aid. We have $2 million for court-ordered placements, $10,000 for our scholarships of veterans, $147,000 for our New England Board of Higher Education scholarships. The $1.2 million is our matching dollars to our school nutrition federal funds. $2.1 million is for state-required assessments. The next four are all federal programs. These are our matching dollars to those federal programs. We have $200,000 for our CTE Voc Ed, $4.4 million for our adult education program, $3.4 million for our VR program, vocational rehabilitation, about $49,000. This is for our independent blind services. And then we have $700,000 for our robotics program. The next category is our operating budget. These are our general funds. You'll see an increase in our salary and benefit lines. The many factors involved there are when we reclass positions, we have an increase. When we hire staff that are external to the state, we may have to bring them in at a higher step than what we've budgeted, as well as the yearly increments for our existing staff. Additionally, we've moved 3 positions into our general funds. Those are 2 auditor positions as well as a contracts position. Those 3 positions will become part of our indirect cost plan so that we can recoup the federal funds associated with those activities. And whatever we recoup will be part of our department laps at year end. Finally, we did request 4 new positions through the 7D process. We were able to include these in our efficiency requests, the dollar amount given to us by the governor's office, so there will not be prioritized needs for those 4 positions. Our next category is the Education Trust Fund. Caitlin will talk about that as well as the next slide.
For the Education Trust Fund, these are primarily grants that flow to school districts for various different grants that are in law. The first one that you see here is building aid. The building aid that amount is in our operating budget is the building aid tail, paying for projects that were approved prior to 2008. The Department of Education additionally has a prioritized need of up to $50 million per year, which is the cap that is in law for building aid projects. The Department of Education and State Board of Education just provided the ranked list of school district projects for the 24 and 25 budget last State Board of Education meeting a few weeks ago, and it was there are $227 million worth of requests that the state could potentially fund for building aid. Next, you have school district adequacy. The adequacy that you see presented here is $956 million. That is the amount that is in our biennium budget request that we had prepared prior to our November 15th estimate. However, our November 15th estimate has come in a little bit higher than that at $962 million. Tuition and transportation is funding that is provided to school districts for the tuition and transportation related to state career and tech education programs. Charter school adequacy is state funding that is provided to charter schools in the same manner that district education aid is funded, plus an additional charter school differential. The next down your line is special education aid, previously known as catastrophic aid. That money goes to high-cost special education students, or to districts that have high-cost special education students in a formula that's prescribed in law. That amount has typically been capped in the past or prorated in the past. The last biennium budget, there was the first time it wasn't prorated. However, we are anticipating a proration again this year relative to increasing costs. The next thing down your side is building aid lease. That building aid lease is lease aid that is available for charter schools to provide lease payments. That amount has previously been in the general fund, and we suggested moving it to the Education Trust Fund, just as other building aid costs are associated with the Education Trust Fund, and we thought that it made more sense to move it there. And additionally, we have presented a slight increase because of the amount of the proration that we are currently providing. Education freedom accounts, we are estimating to be about $30 million next year. They're $15 million this year. And that includes an amount that is for an expansion, which we'll discuss on the next page. Education Freedom Accounts phase-out grant is a separate line item, but it's associated with the Education Freedom Accounts. It's funding that goes to school districts when a child leaves a school district and then takes an EFA. That money then goes to the school district to replace a portion of the child's adequacy for a number of years. And then the last two more lines, Public School Infrastructure Fund. So we've received $1 million last year. We have requested $5 million in our prioritized needs for the Public School Infrastructure Fund. These funds go to school districts to pay largely for safety type projects. We just awarded about $15 million across the state in safety projects, and we have ongoing needs of another $20-ish million just of our regular open applications. We have told the legislature at fiscal as well as the executive council that the department is committed to continuing to seek funds to fund those projects. So this is how we are doing that, in addition to seeking additional federal funds for these projects. And lastly, you have the ETF Administration Student Information Account. That account has our new student information system that it's a statewide student information system that the state has purchased to replace its antiquated system that we've had from 2001. You'll see that we received $3 million in fiscal year 22/23. It wasn't obligated in a specific year. So those are the ongoing costs. We were able to apply and receive a federal grant that covered the first year of our ongoing operating costs or implementation costs of that system. So those are the ongoing operating costs that you see in our budget going forward. The next slide that you have here is the department's proposal for the expansion of the Education Freedom Accounts program. The Education Freedom Accounts program was passed in HB2 for the fiscal year 22-23 biennium budget. In the first year of operation, there were 1,600 kids that took advantage of EFAs. In fiscal year 23, we have about 3,000 kids that are taking advantage. And right now, the students, in order to be eligible, they must be 300% or less of the federal poverty limit. This expansion proposed by the department will include additional categories that are detailed out in front of you on this slide.
Page 4 is our prioritized needs. So the first two categories are numbers that we received. The rent from admin services, they give us a number and we plug it into our budget as to what they say their prioritized needs are for the renting of those buildings. And the same applies to Department of Information Technology. They give us numbers that we plug into our budget. The next one is court order placements. We're requesting an additional $2.5 million. The trend currently is that there is an increase of about $500,000 year over year. Last year, we paid out $4.2 million. The RSA 186-C requires that we pay the actual cost no matter what our appropriation is. And so we expect that this year will be about $4.5 million based on the trend. The next category, Caitlin touched on building aid. This $22 and $26 million is the difference between the tail and the bond for those years in the $50 million cap. So we're requesting that as part of the Education Trust Fund additional request. School security, Caitlin also touched on the $5 million Education Trust Fund request for the security portion of the public school infrastructure grants. So those are our prioritized needs. Slide 5 talks about our positions. We currently have 291 positions at the department. We've submitted requests for 13 new positions. Of those 13 positions, 4 of them are generally funded. One's to support the Division of Educator Analytics and Resources, 1 for our Adult Education Program, and 2 for the new Office of Early Childhood Program. The next 8, we are requesting 8 federally funded positions. 5 of them are for our special education, 1 for our vocational rehabilitation to work in the Nashua office, and 2 for the Bureau of Assessment and Accountability. And then finally, we are requesting 1 position to be funded with the Education Trust Fund, and that's for an administrator of that $1 billion program. The next slide, slide 6, these are additional general fund requests that came about after we've submitted our agency budget. For FY25, we're requesting an additional $255,000 in general funds. This is to close out our ARP ESSER grants. Like I said, that's $350 million. We've discussed with the feds the possibility of using federal funds to do those activities, which has been denied. So once that grant closes in September of 24, we need to do about 18 months worth of closeout activities, monitoring and reporting on those ARP ESSER funds. The next is an increase to I previously discussed that we have $147,000 for New England Board of Higher Ed. That's in our efficiency. We have since received a request from that entity of $4,400. So we need additional $4,400 to pay that membership fee. Now that membership fee allows students in New Hampshire who want to take a degree program that's not offered in New Hampshire to attend any of the other 5 New England states at in-state tuition cost. And finally, we're requesting a new position. This would be the Administrator of Facilities for 25 Hall Street. So we've submitted a capital budget request to purchase that building, the Granite State Building. Originally, I was under the impression that if we did that the building would actually be owned by DAS and that we would continue to pay rent to them. But apparently, since we submitted the request, we may actually own the building. And if we do own the building, then we need an administrator of that building to do all of the contracts for plumbing and heating and HVAC. Charlie, if you want to own the building, you are welcome. So we did an analysis of the rent for Laundrigan Hall and Walker Building, the staff that we have at Walker that we could potentially move over to 25 Hall. That's $467,000. Based on Granite State costs, they've given us an estimate of $355,000. That $355,000 does include the $90,000 for that new administrator. moving to page 7. If we actually do own 25 Hall Street, we would need language added to House Bill 1. RSA 9:16 does not allow us to transfer any of the funds that we have in our Class 28, which is transfers to general services, basically our rent line. So if we do end up purchasing the building, we need to have the authority to do those transfers into either a Class 48 or a 103 so that we can enter into contracts to be able to manage that building. Slide 8, this is a new federal grant that was just received this month. It was accepted by fiscal, approved by fiscal and governing council. It's called the Stronger Connections Grant, and it's about $4.8 million. That grant goes through September 30th of 25, and so we're requesting to be able to submit a budget to include that grant in our agency phase, or the budget. And our last request is for additional capital budget funds. Since those budgets were submitted last April, both of the CTE centers have seen an increase in the construction cost. $1.5 million is being requested for the Newport CTE Center. That center has been approved by the budget, by the voters. And then Winnisquam is requesting another $970,000 for their center, and they expect that they will have approval of that center at this spring's vote. The last vote that they did, they missed it by 6 votes, so they're expecting approval this time around.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I'll keep the 25 Hall question for the commissioner. Going back to the first page, the spreadsheet, looking at it, it looks as if local education spending has gone from 3.1 billion up to 3.4 billion, roughly a 10% increase. Per capita spending has gone from 15,800 to over 19,022. My questions are, is spending per capita to you a meaningful statistic? What does that tell you? And how does that, do you know how that ranks either regionally or nationally as far as what New Hampshire is spending per capita?
So a couple of different things. So when we're looking at the spending per capita per student, the state, local communities, and the federal government have all invested in education in the last several years. So that's part of the reason why we've seen continued increases. Your office has increased adequate education funding, included hold harmlesses relative to decreasing adequacy funds and populations for free and reduced lunch in the pandemic, as well as adding additional grants, specifically the relief aid grant and the extraordinary needs grant. So that is part of the increase. Additionally, in that local spending, you're also seeing increase in federal funding. So in a normal year, pre-pandemic, we received around $200 million of federal funding at the Department of Education. We are up to at one point over $700 million of extra money. So that is part of what you're seeing. We typically, if you look at the cost per pupil, we are, New England itself does typically be as high nationally. However, we are usually in the top 10, if not the top 5, as far as spending per pupil.
Okay. Do you manage that number? Is there a number per capita you think that's the perfect number, or it is just what it happens to be?
We don't manage it, no.
Okay. Looking at the education freedom accounts, it looks like it's basically going to double next year. How confident are you that that's going to happen all at once? I mean, with the numbers that you have being equal from 24 and 25, is it all going to happen in the first year where it jumps up dramatically like that?
So two things to keep in mind here. So we doubled from the first year to the second year, which is what we would expect anytime, you have a new program. So there's obviously a quite a bit of ramp up. So we would continue an increased ramp up relative to the new program. However, that $30 million does include the expansion that we've proposed to the additional number of students. The Department of Education does have some data with some of these numbers of students, but some of these categories we don't have data. So we kind of just looked at our projections and what we have now, and that was our best guess that we could come up with these numbers.
Okay. If the nation does go into a recession, which where we are, I mean, the governor's office is predicting, that will obviously mean that far more people are now eligible for the program under the original guidance, which is what, the 300% level. Is that taken into account here?
We did not take that into account, no.
Okay. If it did, that would obviously be higher
That
than.
would include additional children that could be eligible, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I have a handful of questions. The EFAs, are they statutorily capped?
The number that we're allowed to give out?
Yeah.
No.
No.
there's not.
Okay. I didn't think so. I just wanted to check on that.
It's just an income cap per student, or per family, rather.
So the budgeted number would be fundamentally an estimate.
Correct.
Yeah. And does it carry forward year to year?
It doesn't carry forward, but it's we have a warrant authority. So no matter
okay.
what the appropriation is we have a warrant to draw on that.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense. Secondly, for special education aid, I think you said that the 33.9 is a cap.
It's capped and prorated.
It's
Prorated.
prorated. If it weren't prorated and it were just given out according to the formula, do you have an estimate for how much that would be?
Melissa, do you know? I believe it's right around $35 million, so it's not capped by very much this year. One thing to keep in mind that we don't know what is going to affect yet is that the law changed to include students up through the age of 22. So that will include some additional kids that may have not been eligible in the past, but we're not sure what that is. An additional factor is that any appropriation that's left over in this line at the end of the year, so if we did have excess appropriation, it goes to fund our court-ordered placements.
Oh, yeah, okay. I had forgotten that entirely. But generally speaking, even with the 22 in the mix, you'd be looking at, if we didn't put a proration on it, it would be more like 36, 37.
It would likely not be a substantial increase.
Okay. And another thing, who told you that if the state buys the building, that you need to set up a property bureau?
I don't understand what.
Who told you you have to manage your own facilities?
One of your staff said that he told me that we put in the capital budget, so he did not expect that it would be a DAS building.
Okay, he's wrong.
I would be happy for you to manage that building.
There are statutes that would have to be changed, amended, and rewritten. And it would be weird for every agency to manage its own buildings.
Nope.
I just had a court order placement because I was just thinking about that when Charlie mentioned it. Is that currently funded from funds not always appropriated? If it exceeds that amount, that's where that comes from. It's generally funded?
It's generally, yes, we request a warrant for additional
That's what I
funds.
thought. Okay. And the education freedom accounts, because that's also a similar thing, only education funded. Is that done usually just once a year, or do you make payments throughout the year on that?
We have 4 payments throughout the year: September 1st, November 1st, January 1st, and April 1st.
Okay. I was thinking something was more front-loaded, so September, November period.
It follows the same schedule as traditional school district adequacy.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. would now like to invite the representative from the Executive Council up to give their testimony. Let's see.
We'll see Megan. Steve? Oh, she's got 2 minutes, he said.
We have invited the Executive Council up to give their testimony. 3 more minutes, we just would have zeroed it out, but. Good morning. Hey, could you put your microphone on the red button?
That's probably better, huh?
Perfect,
Wow.
yes.
All the times I've given people a hard time about not turning their mic on. Glorious. Okay. So again, for the record, my name is Megan Rose. I'm the executive assistant to the Executive Council. Our office is made up of myself, a part-time position, and the 5 executive counselors. What you see before you in my budget request, or at least what I'm hoping that you noticed, is that I met the targets I was asked to meet. And then did the best that I could for the efficiency budget, and then the additional prioritized needs addressed 2 of the important things that we need for our office, and to help us kind of keep things running smoothly. The first is increasing what exists in our budget so we can have an adequate amount to pay a part-time staff member. I currently have a part-time staff member who is asking to be done, sadly for me. And as I'm sure everybody knows, it's not exactly easy to recruit people, especially for a position that does not offer any benefits of any sort. There's no time off, there's no health benefits or vacation benefits. And so it really is going to be a unique challenge to fill the position. And I would like to be able to make sure that I can offer somebody a wage that will help entice them to come fill in and be there as an assistant to help me assist the counselors, and then to make sure that we maintain office coverage when, if I'm not available, or if I'm on vacation, or if I'm ill. The other thing that we're addressing in the budget is the stipend increase for the council. So the council, unlike the legislature, they get a stipend, and that basically covers their travel. So back in the early days of Ray Burton, basically how it was handled is the counselors had some kind of a phone at some point that was issued by the state, and they had travel reimbursement, and that eventually changed over to just a fixed stipend that they would get every month that would cover like mail or postage from their home. It would cover all of their travel. It would cover like the use of their own home phones or cell phones. That has not increased in the last 14 years. And the increase that we have asked for to kind of catch them up a little bit is basically the equivalent of over the last 14-ish years or 12-ish years, like a 2% increase. The amount is a little bit different. So District 1 has always historically, because it's a larger district, received a little bit larger of a stipend as opposed to the other 4 districts. But with the recent redistricting and the size of District 2 now being very close to District 1, both of those districts would be receiving a slightly larger stipend for their travel needs as opposed to the latter 3.
Excellent. Question on that.
Sure.
When I first saw this, I thought, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And then I looked at the map and I saw it with the redrawn map. I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. But other than just eyeballing, looking at it, do you have any, or could you get any numbers behind it, such as if your district is over so many square miles, you get this. If it's under, you get that. So there's not just, me looking at a map saying, okay, that makes sense.
Well, it's funny you say that. So yesterday, the 11th hour, I decided I wanted to know how, like, the square mileage we're talking about. So I looked that up for District 1 and District 2. I haven't done the latter three yet, but District 1 covers, we'll say approximately, because I did check my math, but and this is specifically just land. Because when you look up the square miles, it will give you a total, and then it will break that total down to land and water. So Council District 1 covers 3,639.87 square miles, approximately. And Council District 2 is 3,081.53 square miles.
Okay. How about the others?
Don't know yet. I didn't get that far.
But they're significantly less.
Yes, significantly less, yes.
Okay. Okay. That was my.
Would you like me to come back, like provide the other three at another time?
I think it would be helpful during the legislative phase because you may get asked that question.
Okay.
I would just say, having researched this myself, historically, and I only went back about 35, 40 years, but going back to the late 80s, it was Ray Burton's district then too, wasn't it? That district was more and everybody else was less. And it was, I think it started out, he got 9,000, they got 6,000. And historically, you look at the redistrictings of 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010, and there was always this anomaly. There's one giant district in the north and four moderately compact districts in the south. And that dramatically changed in the last redistricting. And I think you could do a stipend based on number of towns. You could do a stipend because, in theory, an executive counselor is going to visit each of his or her towns frequently. You could do it based on some sort of DOT road mileage thing, although that becomes a whole different kettle of fish. Or you could do it based on eyeballing. And I think at the end of the day, it's very hard not to look at the map and go, two of these things are the same way and three of them are a different way, and to do it that way. And I think it makes sense. But I think it would not make sense or be defensible to do just District 1 or just District 2. Correct. I think you have to do District 1 and 2. Otherwise you end up in a weirdness entirely.
Agreed.
The only question, do the counselors themselves, are they aware of the budget presentation?
Yes.
Okay. They never come, and I sort of get that. They're, co-equal, whatever. So that's a thing.
And unanimous support for this?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any question? Great. Thank you very much for your testimony. Great. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I would now like to invite the Board of Tax and Land Appeals up for their testimony. Good morning. It's great to see you again.
It's nice to see you.
I'm used to testifying before you, but that's my old job, so. If you could just hit the button to turn it on. There we go.
I think I did turn it on, didn't I?
Perfect
Can you
now.
hear me now? Pardon me?
Red is hot.
Red is hot. It was red. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity for the board to provide an overview of the fiscal 24 and 25 budget requests. As you both know, my name is Michelle Lebrun. I am the chair of the board, and with me is Ann Stelmack, the board's clerk. As I'm sure you both are aware, also, the board's jurisdiction is hearing and deciding property tax appeals. And we also hear and process eminent domain condemnations. We hold hearings, we go out to the views and the properties where the takings are located. The matters that are appealable to the board are on pages 11 and 12 of the budget. It's a long list. Luckily, we don't hear them all, but they are available by statute should they be necessary. Our budget is a maintenance budget. Our only prioritized needs are for rent and DOIT. And we have no control, as you're aware, over those two classes. The board's been very frugal with its needs, and we have only increased some classes to reflect the increased cost and inflation. So we've decreased some areas and increased others. But our budget is the maintenance budget. And with that, that's all we have to say, unless Ms. Tilmack has anything. If
Okay.
you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I know in their last legislative session that you, like many towns and the DRA itself, had problems finding an assessor to work for you. And you had to go to the legislature to basically contract that out.
We did.
Could you give us an update on that and how that's worked out?
Actually, we haven't used contracts yet. We've got quite a few towns that they're mid-process that we may, in fact, have to use them. That contract is only until the end of this fiscal year, though, so coming up for the 24-25 fiscal year, we'll be back to having the position of tax review appraiser, and hopefully we'll be able to find someone. It's been a difficult position to find.
Right.
They just, you've been
I know.
there. The municipalities pay much more than the board could pay for such a position. So we're struggling to figure out what we're going to do, but it is in the budget for, it's at the base rate again because of the change, and which is another reason why our budget is a maintenance budget.
Do you have an estimate, given you've had the difficulty, on what it would take to hire someone?
What it would take to hire someone?
Right, and additional resources from what you have here.
Money?
Yeah. Do you have a dollar figure?
Yeah, I think it is. Ann just said six figures, and I think she is right. And I talked to the commissioner's office when we, I'm sorry, I'm losing it today. I'm having a little bit of pain today, so I'm trying to struggle through. I talked to the commissioner's office when we did go into the contract phase and went to fiscal committee and GNC, and he had also mentioned that we could also seek additional funds over and above even what the board members are making to try and do that. The problem is that that position isn't totally full-time. We found that when we have a person in that position, it isn't something that we need 7.5 hours a day, 37.5 hours a week. It's an ebb and flow type of position. So we have struggled, and we're looking for advice from anyone on how we would process that. And do you have any suggestions?
No, I think that what we've heard, we've talked to, like DRA was, we've talked to many in the field, and money is the chief complaint. The contractors we've had a lot of interesting contracts going forward. Again, they are town dependent on certain cases. So we have two that are nearing completion with revals. One of them, one of the municipalities, I mean, that could be months and months of work to do a ratio study and see how the balancing comes out. But certainly it's, as Michelle said, you could have one municipality that could take months and months to complete that study, whereas a smaller municipality may take quicker time. So it does ebb and flow. I mean, I don't think we're advocating to make it a part-time position by any means. The research that I did in preparing was to show that statewide, our appraiser is one of the higher paid. And even that's a struggle. But when you're competing with a municipality like Rochester, who's paying $109,000, and we're barely able to offer high 80s, we can't recruit. I was spinning my wheels, ad after ad after ad. And frankly, no one wakes up in this day and age and says, geez, I want to be an assessor. They're not coming into the field. I hate to say it's a dying art, but it is one that's phasing. It's very hard to compete and let alone find people that are coming up in the ranks to do this kind of work. Right. So it's kind of hitting us, as everyone is understanding, it's twofold. I wish personally that the state would have a group of appraisers that all agencies could kind of pull from. We're not the only ones that have appraisers. The trick with our job is we need one that knows assessing and knows appraising. Those are two different, sometimes two different skill sets. So getting a strict appraiser doesn't necessarily cover, because if they don't have mass appraisal experience, that's what we're looking for. So ours is kind of a complex position and unique in that way, as opposed to someone at DOT that might be just doing straight appraisals all day. We need the education in mass appraisal. So it's a little challenging. I don't have an answer. If I did, we might do things differently, but we've done everything we can think of. Joe Bouchard was wonderful with his information on this old statute that we were able to do the cuts to shift the money into the contract. And I do have a line of candidates waiting for RFPs when those municipalities are done. Is it possible we come back to GNC in the next biennium and say, hey, can we move it one more time? And then if that does prove, we have to prove that that's going to work. That may be the ultimate goal after this next biennium. If we could leave it in 10 for now, funded where it is, and then perhaps in that biennium we make the decision to once again just shift it and then maybe keep in a contract basis permanently, that might be the solution. Because I think contracts would work for sure. Because you have a greater pool of people that don't have, when you have conflicts, that might be the answer long term. So.
Okay. I'd like to sit down with you sometime between now and February, and I have some ideas, and maybe we can craft together something to alleviate your problem. Hopefully. Yeah.
That would be helpful.
Any other?
Can we talk?
Sure.
I think a contract is long-term might be exactly the way to go. And I think there are multiple people who have experienced the need for, does anybody have contracts with appraisers other than DOT? Because they use all theirs, looking at Bill. But I think it could, there are a lot of positions we can't hire because the state doesn't pay, and you don't necessarily need someone on call, like ready to go in the next 10 minutes, and that might be a thing. I have a question for Michelle.
Yes,
How long have you worked for the state?
50 years.
I just wanted to say that because we were talking on the phone the other day, and I looked up longevity payments,
Yes, you did.
and there was one. So I can't say for certain, but I think that it is in all likelihood you are the currently longest serving state employee, and you do a heck of a job.
I hope I'm not the oldest.
I did not. I did not say that. I didn't go anywhere near that. You started when you were 12, is my understanding.
Actually, I started pretty young.
Anyway, that's all I want to say. And thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, and congratulations on your 50 years.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite the insurance department up for their testimony now. Good morning.
James, my name is Chris Nicolopoulos. I'm the Commissioner of Insurance. I'm joined here by Deputy Commissioner DJ Betancourt, Assistant Commissioner Christy Rice, and Ted Perkins, our business operations guy behind me, and they're here in case I don't know the answer and I can tag out. Insurance Department had a great year. I think we had a record for premium tax collected at about 136 million, and another record for fees, primarily license fees, between adjusters and agents of nearly 25 million. So department's doing well there. We currently have 86 full-time positions in the department, of which 72 of those are filled, or 71 of those are filled, leaving 15 open positions. When you look at those 15 open positions, one of them will be filled on Friday. We're super excited about that. 4 of them will currently have postings and looking for candidates, leaving 10 other positions. One of those we've not been able to fill since 2018, and we're not actively looking to fill that. But the other 9 we are. We're looking at filling them when it's appropriate. On average, those positions have been open about 9 months. I think it's important to understand that our insurance department staff are generally highly trained insurance industry experts that have typically come to the department after years of service in the industry. When they come to the department, they tend to stay to retirement. Unfortunately, when we look at our colleagues, more than half of them are eligible to retire already. And so as an executive team, we're spending a lot of time ensuring that we've trained the next generation of folks to step up and to serve these critical roles. You'll see in our budget request for 24-25 that we're asking for 3 junior examiner positions. Nearly 20 of our staff members are insurance company examiners of some sort. And what we've learned is there's not really an opportunity to bring somebody on that has a little bit of the experience that we need to transition them into that full career insurance company examiner position. And ultimately, we think this is the way to ensure that we can continue to deliver all the services as a regulator internally in the house without having to go outside and hire consultants. We had an opportunity this year with one of our actuaries who retired. We were required to hire a consultant actuarial firm. They bill the regulated entities directly, and it's like 8 times more expensive to have that person on hand. And so we have that position posted, and we're looking to find a life and health actuary. I think it's important to understand what the kind of primary consumer contact for our department is. And that's nearly 5,000 consumer inquiries that come in every year through our consumer division. We have 7 people on our staff that are there to manage New Hampshire residents who don't understand something about their insurance relationship. And it may be as simple as, what does actual cash value mean? Or why is something on my policy excluded and then endorsed back on? Something that our people can handle easily. But 15% of those inquiries are potential consumer complaints, and those all, or 15% turn into consumer investigations, which means that our CSO team will request certain information from the company, will investigate whether or not New Hampshire law has been complied with. In many of those cases, nearly half of them, we were able to get a positive recovery for our New Hampshire consumer. But most importantly, what we end up with is 5,000 touches to New Hampshire consumers each year who prior to the call didn't know we existed. And we do a lot of follow-up with those folks to find out how they're getting to us and how happy they are with the results. DJ and I take those calls very seriously. In fact, our team meets every week to go through every one of those consumer complaints before we close them to make sure we get the right result. And he and I will sit in and go through each and every one of them so that we both, one, understand what's happening in the field, understand trends as they're coming, and also make sure that we're getting the right result. Through COVID, we saw something unique. And the thing we saw that was unique is that the number of New Hampshire producer licensees and the number of adjuster licensees kept growing, record after record. And what we've determined is these national insurance companies, during a time where their staffs are remote work, have just licensed everybody everywhere. I don't think that's sustainable. We currently have 200,000 producers or adjusters licensed here in New Hampshire. We don't need one for every 7 people. That won't survive. But that's where we are today. I think when you look at our budget for 24 and 25, you'll see a 5% increase for 24 and a 2% increase for 25. You'll see some of that is made up of increases to both of our contractor lines in last year's budget because of the uncertainty. We cut some of our contractor potential spending. Those funds are used for requirements for our annual hearing, the consultants, and the data that we need necessary to advise the marketplace on the stability of our health insurance marketplace. And most importantly, the creation and maintenance of our New Hampshire Health Cost website. And that's something we do in conjunction with DHHS. It was a first in the nation transparency tool, and it has saved New Hampshire consumers untold tens of millions. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just a real quick question. In the budget, you have lines for overtime and temporary employees. If you were to get the additional employees that you want brought online, would that eliminate the need for the overtime and additional employees, or is that in addition to?
Great questions. I think the overtime is a product of our flexibility during COVID when we were asked to support services across the state. We didn't have an overtime budget, and so we had to go to get permission to put it there. So this overtime is literally just a belt and suspenders in case we're asked to support someone again, and we have that ability to pay. Typically, we don't pay overtime in our office. The temporary part-time position is we lost our director of health, our life and health this year. With some luck, we were able to bring on our former deputy commissioner back to help train the new team. And so these funds are to transition through 24 the team and bring them up to speed with that. So these would stay here even with those junior positions.
Okay. And with the 14 to 15 or so unfilled positions that you have, how difficult has it been for you to recruit for those positions, and do you expect to be able to fill them?
Very difficult. And I think you probably heard that from everybody so far.
Yeah.
We're fortunate in the department that we have, because they're professional positions, some of them pay appropriate for that, but still, it's been difficult. Our department, we have a position that's been open for 6 months. We have an interview for this week we're super excited about. And I think with the downturn in the economy, I'm hoping that it's a little easier to recruit some people on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Would like to invite the Department of Transportation up now for their testimony. Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Hello. I'm William Katz, Assistant Commissioner for the DOT. With me today is Deputy Commissioner Andre Briere. I also have with us Danielle Chandrine, who is the Bureau Administrator for the Bureau of Finance, soon to be our Director of Finance, and Dave Rodrigue, who is the current Director of Operations as well, too. So they're here to help me answer any questions that I can't answer. So I would kind of, in the front of the handout that we have is it's kind of a budget letter, and I'm not gonna read the letter, but I'll paraphrase some of the points that and kind of walk through, but that's how we've kind of structured our introduction to the state's budget here. And really this was to provide a high level summary of the DOT budget and clarify and explain some of the complexities of how the DOT is funded. And at the very end, as time permits, would also just kind of summarize some of the challenges our agency is facing over the next several years. So the handout you have provides a comprehensive overview of the department. I know, Charlie, you had made a comment. We do like this comment because it puts people to the organization and helps explain better some of the accomplishments and what they did. And what they do. So we find it educational as well, hopefully engaging as well too. But the very front part of the handout, what we call a citizens advisory guide. We have the DOT organizational structure. But then we talk about how we break up our budget. So even though we have one big budget, we tend to think of our budget in two parts. The operating budget, which really is what we're here to talk about this time for the budget process, but also the municipal aid and construction budget. The municipal aid and the construction program, we have a lot of discussion with that through the 10-year plan, which was a House bill last time and stuff. And all of that effort in our federal highway program and the levels of funding and stuff, we have a lot of discussion through the 10-year plan process, and that's all incorporated in the budget, but in those levels of expenditures are usually dictated by those discussions and program investments that go on as part of the 10-year plan. And about 2/3 of all of our expenditures in the state, in our DOT's budget, end up, either going, they're passed through to either municipalities or the construction industry or things like that. So the operating budget that is really a big focus of our budget hearings is primarily highway funded. So I just wanted to walk through a couple of points of interest about the highway fund. So the highway fund is where unrestricted state of New Hampshire revenue that's collected by the Department of Safety. We don't collect it; it's collected by the Department of Safety, and it's primarily the road toll, i.e., the gas tax, and vehicle registration fees that flow into the highway fund, and they're made available by appropriations to various agencies. Primarily, DOT and DOS draw off the highway fund. In 2022, about 60% of the highway fund came to the DOT, about 27% came to the Department of Safety. The remaining 13% went to other agencies and municipalities. So that's broad structure. The highway fund is also where all of our federal funds flow into. That's where we collect the reimbursements from the federal highway program. And it's also the fund which bond and loan proceeds flow into. In the past, we've had Garvey bonds and other debt financing to help with the construction program, and those are collected in the highway fund as well. We always want to point this out because, one thing, the highway fund is not the DOT. We get associated with it, but it is not necessarily under our full control, and that's been a misconception in the past. It's not exclusively New Hampshire taxes and fees. A lot of federal funds also come through the highway fund. One of the things we always have to explain about with it's a weekly kind of explanation. It's how the highway fund and the turnpike fund are different. So the turnpike fund is, even though the turnpike system is managed by the DOT, the turnpike system is a separate enterprise fund funded solely by the toll revenues that are collected there. So that specific 90 miles of road that make up the turnpike system are separate and apart from the highway fund and the turnpike fund, and the turnpike funds can only be used on that. But that is all incorporated in our budget. So on page 2, a little bit of a summary of the DOT budget and somewhat of the complexity. So we have 4 primary funding sources within the DOT budget. First of all, we have the general fund, and we have a pretty small draw on the general fund, about $1.6 million in FY in the proposed budget for FY24. Primarily, that's our aeronautics, rail, and transit group that's funded with the highway fund, funded with the general fund. The bulk of our budget, as I said, is the highway fund and the federal funds that go into the highway fund. With that, I had mentioned the Turnpike Fund. The Turnpike Fund is about $125 million in FY24, and that funds the operations, maintenance, debt service, and capital construction projects exclusively on those 90 miles of Turnpike roads. I make mention in the final bullet about the capital fund primarily because in our budget there's federal transit funds that go to some of the transit programs. The capital budget helps fund some of the state match to those programs. So there's a link there. One of the things I did want to just kind of point out as we look to compare this budget to previous budgets has been the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and some of the emergency relief funding that has come to the department. During the pandemic, there were reductions in all forms of revenue, and recognizing this, Congress had passed a number of COVID relief measures from the CARES Act, CRISA, ARP, and those funds were used to reduce the need for state funds and offset some of the operational losses. So that was supplemental. For example, there were a number of funds that went to transit agencies and supplemented or supplanted some of those funds there. Over the past biennium, we had $41 million that was provided to supplant lost highway fund revenues and reduce that. At the end of last year, at the end of at the end of calendar year 2021, Congress had passed the Investment and Jobs Act, and that was a surface transportation reauthorization bill. So the funding levels that were passed in that in New Hampshire, it means about an additional 20 to 25% higher level of core formula funding. Those funding levels are reflected in this budget over and above previous year's funding levels. So the upshot of all this and why I'm bringing this up is that, while the IIJA provided increased formula funding, the FY24-25 budget, in this budget, the use of federal funds due to both completion of some of the major projects as well as the depletion of COVID relief funds, there will be a reduction in federal funds when you do that comparison. So that's all kind of lead in. Some of the major components of the budget summarized on page 3, and I'll just hit some of those real quick. Our combined total efficiency budget is $752.7 million for FY24. That's comprised of about $339 million. About 45% of that overall budget is what we would classify as our operating budget. About $414 million, or about 55% of our overall budget, is toward that municipal aid and construction projects within our budget. So overall, this is a 3% decrease over our total adjusted authorized budget from FY23. The FY25 budget is about $774 million. That's about a 0.3% decrease from adjusted authorized in FY23 and an increase of 2.8% in the total budget request from 24. The federal funds decreased, as I had mentioned too, because of the impacts of the COVID relief funding. Our overall federal fund expenditures decreased by about 3% in FY 2024 and 1.6% in FY 25. That's as compared to the FY 23 adjusted authorized. And I just wanted to note again that even though when you do that comparison, it's showing a reduction, this budget does reflect the funding levels from the recently passed Investment and Jobs Act, and those federal funding levels. I had already mentioned about how COVID relief funds had been used to supplement lost highway funds. So, you know, while our operating spending has been maintained at FY23 levels, our actual draw on the highway fund is an increase of about 3.1% due to some of the supplanting of some of those highway funds. If you're looking fund by fund, the last bullet there talks about the turnpike funds, which were reduced by about 21% in FY24 and 8.7% in FY25 as compared to total authorized as adjusted authorized FY23. And the reduction in the turnpike funds is due to a reduction in revenue as we continue to adjust to the post-pandemic traffic patterns. It also has to do with some of the cash flow and some of the major construction projects that with that cash flow and the revenue situation, some of those are being delayed and spread out a little bit longer, so that is reflected in the budget as well. I want to be respectful of where we are for time. So this budget represents, you know, DOT's priorities given the target levels that were established, which was level funding. There are a number of challenges that I just want to talk about and highlight here. One of the biggest ones we've been facing has been the inflation, particularly in the cost of commodities and manufacturing goods, and they've had a big impact on the department. So I've got a couple of examples there. Price of diesel has increased by about more than 150%. Price of salt has increased by upwards of 54%. So a number of those inflationary impacts we have reflected in our budget in the additional needs and primarily in the operations part of the budget. So we have we show about $13.4 million of additional needs in the operations budget in FY24, an additional $15 million additional needs in FY25. The bulk of that is in winter maintenance, where we see, you know, those fuel increases and those commodity and salt increases as well there. We've also been impacted by supply chain issues throughout and in past years. You know, we've had a lot of focus on our fleet and sufficient funding to maintain the fleet, both in the operating budget as well as capital budget appropriations. One of the issues we've been finding this year and one of the challenges is even though we have the budget authority and we have encumbrances and purchase orders out there, we can't get them filled just with the way things are in the manufacturing industry. So while we've had budget authority, we've taken delivery of very few vehicles and pieces of equipment. And we've also been seeing some cost increases for the purchase orders that aren't filled. When we go to the B bidder, you know, we're seeing 35-36% increases in the second company to fulfill those purchase orders. So one of the areas that we did want to just emphasize, we continue to be concerned about the fleet and maintain an investment in the fleet. Again, for the level spending in the budget, we have set some of the fleet levels, but in the additional needs for the mechanical services budget, we have identified $4.1 million of needs in FY24 and 6.7 in FY25, you know, primarily to keep up with our the level of investment that's needed to maintain the fleet. I know there's been interest in the vacancy rates. In the last bullet we just pick on, I want to just emphasize some of those numbers. So it has been an ongoing issue with the department, and I think across the state and elsewhere too, as far as trying to meet workforce needs. So we currently have a vacancy rate of about 22.7%. That's compared to, in March of 2020, we would historically had run, between an 8, 9, 10% vacancy rate just with the churn of things, but we've been seeing a historic high of about 22.7%, and that's currently as of the end of last week. For us, that means about 373 to be exact, vacant positions out of our total positions of about 1,650. It's a concern. This past August and September, there was a winter maintenance retention policy and bonus that was passed that seems to have been successful in retaining people. But exit interviews through our people confirm that the primary reason of these separations and retirements has been the comparatively low wages. So we're optimistic that through the bargaining that there will be a meaningful settlement that it will help stem that tide. But the vacancy rate is a continued concern. And with that vacancy rate, we have had some productivity challenges as well, keeping up with meeting our target needs. And that's been exacerbated a little bit as we've tried to cover life safety needs. So certainly the winter maintenance, we are pressing people from other bureaus into helping volunteer and maintain winter maintenance this year. Over the summer, striping the lines, we were pressing people from other districts into the line striping crews to help keep up with those needs. But while they're doing that, they're not getting to other work that needs to be done. We have some facts and figures there, bridge maintenance, for example, where we had targeted to have 12 bridges that they were going to be working on to remove from the red list. They were only able to get to 4. And in calendar year 22, that target to remove 4 bridges, they haven't been able to get to any of them yet this year, keeping up with some of the other just overall maintenance needs with a lower workforce. So those are some of the challenges that we're dealing with. And, in the overall budget, we've identified, $20 million of additional prioritized needs for 2024 and 28.7 additional prioritized needs for FY25. Primarily, those are inflationary driven needs. In the FY24 budget, we did look to have some efficiencies and look to address some needs with some positions, added positions, but kept the head count the same by eliminating other positions. In the additional needs with some of those efficiencies, we have identified, I think, about 7 additional positions to help address some of those program areas that need it. So I'm probably about at the end of my 15 minutes. I will stop there to answer questions, being respectful of time. There are some other initiatives to improve efficiency at the end of our letter that we emphasize, but we'll take any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. As we head into the winter, probably there's not too much more importance in the state than being able to adequately plow the roads. I know that's been an emphasis of yours, and you did enact this program over the summer to try and find more drivers, and you've had some success with that, at least in retaining the drivers you have. But is it just a matter of money, or does a simple way to ask the question is, does New Hampshire have enough people with commercial driver's licenses to meet your needs?
That's a challenging question. I think across the country, CDL drivers are in short supply. We see it in the trucking industry, and we see that in other industries. It's, some of the auspices with the drug testing and things like that go along with the CDL, certainly when they're comparing against Amazon and other trucking companies that may not have the same level of requirements and stuff, and probably higher pay, it becomes a challenge keeping up with that. For numbers, with the winter retention bonus and some of the other outreach that we have done, we have about roughly 180 vacant winter maintenance positions. We've been able to fill about 85 to 90 of those through volunteers from other parts of the department and from other agencies. And that's up, so that's been successful. That's probably a little more than double than it was in previous years. And, a lot of that is attributed to the $5,000 retention bonus. We've also seen in the, as we track the vacancy rate, it had continued to climb. The enactment of the retention bonus seems to have stemmed the tide, seems to have leveled off, where kind of stem the bleeding. So I take that as an indication that yes, compensation could be a big help in filling those positions and maintaining that. We certainly are competing with other municipalities primarily and that type of work. But I'm optimistic that would help fill out those. But with the caveat that CDL drivers are in short supply, and it is a nationwide issue.
You mentioned the fleet, and if you could just maybe enlighten me on a little bit how difficult it is to actually acquire vehicles now. What's sort of the backlog? We've heard from transportation, from safety about their vehicles and how long they take. For your department, what's the backlog now in some of the vehicles that you use?
Most of the purchases in FY22, I could pull out some numbers I have, but we've had very, very few of the purchase orders fulfilled. The number of them have been canceled because the manufacturing industry can't keep up. Andre, I see you have some of the numbers there. Do you want to? Just for an example, as part of our capital budget appropriation in FY 22-23, we had identified a quantity of about 42 six-wheeler trucks to purchase. To date, we've had 15 delivered, 27 are outstanding. And the numbers are pretty poor looking down the line. We had identified 2 10-wheelers for purchase. We've had 1 delivered, 1 is outstanding. We've had 38 3/4-ton pickup trucks, which are our highway patrol foremen and construction foremen, the winter maintenance night riders that go out there. And, we had 38 identified for purchase and 38 of them are still outstanding. I did see an email that had come by recently that, reported that I know Department of Safety, and they did have, through the state contract, they were able to get delivery of a number of the Dodge Chargers, a number of the police vehicles. But some of these trucks and heavy trucks and other vehicles are delayed in the purchasing. And from what I saw, it was a very indeterminate report of when or if they would be able to fill those purchase orders.
And for your estimates for costs, for such as fuel and salt that you mentioned, do you assume that they stay at current levels or go down a little bit or go up? What were your assumptions for your costs?
Our assumptions were based on what we were seeing for bids most recently. So when we're comparing those costs, we're talking about the 54% increase or the diesel cost increase. We're looking at what we are seeing for the current bids as compared to what the bids were in the last pre-budget. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I had a couple of questions. Trucks, vehicles. Are any of your vehicles, would they be eligible to use VW settlement money, and is any of that money being used for DOT?
It has in the past. We were one of the first, and I forget the numbers, but we were when the VW settlement monies first came up. I know we were probably a little pushy in trying to get some of those funds. So we were very successful in the first part of that. The requirements associated with that, in terms of the age and the type of motors and the air quality benefits that come from taking those off the road, we have addressed most of those older vehicles in the fleet. So that one of the things is we've looked at the remaining VW funds. Our vehicles currently in the fleet don't, they're relatively newer. They're within 10, 11 years, so they don't necessarily have the same impact in terms of qualifying for the air quality benefits and qualifying for the remaining VW funds.
And sounds like a poorly written settlement to me. I've seen some of your trucks and they ought to be eligible. My next question, red list bridges. You talked about how many we did or didn't get to this year. What, from a status standpoint, how many, what's been happening to the red list over the last couple years? Like how many are on it? How many were on it 2 years ago?
Yep.
How many went on it? How many came off it?
So on the positive side, on the construction program, there has been an influx of federal funds. There's been a lot of attention on bridge funds. We have, through the IIJA, had received, I think it was, an additional $45 million a year for 5 years, which we've put towards bridge preservation and red list bridges. So while, so the numbers I quoted were particularly bridge maintenance, and those are the smaller bridges, typically the bridges that aren't federal aid eligible. And we rely on bridge maintenance to, work on those, and keep them, either take them off the red list or keep them from coming on the red list.
Is that a size issue or a kind of road issue?
It's generally a size issue. There wouldn't be, the bridge maintenance, the ones that we do with our own forces are not the larger interstate bridges. They will do joints or approach rail, patches and repairs, things like that. One of the bigger projects that bridge maintenance had done this year was a bridge on Route 2029. They did a deck replacement over the Isinglass River in, I think it's Barnstead, but it's that section of 2029 between like Northwood and Rochester. So, and that was probably the full deck replacement is probably a larger size project for them, primarily because of the time that it takes. So, these crews are going about doing a lot of little repairs on a lot of bridges and washing them and keeping them up. To take a crew, and then particularly with the vacancy rate, it's probably a conglomeration of several crews, and putting them on a project that takes 6-8 weeks. There's a lot of other little bridge work that they won't get to do that. I strayed a little from your first question. The overall red list, because of the federal funds and because of, I think, the success of our program, is down. Currently, it's, and I'm off memory here, but
is it in here?
I'm not sure if it's in
Okay.
there. I know last year when we were out talking about the 10-year plan, I had those numbers right on the tip of my tongue. But I think the current red list is about 118, and it is down. It is down from 100 and some odd.
And is that state and municipal combined?
No, that is just state red list.
And is municipal keeping up or going?
Municipal has historically been running a little higher, quite a bit higher. I think, and I can get you the actual numbers, but I think it was in the 200 some odd range. But again, with the IIJA and some of the additional federal funds through the 10-year plan last time, we had flexed a lot of federal funds. 15% of that $45 million we had flexed or targeted for what we call off-system bridges, which are essentially the municipal bridges. It's close to doubling the state-funded state aid bridge program. So doing a lot of effort to bring those municipal red lists down. In the 10-year plan last time, just for instance, we had a fully programmed 10-year plan. So the municipal bridges at, $7.5 million per year, which did about 3 or 4 per year, was programmed out for 10 years. With the additional federal funds, we were able to accelerate all of those and get done what had been previously programmed over 10 years in about 5 years, leaving room to program more bridges, and we'll be going through that for the next 10-year plan update. So,
that's great. And am I right to, in terms of what we send to cities and towns, there's apportionment aid and bridge aid, I think, are the 2 biggest programs?
right.
And how big are they? They're both flattish, but
They're both flattish. Typically,
is one of them $30 million maybe?
It's around 30. Well, and with the with a portion of SB 367 also goes toward that. So it's roughly, I think, around $34 million of block grant aid that goes to city and towns. And annually, the state aid bridge program is about it's about $7.5 million. And as I said, with the federal funds, we're looking at kind of doubling that in the ensuing years.
My last question is about paving. I have an interest in paving. I don't know why, but I do. It feels like something that gets left behind, and it seems like we ought to take care of the roads we have. I know there are national statistics on that I presume we provide on, good, bad, medium, or whatever the standards are. And I want to say to keep up, we should be paving something like 500 miles a year.
Right.
What do we have, about 5,000 miles of road?
Yes. Yep.
Ish?
Yep, about 4,600 miles
Okay,
of state maintained roads.
Let's call that close.
Close that close.
Okay. Do we keep up, or are we falling behind?
We
And
have
what about
been-
overall quality?
Yep, overall quality, we have been keeping up. In 2014, particularly with the passage of SB 367 and the 4.2 cent gas tax that was kind of pledged towards rural paving and bridges, we have been able to really meet all of our paving targets and meet all of our condition targets for the paving system. I think in the past years, I think we've kept the paving industry very, very, very busy. It's been a priority to keep up with that and overcome some of the past deferred maintenance. So currently, it's good, and this is probably again more of a 10-year plan discussion. We're fast approaching, just for your edification, in 2025, that additional 4.2 cents of the gas tax goes to paying the debt service on the TIFIA loan that completed 93. So about $20 million a year that since 2014 has gone to paving roads and addressing some of the, again, those off-system or rural lower tier roads. After 2025, that $20 million is it's not going away. It's going toward paying the debt service on the TIFIA loan. So it will be, our predictions are that we won't be keeping up to the level that we have since 2014 because of that.
Well, it's one of the reasons I ask is I knew that TIFIA, and on the tip of my tongue, I couldn't remember the word TIFIA.
Yeah.
But I knew that eventually we ran out in 2025.
Right.
And so that just immediately places a hole in what. So the level of paving we're doing today keeps up. That is to say, we keep the condition current, it doesn't get worse, we repair, and 20 million is gonna go away, so it will start getting,
Let's start getting, yes.
Worse.
Start declining. If, with the caveat that if there isn't, through the 10-year plan process or other things, some way to address that.
so I'll watch that with interest.
Okay.
And I know that we're a little bit over time, so I'll try to ask a quick one.
I'm apologizing.
That's all right.
Too long.
I know in recent budget cycles in House Bill 2, House Bill 4, there's been an infusion of some general funds directly to Highway Fund.
Yes.
And is in this budget, do you have any proposals or requests for a draw against the general fund, either towards the Highway Fund or Turnpike funds?
Can you repeat the question? Do we have any
yeah.
assumptions or?
Yeah, is there anything that you're proposing that there's a need for general funds to be infused directly to the Highway Fund or the Turnpike Fund in this 24-25 budget cycle?
No, there isn't. But you made reference to
In the past, there's been
prior
some-
infusion.
correct.
So at the end of the last budget cycle, there was $50 million of general funds put into the highway fund,
Right.
which is kind of carrying us through this biennium. So
Okay.
very appreciative of that. That was very, there was a lot of foresight in doing that. One of the issues I didn't touch on, but it is a long-term concern, is the incremental, slow erosion of the highway fund as electric vehicles become more prevalent, as fuel efficiency goes up. Some of the lasting impacts from commuter patterns from the pandemic, all of those do impact revenues into both the turnpike system and the highway fund. So it is a long-term issue to watch and be aware of.
But as of now, no proposals, for example, a House Bill 2 proposal for any 5 million, 50 million of
Correct.
general funds or anything like that towards
Correct.
the highway?
No,
Okay,
not in this budget
perfect. All right, thank you.
so far. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite the Treasury Department for their testimony. Thank you. Good morning. Okay. Great. Just, if you could just turn on the mic. Perfect.
Good morning. Monica Mazzapelli, State Treasurer. So I'm here to provide an overview of Treasury's budget, and I will follow that handout that just was provided to you. And so I will start with our budget includes several components of state government. So the core treasury operations included abandoned properties, about 2% of our total budget. So we have other pieces that we are responsible for as part of our operations. So one of the, so I would like to highlight some of the components of this budget. So I'll start with, in the beginning of this year, we made a 3-year strategic plan. And as part of that, the work that we did, we tasked ourselves with reviewing certain areas of certain functions of the Treasury. And from that work, we recognized that we wanted to focus on making a couple of changes that we're including in this budget. So when we were doing that work, we were focusing on the Treasury's objectives and Treasury's mission, but keeping succession planning in mind. So one of the, so I'll start with the structure of the Treasury. We currently have 23 authorized positions. And what we are proposing as part of this budget is also to create in this budget the Office of Investment and Debt Management. So previously, this function of investment and debt management was included in the Treasury Operations Accounting Unit. And now we, with this work that we did, we are recognizing there are some areas that just require a little more of alignment with what the law was describing. And so we are also redefining the roles and responsibilities of these positions, the positions in charge of this function. And so they're now included in this new office. Another change or piece that we want to include in this budget that was a result of this work that we did early this year is that we would like to migrate to IT function to the office, to the Department of Information Technology. We currently have one IT employee providing the IT support for us. We started with a 3-employee function. We lost one position years ago. And so right now we have a vacant position. It has been practically impossible to fill that position. So we, again, recognizing, the situation that we're in, having one employee supporting the IT function of the Treasury and how we support the state. We spoke with Commissioner Goulet about our interest in transitioning that function to DOIT. Commissioner Goulet was very helpful and provided the process of how we can do that. And so his staff and my staff worked to put the budget together. And so we're including additional costs, what it will take for the Treasury to transition essential IT functions to be supported by DOIT. Those additional costs are being included under the additional prioritized needs column, just because it's a new cost. So what that's going to do is it's going to increase the cost in fiscal year 23 as we transition to that department. We also going to have to incur certain costs internally in order to continue the operations as that transition occurs. But then in fiscal year 25, those costs will remain more constant, and again, going forward, that's what it will continue to be. So those are the really highlights and changes of the Treasury Operations Accounting Unit. Again, that will impact also the additional IT costs will impact the accounting units where we have employees, abandoned property operations, the new office that we're creating, investment and debt management, and there's another, we have another employee in the Governor's Scholarship Program that I'll describe a little more further in the presentation. So moving on to the next change that we're proposing is in the accounting unit relative to the return of general fund deposits. This is where we record the activity and the payments relative to abandoned property claims that are for property that has been escheated to the counties and the general fund. So we would like to budget an amount for the first time. And these payments have been made without being budgeted before since 1985. And so the current process is that we attend the Governing Council meeting every time they meet to request that the controller issue a warrant to make these payments. So over the last few years, we have implemented, improved our technology, and we introduced efficiencies in the abandoned property program, and now we're able to pay claims quicker. We have an ability to submit claims electronically. We have introduced a fast track component that once if there's a claimant that requests it initiates the claim online, and if it meets certain characteristics, the system will automatically approve the claim. So that works well for the regular claims, meaning for property that has not been escheated. But for property that has been escheated, we have to go through that process I just described. So by budgeting for the first time, it will allow us to make those payments immediately as soon as those claims are validated. So this will require a change and an amendment to the law, and on page 2 that language is being included. And what this will do is, so by having a budget, an amount that we can use anytime we need the payments, this language really clarifies that. But also, if there is a need to have to request more funds because we really don't know how many claims we're going to receive, it makes us go to the regular process of going to the fiscal committee and the governor council for additional funds. So moving on to the distribution to municipalities, the activity for the activity code relative to distribution to municipalities. So we have the county unit that includes the meals and rooms and tax distribution. So during the last biennium, the funding and the formula for these payments changed. And so we have an increase in those payments for this time around based on that new formula. So the payment says 30% of the gross meals and rooms tax revenue, net of the education trust fund portion, and also net of the DRA's cost to administer this program. So these amounts are including 2% revenue and expenditure growth, and those assumptions were provided by DRA, Department of Revenue Administration. These payments to municipalities, the meals and rooms tax distribution for the first time is being funded by a dedicated fund and not general funds. So also in our budget, we're including the state revenue share. This item remains on the book, so we have to include it in our budget. But the law has been suspended during the last biennium, so we included the funding under the prioritized needs column. So I will move on to the Office of Investment and Debt Management, page 689. And so again, this includes activity for the new office and the expenses that we project that we're going to incur in this accounting unit. But also as part of the housekeeping that we did, we're including debt service in this new accounting or activities code. And so on page 690, we have the debt service that is paid with general funds. And for this, so debt service has been decreasing over time, has been decreasing, and we have there's a large variance or a decrease and between the fiscal year 23 adjusted authorized and the upcoming biennium. And the reason for that is we had refunding in fiscal year 21, and we achieved significant savings then. And those savings were applied in fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22. And so with that, our debt structure also changed. The other reason for the change is we also been, because capital spending has decreased, we've also been borrowing less. So with that, our projections on the prior biennium were higher than really what we ended up borrowing and issuing for bonds. So for new so that's for existing debt. For new debt, for new bonds, we are projecting that we're using the assumption that they will issue about 60 million in general obligation bonds that will be paid with general funds, and another 10 million to fund the projects of the University System of New Hampshire. So the reality of issuing bonds is the cost of borrowing is going to increase. So it is, when we put these assumptions together, I actually changed my assumptions a couple of times, but I went back to the initial what we prepare in the summer, and we feel comfortable these numbers are going to be good numbers for debt service. What's going to happen in the future is unclear, whether we have to, obviously we're going to pay higher borrowing cost. But one of the factors, again, what I just mentioned is because of the spending, and we issue bonds based on spending, perhaps we're not going to see a large increase in our debt service. Another item that I just want to highlight that is beginning with fiscal year 22, a portion of the debt service is going to be paid with a dedicated fund. That this is for the project. This is for the REMS project, for the Department of Revenue Administration. And again, for fiscal year 22, beginning with fiscal year 22, that principal and interest of those bonds that were initially issued with general funds are not going to be repaid with the dedicated fund that was created for that purpose. So that's the Revenue Information Management System account pursuant to 21J. And so our budget also includes the debt service for school building aid and the debt service for the community college system in New Hampshire. The community college pays their debt service, and the school building aid debt service is funded from the meals and rooms tax. So the next one is the abandoned property division. Again, no significant changes in this budget except for the additional costs required to transition to be DOIT supported. And we also, our plan is to abolish the IT position that is currently sitting in this accounting unit. With regard to the College Savings Commission, we did a little bit of a cleanup, like just renaming that activity code. And this activity code for the college savings is the work related to the College Tuition Savings Plan Advisory Commission. They oversee two different programs, the Unique Scholarship Programs and the Governor Scholarship Program. The Unique Scholarship Program is, we use this accounting unit to make those payments for the scholarships related to this program, and the funding comes from the New Hampshire Excellence in Higher Education Endowment Trust Fund. For the Governor Scholarship Program, we are including the cost of this program and the prioritized needs because during the last biennium, there was no funding in the operating budget. However, House Bill 2 authorized $6 million for a $6 million appropriation for fiscal year 21. And but the commission, as part of when they approved these budgets, they decided to request additional $3 million for each fiscal year, the same way they did it during the last biennium. And I just want to mention that we do have a full-time position in this accounting unit. So we also have the payments for the Van Thompson Trust Fund. Those are quarterly payments that we send to the university system. We have also have the funding for the LCHIP program and the Community Development Finance Authority. Those are pass-through grants housed in our budget. And just quickly, I'll touch on the unrestricted revenue. We also prepare unrestricted revenue, the abandoned property escheatment revenue, and so that estimate is based on a 10-year average, and we included 19 million fiscal year 24 and 22 million fiscal year 25. And the last item I have is the interest on surplus. So we did not include anything in this line, and similar to prior years, we did not budget anything in the agency budget. The interest on surplus has been relatively small the last couple of years due to the interest rate environment. That's clearly changing, and we are expecting good earnings in this current fiscal year and the coming biennium. So we can work on preparing an estimate that could be included in the governor's budget. So that should be, right now, we're in a better position to provide that estimate that we did in the summer. So that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. One question from me, and that is, in our debt, do we have, or what percentage, if any, do we have that are variable rate component or synthetic products like interest rate swaps?
We do not have any of that. We don't have variable rates. We've been issuing debt with a fixed rate. We pay interest. We typically offer a 5% coupon, and that has produced a large premium over the last few years. So with the interest rates changing, we anticipate close to no premium in the coming biennium. So those are the things that we need to see how they change. But thinking about so we're going back to a situation we had prior to 2008 with the borrowing costs were higher. So, but we do not have any variable rate. We do not have variable rate.
That's a great answer. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
If I understand the way we do debt, and I don't, so let me see if this is right. We pass a capital budget. Agencies are authorized to spend theoretically that money. That money is typically spent over the course of the next 2 to 4 years. You don't issue debt that corresponds to that project. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, we build a building for $10 million, not a very big one. You issue debt when the project is closed?
We issue debt based on spending because of the arbitrage rules that we have to follow, and we have to make sure that we don't keep the proceeds for too long. And so what we do is typically we borrow based on, we're about to issue bonds in March. So we look at the spending for the fiscal year and we see how much has been spent. And then we try to project for the rest of the, what we may see for spending and over the next 6 to 8 months or 9 months. So, and that's what we issue. And so, just to give an example, in fiscal year 21, we issued a very small amount of new money bonds. It was about 39 million. And in fiscal year, and that's all of it, including self-funded debt. And in fiscal year 22, we issued a total about 59 million. And again, total that includes self-funded. So about 70% of that is general pay with general funds. And that's really how we borrow. That's based on our borrow. That's how we borrow.
So if we, I guess what I'm getting at is, so you would look at, total capital spending on a company, 30. Thank you. But theoretically, for example, we pass $125 million, whatever it was, capital budget, and there's a slowdown on it during COVID. It's not canceled. It's just every project is put on hold. Mm-hmm. And so in normal times, as if any time is normal, the spending just kind of rolls, right? And it's there's a little bit of like this, up and down. But with COVID, there's a whole bunch of authorized expenditures out there that haven't been spent, so they haven't been borrowed.
That's correct.
So in theory, on some level, there's a lag in debt service. And, let's say for the sake of argument that this year we decided not to have a capital budget. This is not something I'm suggesting. But
I didn't write it down.
thank you, I appreciate that. But let's say we skip a biennium where, we did 125, 125, 0. We wouldn't see the effect of the 0 for a couple of years probably.
That's correct. So there is a lag. So in normal times, we will be probably more consistent. We just borrow because the spending is occurring. So we just keep borrowing, and it's a pretty good, it's just organic. It works really well. It is this very unusual times that we're living that we're seeing we're seeing the impact. So if I recall correctly, during the COVID times, the capital expenditures. It was this request to not spend, including capital expenditures. So that even though the budget was authorized for 120 million, 130 million for the biennium, the spending did not occur. So that's when things started. And then with the problems now with inflation and workforce, so now that spending is not happening. So yes, so right now there is about 300 million in authorized and unissued bonds.
Oh, okay. And that's I can see that number in the bond statement every.
It should be there, but it will also be in the ACFR.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Of course it would. So the only other question I have is our total general obligation debt as a state peaked in what, 6, 7, 8 years ago? We've been in decline for a while.
We have been, yes.
Does it 8 years sound right?
I will have to look at my chart, but probably, yes. So it's been trending down for some time now. And, in total too, just because Turnpike is not issuing anything, they just refunded some bonds, so they don't have plans to issue any new debt. Again, the general fund has a specific trend because of what we just discussed. And again, in general, it's just trending down.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
This is smaller in dollars in comparison to some of the discussion, but I was just looking at your comment about the RIMS project, and I believe that the way that the statute had read was that there's the funding is coming from sort of savings from the RIMS project, and I feel like there's a cap. Maybe 3 million. I don't remember if that's annually or over its life, but once if there are no savings, does the general fund sort of pay that debt service?
The capital budget says that it needs to be paid with that dedicated fund. So I think the language in the dedicated fund talks about that cap, the 4 million.
Okay.
But the capital budget is very specific that beginning with fiscal year 22, that those bonds need to be paid from that dedicated account.
So there isn't language currently that for that funding to come from elsewhere. So that's very specific to that RIMS project.
Very specific in the capital budget. And so for our purposes, so before it was general funded, now we need to really remove it from that bucket and put it in that self-funded bucket.
Okay. And then this is more just a different question, is on the scholarship fund, and you said it was House Bill 2 that was passed that included 6 million, I guess, retro to 21, and then that's been sort of carrying over. Do you know what the balance is in that right now?
We have about 10 million in that balance, but it's also because of the way the scholarships, and this is the government scholarship program. So this is because of the way how that program works. It issues grants. The schools issue grants each year, but they have 4 years to spend the money. And so this program started in 2018, and so we have a large available balance because of that reason.
Okay. I don't have the numbers in front of me. What was your prioritized needs request?
3 million for each fiscal year for that program.
Okay.
And that's what was requested in the past.
Okay.
And so with all of that, if we don't include, excluding the revenue sharing, we were way under that general fund target.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Land and Community Heritage Investment Program, LCHIP, is up next for your testimony, please.
Good
morning.
morning. Thanks for, I feel a little bit like a palate cleanser. We're a nice, small little program. We use no general funds, but I am very happy to be here to speak with you today. My name is Paula Belmore. I'm the Executive Director of the Land and Community Heritage Investment Program, known to locals as LCHIP. We are an independent state authority that was created in 2000 and charged with ensuring that the state's most important natural, cultural, and historic resources forever contribute to our economy and quality of life. When LCHIP was first conceived and designed, it was considered to operate in the New Hampshire way, meaning we are community-based, we are a voluntary initiative, and we support public-private partnerships. We do this by awarding matching grants to communities or nonprofit organizations who are seeking to advance their local projects in land conservation and historic rehabilitation. The grants we provide help these groups protect forests and farms, wildlife, and water. They help reintegrate historic buildings into community life. They help preserve covered bridges and iconic view sheds. And they help to protect clean, safe drinking water. LCHIP has supported projects in 195 communities across the state, and we're working hard to hit every single one. We're almost there. We've invested $58 million since 2001, protecting 236,000 acres directly. 324 buildings have been rehabilitated. And as I said, 195 towns, so it's roughly 350 community groups have benefited from an LCHIP grant. For the purposes of today's meeting, out of respect for your time, I could go on and tell you all about different projects, but I will focus mostly on our budget request. LCHIP's funding for grants is generated by a $25 surcharge that is assessed at the county registries of deeds when documents are recorded. Of the $25 surcharge, $1 is retained by the county and the other $24 is deposited into an account held and maintained by the Department of Treasury. I am enormously proud that nearly 96% of the funding that is generated by that surcharge goes directly back to communities in the form of grants or is invested in our community conservation endowment, which supports annual monitoring right now of close to 400 properties that received LCHIP funding in the past. The small remainder is allocated to program administration. LCHIP is an impressively lean and efficient machine. That's something I'm very, very proud of. We have only 4 full-time employees and 2 seasonal part-time employees. In order to maintain that low staffing level in fiscal year 22, we did something I think you're hearing a lot about in these hearings, which is we launched a new grant management system, which allows online processing of applications, evaluation, and management of funded projects. This has been received with rave reviews, but more importantly, has dramatically increased staff productivity, eliminating the need for us to add a position we thought we were going to need to add in the next fiscal year. We're hopeful as we move out of the implementation phase with this project that only will continue. So to summarize, if I have one takeaway I'd like you to have from my presentation, it is that each investment LCHIP makes in a town or community group supports local jobs, enhances the local tax base, promotes tourism, preserves traditional craftsmanship and helps those jobs to maintain, and improves the quality of life for the folks who live and visit here, all without the use of general funds. For that reason, we are requesting the LCHIP appropriation be set at $5 million as it has for the past 2 biennia. And I thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions about the program.
Okay, thank you. I want to commend you for the job you do. And I grew up in Massachusetts, but every 2 weeks of every August would go up to New Hampshire for vacation with the family. And I think it's, for lack of a better words, really cool that I can now take my son and give him the same experience I had as a kid, because that's not true for many parts of this country. So thank you. My only question really is, what challenges do you face? Is it is it the need for development or maybe in your own words, what are your challenges?
As a program, the biggest challenge we face is one that many resource agencies face, which is that we, on behalf of the state, do take a protective interest in properties that we fund, which means we have an ongoing and often perpetual obligation to oversee those. Annual monitoring and enforcement of conservation or preservation restrictions is complicated and it can be expensive. So that's what I'm looking at in the next 5 years is the biggest challenge LCHIP will face. And we're working with DOJ, with CORD, with the Conservation Land Stewardship Program and Division of Historical Resources to find a way to very effectively, but also efficiently and consistently implement those types of restrictions across not just LCHIP, but the other agencies that are also doing similar work, like DES or DNCR, Fish and Game. So I would say that is our number one challenge. In terms of our grant recipients, they are extremely challenged by staffing. It is difficult to find the people to run the projects. So towns are working with volunteers. A lot of the community groups we work with are all volunteers. So we're finding we need to offer more technical assistance. These can be very complicated real estate transactions or, rehabilitating the Colonial Theater in Laconia, for example. Some of these projects are quite complicated. And so the professional capacity issues can be challenging.
Thank you.
My only question is about the $5 million appropriation, and that's based on how many deeds we expect to be filed.
Right, or deeds, plans, mortgage surcharges.
And yeah, I remember. If they don't come in,
Right.
does the general fund make up the difference or do you get less?
So from a technical perspective, I can't answer that. What I
Okay.
can tell you is we have never exceeded. We only award the funds based on receipts that come in.
And so we typically, we don't give you more than comes in.
Right. And
Okay.
if you go way back to when the surcharge was first created in 2009, CHIP was awarding funds in December. There was some forecasting of future revenue, so we were awarding a little ahead. As the market grew, we're tied to a number of transactions. So as the market grew over the past few years, we cut that amount that we had already awarded that hadn't returned. So now we've gotten ourselves to zero. So now, because we're in a falling market, we certainly don't want to be borrowing from the future. Right, so now we're at zero. So now we award cash in hand.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. The Community Development Finance Authority, I would invite representatives from them to come up and give their testimony. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Katie Easterly Marte, and I'm with the Community Development Finance Authority. CDFA, somewhat similar to LCHIP, is a unique entity. We work in partnership with state and federal initiatives to strengthen New Hampshire's communities through the distribution of resources to municipalities, nonprofits, and businesses. I'm here to request continued match funding from the state of New Hampshire. The request of $260,000 in state fiscal year 2024 and $280,000 in state fiscal year 2025. This represents the federal match requirement of state funds towards program administration of New Hampshire's annual allocation of the federal block grant resources, which is the Community Development Block Grant. CDBG is critical to the state economic development strategies, including the Department of Business and Economic Affairs, Economic Recovery and Expansion Strategy, and the Council on Housing Stability's 3-year strategic plan. CDBG investments focus on 4 significant areas that impact businesses and people. That includes housing, childcare, support for small businesses, and local infrastructure. We are focused on administering a program that creates the greatest possible community-driven impacts and adapts to the needs of New Hampshire's communities. Between January 1st, 2020 and June 30th, 2022, New Hampshire's CDBG program assisted nearly 15,500 people through public services, public facility improvements, created or retained 76 jobs, rehabilitated or preserved 605 housing units, and provided technical assistance to nearly 900 small businesses. I'd love to provide just a couple of examples of how that touches down in communities. public service funds were provided to the Sunshine Soup Kitchen. They were awarded $60,000, and that was during the pandemic, particularly because they lost the volunteers that were so critical for their food distribution. They, to date, with these funds, have served 9,811 seniors, adults, and children, 812 meals. They've also given out blizzard bags and breakfast bags, which are essential to people in storms and other disasters. They said to us recently that receiving this grant helped their organization get through the last 2 years and keep their doors open, allowing them to really adapt their programs and continue to serve people in their community. You'll also see in the materials that I handed an example, which is the 100-night shelter in Keene. This shelter previously had a very inadequate number of transitional and evening housing units. So it's both emergency shelter as well as transitional housing. They needed to rebuild their facility because it was not safe, and CDBG funds were invested to help with that rebuilding. In addition, you'll see Midstate Health. Midstate Health Center had previously had a childcare center which helped them to retain employees and also provide really necessary community-based childcare to people that they serve. They served about 16 families in their childcare facility, which was in the basement of a church. The church needed that space, and so they came to the block grant program to provide the grant funding that allowed them to leverage other resources and build a 60-student childcare center that's in a former Sears building in Plymouth. This not only allows them to retain employees, but has also provided a much greater need to families across the region. And then finally, the business technical assistance. So those nearly 700 businesses that were served over the last year, when they come for business technical assistance, which is supported by the CDBG program, they have to be low income. So the business owner themselves has to have very low income. After 3 years of assistance, which is the maximum amount available, we did a survey, and nearly 95% of those businesses that were receiving that technical assistance were no longer low income. So they had, with this technical assistance, actually grown the wages that they could receive from their business and been able to, in many cases, employ others in their community. So we really see that these investments over the last 20 years help communities. CDFA provides this administration an exceptionally cost-efficient system for the state of New Hampshire. All eligible New Hampshire municipalities and counties have the opportunity to access a total of $1.5 million annually. They can use those resources to support affordable housing, public facility improvements, and economic development projects. In addition, there's emergency resources and planning resources to help communities to meet those needs. The projects that are awarded are community-driven. They're driven by local leaders and community members that say they're necessary in their municipality. We administer a competitive grant program. That's how the awards are made. Our staff conducts extensive programmatic and a financial review of each application. In addition, projects that meet all necessary criteria are voted on by an independent 11-member Community Development Advisory Committee, and finally then brought to our Board of Directors. Our Board of Directors is appointed by the governor and approved by the governor and council. Federal funds come with significant requirements. To ensure these projects are successful, CDFA's professional staff provide technical assistance and training to grantees throughout each phase of the project. We also provide assistance through implementation, both through direct technical assistance, training, and access to significant resources on our grants management system. We work closely with partners to find creative solutions and offer guidance to project development, as well as to ease the burden of compliance, protect the investment of these taxpayer funds. As you can imagine, these communities range from communities that have professional staff that help them to apply for and advance these projects, along with the project administration that's provided by CDFA funds, and then also communities that have a part-time person who's taking on many roles. They can often be the welfare director as well as putting in these community development block grant applications. And we really want to assist all communities with these resources and ensure that they're distributed across the state. It's worth noting that the CARES Act, the state of New Hampshire, was allocated an additional $14.3 million to be deployed by CDFA to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. These funds were used specifically for the prevention of the preparation for and the response to COVID-19. These additional resources, we did a few things. We developed that public service program, which the Sunshine Food Pantry was a part of. And we also made necessary public facility improvements to air quality in things like childcare facilities, community centers, food pantries, and homeless shelters. CARES Act resources were administered by CDFA, and we have expended them in a very efficient way, making us actually one of the first states in the country to meet our obligation deadline. CDFA's request is an increase from prior budget years and will enable CDFA to best meet the needs of New Hampshire's communities, meeting those increased needs for technical assistance and training, and providing leverage resources to this federal program and covering the cost of the project administration, meeting that minimum state match requirement. The requested support will ensure New Hampshire has continued access to millions of federal dollars that are meeting the needs of critical economic development projects across the state. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, uses a formula to allocate its resources. We anticipate that New Hampshire's total CDBG allocation will be nearly $21 million over the next biennium. CDFA respectfully requests the state of New Hampshire continue to provide the federally required match funding totaling $540,000 for the 2024-2025 state fiscal years. Your support ensures the continued deployment of nearly $21 million of resources. Thank you for considering our request, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Between being responsible for help providing housing and childcare, you probably don't have much else to do you? My question really goes around the federal reporting. I realize that is very burdensome, and for other agencies that have, or departments that have to do that, they've run into problems and need additional staff, and it takes long hours and overtime. Are you properly situated to be able to continue to meet the federal reporting requirements?
Yes,
as far as staff goes?
Yep, so we've made continued investment in our staff and our systems to be sure that we're sort of catching up with, staying up to the requirements. We do have some additional requirements this year, a specific HUD requirement called Section 3, which is quite unapplicable to New Hampshire, but is something we actually have to have our grantees understand, report to us, and we have to report. But we're constantly really staying on top of what will be upcoming in terms of additional reporting and ensuring that we're building that into our training and our systems and that we have staff capacity to do so.
Okay. Do you have any not unfunded, but do you have any vacant funded positions currently?
We have a planned position in our Director of Economic Development who's retiring, who we're planning to hire, and we're hiring another position, but they're both anticipated.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
The only thing I want to say is that less people think that we give $500,000. By the way, $500,000, which is matched 42-1 or something like that, which isn't bad. But lest anybody think we just pass it out and hope for the best from you and CDBG, I would just note for people watching at home, your board is appointed by the Governor and Council.
Indeed.
And the advisory committee, I think, has at least a handful of state officials or gubernatorial appointees on it, so that there's a lot of oversight.
Yeah, it has both municipal and state officials, and they are all also appointed by the Governor and Council. Thank you for that question. And we also provided today, and is available on our website, an annual report, which specifically speaks to each of the investments that are made each year with the CDBG funds and other resources. Each of the CDBG allocations, the recommendations actually from the CDAC and then the board of directors also have to go to the Governor and Council for approval. So there, to your question, there's significant oversight to these resources. So we want to ensure that they can be widely accessed by communities who really need them, and then that we really are meeting those obligations on the federal side, and there is a great level of input and oversight to the funding.
I have a vague recollection, and it's vague. So at one point, CDFA employees were state employees, then they transitioned, and so there were probably people a little bit like at Pease who were in a transition period, you don't have anybody left like that, do you?
We do. So our longest tenured employee, 17 years with the organization, is retiring in the next number of years. That's the position that we are recruiting for currently, because we'll have a nice training overlap there. He's the last person that was previously a state employee.
Oh, so we're almost there.
Yeah.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your testimony. Department of Information Technology. We invite you to come up and give your testimony. Oh, it is still morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dennis Goulet. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Information Technology, also known as DOIT. Joining me today is Ken Dunn, Deputy Commissioner of DOIT, Rose Curry, Director of Finance, and Megan Weber, Business Administrator in our Finance Bureau. The Department of Information Technology in New Hampshire is a centralized organization that's responsible for the IT function of the executive branch of government in New Hampshire. We're somewhat unique in the country and in the states and territories in that we've been centralized, fully centralized for over a decade. My peers around the country, many of them are still focused on that centralization effort in their states and their territories, so it's a real advantage for New Hampshire for us to be in this position. Our responsibilities are outlined in RSA 21R. This budget is a collaborative effort between the folks in DOIT, both in our centralized organization as well as in the agencies, as well as agency personnel, and of course the governor's budget director giving advice along the way. I'm going to go through. You've got a pretty lengthy presentation here. Don't worry, I'm not going to take you through every detail here. But we thought we have a reasonably complex budget. We thought it important to supply this amount of transparency. So for your analysis, moving to page 2, we feel it's important to have a strategic plan. The strategic themes in our plan are there in that graphic, all of them are very important. All of those themes are important. We don't weigh one more importantly than the other. But recently, the effective resource management category has really risen to the top for us in that, with the challenges we're seeing on the workforce side, using technology to make the folks that we can recruit and retain more effective is really important. So a lot of focus. And you'll see that reflected in our APNs today. Moving on to page 3, in the major program change space. Without going through those first 3 paragraphs, the net of that there is expectations for us to improve productivity and access to data that came about during COVID have not diminished, they've increased. And so we're focused on delivering what's expected of us in that area. Moving on to cybersecurity. Criminals and foreign actors continue to increase their capabilities. That puts us in a position of adapting almost on a weekly basis to new things that we're learning in the market, and that has implications on the budget, which we continue to adapt to. Moving on to page 4, there's a lot of detail in the cyberspace, but what I want you to know is that we're focused on external independent evaluation of our capabilities so that we don't miss things, and continually adapting. Why is that so important? That over the past 5 years or so, the cyber threat landscape has transition from a theoretical threat, to existential threats. So with the advent of ransomware, where you've seen organizations completely taken out of business, and you've seen the impact of disinformation on the operation of government, both in the state and the federal level. So that focus is really important for us. Moving on to page 5. Again, I will emphasize that the operating budget was established collaboratively. We try to communicate as much as possible with agencies. We're not perfect at it, and sometimes we have misses, and I'm sure we'll be talking to the governor's budget director about, those areas where we have to work on as we go forward. But it is our intent to be fully transparent to you and to the agencies as we develop the process. Moving to the bottom half of page 5, these what I call cost drivers are really important. I'm going to go through each one really quickly. Agencies are increasing their technology density. They were before COVID. It's accelerated, and you see that reflected in the APNs. These resource needs in the second major bullet are increasing for a couple of reasons. One is there's new skills required to implement a lot of these new technologies, and additionally, the types of skills are ones that we're less effective at of recruiting into state government because the wage inflation in those spaces has accelerated faster than the overall IT wage inflation in the general market. There's always some shift from one-time expense to operating expense. You'll see that reflected in the APNs. The hardware and software vendors are now shifting away from the old school capital-intensive way of funding projects to a more operating expensive intensive. That's good for them in the sense that they're able to be predictable on the financials as a company. It's good for us in the long run because it makes us more transparent, i.e. we're reflecting what the actual spend is on an annual basis versus not. But there's an adjustment period during that, and we're in that adjustment period. So you see, instead of seeing the big capital expense bump and then a relatively low operating expense, you might see a higher operating expense for some of these items over time. We're seeing pretty large inflation in the technology space for acquisition, and life cycle of products is shortening. Going back to the cybersecurity threats, the fact that the threat landscape is changing more quickly, our vendors have to change more quickly to protect data, and that is driving shortened life cycles. Page 6. The very top of the page, we look at additional prioritized needs in 3 different areas. The first is what we call the one-time funding that is now generating operating expense, and in the future we'll probably add ARPA funding to that, although we're trying to be really careful not to do too much ARPA funding that's going to generate long-term operating expense after the period of the grant. The second type is structural or changes, and we're seeing a lot of those because the inflation's driving contracts up. And then in the third category, those are the initiatives that are truly new, that they didn't have any previous impact on budgets. Our accounting units are reflected in that table. I'm going to go through them quickly. There's more detail in the presentation that we'll get to. The first one is a bunch of different accounting units that represent our direct agency budget. That's for things that are agency specific. So an agency's direct budget is stuff for just them and them only. Central IT services is for stuff that's shared across the executive branch, and those costs are allocated out to the agencies based on a formula. Now, usually the formula is aligned to something that we think is common sense, like usage. If it's an application, it's usage of that application by agencies. One example is licensing, where OPLC has the lion's share of the licensing. So for that shared application they are actually billed the lion's share of the cost for that application. IT salaries and benefits. This is actually the staff, the state workers who support executive branch agencies. Roughly half of them are dedicated directly to an agency and actually in most cases sit inside that agency. And then the other half is shared resources, like myself and the folks here today. Our costs, the shared costs, are allocated via a formula for that as well. And then finally, statewide telecommunications, which is a dedicated fund, a non-lapsing fund, which does telecommunications functions for the executive branch. Without going into too much detail, it's really around connectivity of all of our remote sites. We have over 400 remote sites that we connect to what I call the mothership, which is the central data center in Concord, and additionally for the phones that might be on your desk. That fund is designed around the premise of keeping a flat expense rate year over year and accumulating enough to not go back to the agencies during, every fifth or sixth year when we have to buy stuff. So we overcollect just enough to make sure that we're buying that centralized equipment that we need, so that we're not, having a bumpy expense curve is what I call it. So when you look at the totals there, you can see that there's a very significant amount of additional prioritized needs relative compared to previous budgets, and we'll take you through those details as we go. Let's move on to page 7 if we could. Without going into any detail here, the main point of this is you can see the breakdowns by class line. There's no drama there at all. It's pretty straightforward, and the efficiency targets have essentially been met. Page 8, top of the page, that table goes over additional prioritized needs by category, and it shows the percent contribution from the various categories. Fairly small on telecom. The IT salaries and benefits has an impact there. Central services relates back to that efficiency or effectiveness of employees, and we'll talk more about that. And then the agency direct is the lion's share of the additional prioritized needs. And there is a appendix that goes with this presentation. Attachment A has a full detail of all the agency additional prioritized needs it describes. So I encourage you to read every line of that. Moving down to the second table on page 8, that really details out these additional prioritized needs by class line. So you can really see where the impacts are. Software and consultants. So that's really the big item there. And again, you can see the total. Let's go on to page 9 now, and we'll start to get a little more detail on these accounting units. On the direct accounting units, as I described before, those are agency specific. You see that there's almost $18 million of additional prioritized needs there out of a total of about 24, so pretty significant contribution there. And that's stuff that the agencies themselves prioritized for consideration in the budget process. We like to do a little bit of analysis on things, and when we look at the direct budget, you can see on the second table that over 92% of the agency efficiency budget is represented by 6 agencies. So you can kind of get a sense for the impact there. And then there's a whole bunch of other agencies that are the remaining 8%. And then moving on to page 10, we can see that there are 5 agencies that are accounting for the lion's share of 90% of the agency additional prioritized needs. Moving on to page 11, we will look at central services and operations. Again, the efficiency budget hit targets, a little under actually. There were some structural things there. You would notice that in the agency budget, it was the efficiency looked a little higher. This one looks a little lower because we actually moved some money from one category to the other. So the net was really, there's no impact. That's why we're stating, even though you might have seen in the agency direct, it's a little high. In the shared services, a little low from agency efficiency perspective. But really, if you net that out, it's right there, and you can see that in the total. So the agency additional prioritized needs, again, are significant relative to the efficiency requests, and we'll talk a little bit more about those on page 12. I want to call attention to the first 4 items on there. There's quite a few items, as you can see. The first 4 really focused on the areas I was talking about earlier, which is what we found is the implementation of new software during COVID and now on an ongoing basis has really had an impact on effectiveness of existing employees that we're able to recruit and retain. And there's the fact that agencies are seeing this has created a real strong desire to keep going on that, to continue to invest in that space. So I would look at those investments as investments in continuing to help the existing employees in the executive branch more effective in their jobs as we go forward. The others, there's a whole bunch of detail there. I could go through each one of them, but I'm not going to because I know I'm between you and lunch. But if anybody has any questions, after we terminate the presentation, I'd be happy to answer details on any one of those. I actually have a pretty good idea of what they all are. Moving on to page 13, salaries and benefits. Again, pretty straightforward. There's some notable additional prioritized needs there, which I'm going to take you through, but I want to call attention to the bottom, proposed House Bill 2 language. In 21R today, my 4 appointed directors are kind of generic in there, and so we're addressing that by, we are requesting that we specifically name those functions. It puts, having them generic gives us more flexibility, but having them named is easier to administer because if we're asking to nominate somebody, for example, the administrative services and the executive council and anybody can kind of see where that's pointed. So we'll basically, should we change the name or function of these divisions in the future, we would have to come back on a biennial budget cycle and change them, or even on an annual legislative cycle through proposed legislation. Moving on to page 14, talking about what drove the additional prioritized needs related to salaries and benefits. And there's a few areas there I'll go through really quickly. There's 2 what I'd call strategic 7D positions. That is what I'm calling the Chief Privacy Officer function. Kind of a big deal for New Hampshire. What we're seeing is at this date, I believe there are 7 states that have chief privacy officers. It's a growing number, and the reason is privacy is becoming an issue internationally and nationally, as well as in the state of New Hampshire, and we don't have a function that manages that in a coordinated way. So when something comes up, for example, from a cybersecurity perspective, whether it's in the legislature or an inquiry, we have a function, we have a strategic plan, we have policies, all of that in place that people can look at, and they can evaluate whether it's good or not. We don't have that for New Hampshire, so it's always a question when we're talking about privacy, whether it's in legislation, proposed legislation, or whether it's in inquiry. So I think it's important for New Hampshire to do this now. It's in as a shared proposal here, in shared budget, but from a purity perspective, I would prefer that it show up as a general funded, non-aligned, i.e. not paid for by agencies, because what we would want to do is, should these 2 positions get funded, we would also want companion legislation that gets added into 21R that establishes the duties and authority of the Chief Privacy Officer function. Looking at some of these other, I'll just jump to liquor. Those are 2 7Ds that liquor asked for to help out with their new finance and point of sale system. And there's a number of others. You heard Monica talk about the Treasury part-time, safety, revenue. Both have some requirements there that they want, and the detail is in the additional prioritized needs list. And HHS is kind of self-explanatory. The ones on the bottom, the 3 positions on the bottom, were really focused on, there's a LBA audit finding that was around the kind of the fairness of the IT lead function or the distribution of IT leads. We've been slowly biennium after biennium, trying to chip away at that to make, the allocation of resources more fair and equitable across the way. If we'd have tried to fix it all at once, it would have been too big of an impact. So we're asking for consideration on that. And then finally, at the bottom of this page, we have House Bill 2 language. This language is in this biennium. It's really helpful for our effectiveness because what it says is we can't overexpend our appropriation, obviously, but what we could do is of those, I believe it's 7 unfunded positions, say somebody leaves and we see an unfunded position that's more appropriate for what the challenges are of the state at that time. We could fund that one and unfund the other one and not, as long as we don't go over the appropriation. We're not likely to go over the appropriation given the vacancy rate we're running, so it's not a challenge there. And I think we're at, was it 12.7 right now, I think, percent? Yeah, so we were relatively low compared to some, but still higher than historical for us. So moving on to page 15, this is just, I'm not going to say anything other than these are adjustments that were requested since we've initially submitted the budget. Page 16 is an org chart where you can see how the proposed authorized positions would be distributed in our organization. And you can see the bottom, we didn't want to be presumptuous, so the bottom boxes are the appointed individuals that we mentioned earlier, but we're keeping the old names that they currently have now, and then we would change the org chart if the House Bill 2 language were to be signed into law. And then finally on page 17, statewide telecommunications. Again, this is primarily we overcollect to fund the purchase of core network equipment every 5 to 6 years. We overcollect a little bit to fund the staff that supports those 400 plus remote locations, connectivity back to the mothership, and other network functions inside the state. And the last time we went before the Joint Committee for Dedicated Funds, we were able to show that we were almost exactly collecting what we needed to keep that running. So we're doing I think we're doing a decent job of not over collecting, which is always a concern with a dedicated fund. That concludes my formal testimony, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you very much. I know recruiting new employees has been difficult. I don't know if you have it off the top of your head what your vacancy rate is.
12.7% right now.
Okay. How difficult has it been to find consultants?
Consultants or state employees?
Consultants.
Consultants. Well, when we talk about wage inflation,
given an unlimited budget, it's probably easy, but given the constraints you have.
Yeah. So consultants, well, it's really an interesting phenomenon because all entities in the country are having trouble recruiting technical talent. So all states, all private sector are competing for the same set of consulting resources. So what has that done? It's driven the cost up very significantly. It's also driven the availability down of certain particularly high demand resources, most particularly cybersecurity and some of the major platforms that are expanding quickly around the world, like Salesforce.com and Microsoft Dynamics 365. And we have both those platforms in our state.
Okay. Most change with state government moves sort of at glacial speeds. I mean, change does not come quickly to state government. I think that really changed dramatically with the COVID pandemic. And now we don't do business the way we used to. I think from a budgetary standpoint, what I would hope would be that was a blip, that we had expenses coming in for a few years, and now we could go more to the old baseline. That doesn't seem to be the case. It seems that the current, for a variety of reasons, including people liking working at home for both recruiting of employees and other reasons, that's the case. Do you agree with that we're now at a new baseline? And do you have a sort of a back of the envelope projection as what COVID cost us? Because most people think working from home is a cost saving measure. And that's true for many areas, but not IT, because you have to provide not only the laptops, but the cameras, the microphones, the security to secure all those. And that seems to be like that's going forward.
Well, yeah, really good question. So the impacts of the telework, or I call the diaspora of out of state offices, and then back into it to a great extent. That's reflected in the budget we're now in. So you don't see any of that in the, that's sitting in the efficiency budget now for this efficiency budget. What you're seeing, I believe, is this, a couple of things. One, from an agency perspective, there's a lot of pretty old applications out there that need to be modernized, and so that's driving things. And then there's that need to get things done with fewer employees. And so you're seeing that both in this budget as well as some of the requests, the ARPA requests that have been funded in the state that we're operationalizing now. So I think the big thing really is the impacts we're seeing from a large perspective are the impacts of that shifting to an operating expense model from a capital model for just about everything we buy, and also the huge demand for technology to help survive the fact that every agency has fewer people, but the job they need to get done is the same job from a citizen service perspective.
And just one last question from me is through the sweep program and given the lack of resources we have on the employee side, not being able to recruit sufficient number of employees, it's often thought that technology can help supplement that. How do you think New Hampshire does as far as utilizing technology to supplement the lack of workforce that we currently are experiencing, and what can we do better to make sure that happens?
Well, it really varies by agency, and it goes to, I think it goes largely to agency culture and their ability to understand what I call the business value of IT, because technology is not worth anything unless you understand how to leverage it for business value. So, and I'm seeing, overall, I've been here, I'm thinking around 7.5 years, I've seen a huge improvement overall in every agency. There's always room to improve, and I think what we continue to do is keep working on our agency. We talked about our overall strategic plan. We have agency information technology plans, which are really the agency strategic plans. Those should align with their business values, and then we should focus on it and on proper execution. So there's some really good examples of projects where that was done over the past 3 to 5 years, and that have generated those efficiencies and that effectiveness that we've needed, and one of them is right there. It's reflected in this efficiency budget, which is the move over to the Microsoft 365 platform, which created some pretty large effectiveness increases. We're continuing to look at that, and that's where the lion's share of the APNs are for DOIT. The non-personnel based APNs are to continue that. So I'd say we're getting better, but we've still got a ways to go. And one of our focuses has been lately is to look at, and I think the SWEEP project did a great job of helping people think of that, is, can you legitimately improve productivity or even, in some cases survive, right? And we were looking at a couple of those. They were about, okay, how can we keep this running and using technology? And I think the governor made some smart decisions on what got funded there. So and now we're focused on operationalizing all of those with the same staff we had before those were approved. So a little challenge there, but we'll make it happen.
Hey.
Hi.
I have a couple of, I want to play off of that, and from a technology standpoint, it seems to me the biggest thing is that in your 5-year replacement plan for laptops, let's say, or for desktops, for PCs, you buy laptops instead of desktops. And that seems to me like that's 90% of the 90% of the cost of telework, right? Is just making sure everybody's got a laptop. And I say that as an agency where we didn't have a lot of laptops, and which kind of hurt us during COVID a little bit. I'm like, can I take a monitor home? Yes, you can during COVID. And then people are now like, how come I can't take our monitor home? I'm like, it's not a state of emergency anymore. That's not how we're doing things anymore. You can take a laptop home. So some of that. There are efficiency gains and losses, I think, maybe. And I wonder if you could talk about this. From this couple standpoints, right? And let me use 2 points of reference. One is this hearing. So I'm old enough to remember when these were kind of a big deal. Like people actually came to these hearings. And I look around the room and there's like, there's perhaps one reporter and one lobbyist in the room. I'm not singling anybody out. There you go. And the governor talked at the opening session, and back in the day, this room wouldn't fit. This would be a ridiculous room to have this hearing in, because there'd be 80, 90 people filling the room. And, and I'm remembering like when there were two, right, the outgoing governor and the incoming governor, which is always a little bit different too. But nowadays, I ran into somebody who I thought was showing up to listen to me give my presentation, which annoyed me. And I'm like, what, you're only coming for mine? He goes, no, I'm not even coming for yours. I'm grabbing a handout and I'm watching the whole thing online. And I get occasional texts from somebody who said, did he just say, and that kind of thing. And so I think that's probably a productivity gain where I don't have to go find parking and get to the State House and figure out how to get there. I can just tune into like, oh, I'm going to listen to DOIT because I'm really interested in that. And I'm going to not pay any attention to, DAS, let's say. And then the Teams phenomenon. And you may know this about me, that I detest more than life itself, Teams meetings. And like I don't respond to Teams chat because I don't think that's a real communication. And I try not to have Teams meetings because you're not listening to me when I'm talking to you on Teams. I can tell that you're completely distracted by the puppy.
Are you looking at me when you say that?
I'm not. But on the other hand, for some people, they're very efficient, right? People who are less Luddite, let's say, than I am, and so those meetings are both kind of okay, except nobody feels any. If I accepted every meeting invite, I'd be booked for 72 hours a week. And because they're like, well, it's just a Teams meeting. I'm going to invite him. And you don't know what to do anymore. Whereas if I was going to make you drive across town, I'd be like, well, don't know if we really need to have a meeting. So how do you balance
So I think
efficiency?
Well, I'll start with I'll start like kind of in the weeds and work my way out on layers of abstraction on that. But, when you talk about your laptop versus desktop thing, it's really interesting because, I think this would be probably more impactful for non-classified employees. But I was surprised many, many years ago in the private sector when, most of the companies I worked for, we didn't buy desktops. There was this transition in the private sector to laptops. And the reason they did that is because they figured out you're going to get a lot more work out of people by virtue of that, because there's so many different places where they're able to do work. And this thing comes with me everywhere. And I do work everywhere just about. And so there's that. But, there is a cost thing. And again, it's about, who are the people? What's the job function? Is it conducive to having productivity actually happen in a telework context? And I think the industry is a little different too. So for DOIT, and now I'm going to go up a layer of abstraction. There's a trade-off between what you call efficiency. So if I get my all DOIT meetings on Teams, I don't have to drag people across the city and bring them into an auditorium and waste that 30 minutes on either end of doing that. That's a huge huge improvement for the state. And actually, because IT people are geeks, they like it better because they can, you know, those difficult questions you always want to ask the commissioner, but you might not dare to. Well, they actually dare to on chat sometimes when they wouldn't stand up in the middle of a crowd and do it. So I think there's an improvement there. But what I feel with telework is that there's a loss of culture potentially if you're not careful, right? Because you're not getting together with each other. You're not spending time, you know, talking at the water cooler, hopefully good things, you know, that kind of stuff. So, and I personally believe that, you know, human nature is swings, right? So we swung, particularly in the tech sector, over to, you know, all telework. And then that was the employees' expectation coming out of COVID, the state of emergency. And it's, you know, for people in the tech sector, they hold the cards right now. The employees hold the cards, so they're able to say, look, you know, I expect to be able to do a lot of telework, and that's going to be a term of employment for me as an individual. That's over time, that'll probably swing slowly back. Although, you know, my last couple of jobs, we worked wherever we were, and it didn't matter. So we never really talked about telework. It's just, I think, more in the but you can even see that the thrash, like in the private sector there, with you know, some of these large companies saying everybody needs to come back right now because I want you in the office, and what the impact of that is on turnover and things like that. So I personally think we're, you know, over time we'll swing back, and it's really important, I think, for leaders who are using technology to, you know, when we're all in the office, for example, a lot of us are in the office every day. We're still using these tools, particularly the stuff that's moving out now, which is actually going to be another quantum leap, like using having a team chat going on where, you know, a particular project is focused on that. That's super efficient. Everybody in the project knows what's going on at all times. People can comment on things. We can react more quickly to when bumps in the night occur. So balancing that against the culture and creating organizations that people want to work in and feel like they're part of, I think that's the challenge for us leaders in this space now.
Let me go into my last, and I'm aware of what time it is. Let me go to my last slide, page 14, your proposed House Bill 2 language, notwithstanding you can fill positions, unfunded positions. So historically, governors and legislatures have looked askance at this sort of a request, dramatically so. And the number of departments in which it was allowed were always 0 or 1. Or typically 1, I think. Because it's a little too much flexibility. On the other hand, we seem to be entering into a different climate where, you know, every commissioner has talked about, you know, if we get some help on wages, I might be able to hire a few more people. And the dollar figure of the kind of help they want is probably beyond what they're expecting. It's probably not going to reach their expectation. But I think there's some thought. I'm noting to myself and trying to predict the future that James keeps asking people what their vacancy rate is, and it makes me think. I don't know, but you seem to be trying to provide some certainty to policymakers that what I'm asking for is flexibility within reason, and how do we, you know, just thoughtfully balance that? I mean, I really do think that we could pitch legislators and governors on sensible ideas, presuming they felt that we were sufficiently restrained. And can you talk a little bit about how this both provides you flexibility and restraint at the same time?
Well, we're operating under this language now in this budget, so it was passed for this budget that we're running in now, and it was theoretical when we asked for it. We found it very helpful in I'd say a half a dozen maybe cases in the last year and a half, where and what's happening is we always like to look at, we're not into big reorgs. We always want to be self-adjusting. So if somebody leaves, it's not knee-jerk that we would automatically replace that position. We look at the overall needs of the organization and say, what's our highest need? And then focus on that. And this has really helped on that because I might, if somebody retires or leaves, and I look at the total picture of DOIT and our priorities, I might say, oh, we really need that kind of person more than this kind of person. We may say, let's unfund that position and let's fund this one, that's unfunded position. And then in reality, it often requires a reclass of the vacant position. And we haven't found it, oh, I'm going to use this to pay people more. That hasn't been at all what we've been doing. What we've been doing is let's hire this, I'll say, oh, a developer left and I need a business analyst or something like that. So I will not fund a developer, but I will hire a business analyst. And we're seeing that kind of thing go on. So I think it's really smart for the state to do that because we're not going to spend more money. The intent is to not spend more money. The intent is to be more effective with the money that we're appropriated and be better stewards of that money.
How do you assure policymakers that you're not going to substitute your priorities for theirs? I mean, it's within in departments on some level that gets at that a little bit, but I think in some, let's just say an agency of like 23 people versus an agency of 300 people, there sometimes lawmakers will fund certain things and not others. And
well, we involve the legislature. There's in the development of our strategic plan through the IT Council, which has representation on the IT Council, and we look at that strategic plan. That's not just a theoretical document for us. So I would say that if I don't do that, you should get rid of me. I should be a good steward. I should understand what the legislative priorities are and follow them. And I'm assuming if I have an approved and well thought of strategic plan, and that's what we're using as our guidance, then that's pretty good long-term check and balance.
so you think I should ask for this too?
Pardon me?
You think I should ask for this too?
Yes.
Thank you.
I guess now it's good afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
This is in regards to prioritized needs, and I like the buckets that you have there, the categories in terms of your 1, 2, and 3. What I'm curious on is with prioritized needs, and this is just I'll say agency direct area. I was looking at it's around 17, 18 million. Do you have any sense, and it can just be an estimate of how much of that is I'll say your priority APN 1 category, which is, capital budgets, grants, things that were more, I'll say, capital related, building infrastructure that's now become operations.
Yeah. So from an agency perspective of the total, there's 9.4 million is APN 1, 3.7 million APN 2, and 4.5 million. I'll give you this so you don't have to. And then from a DOIT APN's perspective, it's flipped. It's almost 1 million in 1, 4 million in 2, and 500,000 in 3. And overall, we're at about, when you put those all together, it averages out to like 33 and 42% for 1, and this is for each fiscal year, 32 and 31 in 2, and 35 and 26 in 3.
And the reason I ask is not that, new initiatives or expanding a little bit, of existing initiatives and goals, but not saying that they're not important, but I feel like the critical is if we spent the money already in the capital or from other funding sources to not fund the now ongoing operating seems to me definitely a higher priority than something new, even though I know the new is important. And that's what I learned to get a sense for.
Yeah, and we did that very consciously because we wanted people to understand what they were looking at. And know that, in some cases, if it's an APN, if it's an APN 2 or 1, and you say, no, I'm not going to fund that, that may have implications on ongoing operations.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy your luncheon.
Thank you.
The hearing will be in recess until 1 p.m. Good afternoon. If I could get everyone to take their seats so we can begin. I'd like to reconvene the governor's budget hearing and invite the Public Employees Labor Relations Board up to give their testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Ingersoll.
Good afternoon.
The Public Employee Relations Board.
Yeah. Yeah. Could I ask you to turn on the microphone? Says this helps with the,
So now it's red, is that on?
now it's on now. Yeah.
Want me to start over?
You're good.
So the Public Employee Labor Relations Board currently has 6 board members, 3 vacancies, all alternate positions, and they're supported by 4 full-time authorized positions, myself included. The board is an administrative tribunal charged with administering the state's public sector collective bargaining law, which touches upon public employers at the state, city, municipal, and county level. There are currently approximately 649 bargaining units, which translates to about 610 collective bargaining agreements, because a number of state bargaining units are covered by one master contract. I did provide a handout, which is a high-level overview of the various activities of the Public Employee Labor Relations Board, and I'm not going to go through each one in any detail, but if you had any questions about them, I'm happy to respond after I touch upon some of the numbers. As to the numbers, our budget requests year to year tend to be very consistent. This year, the overall request for fiscal year 24 is approximately $539,000, most of which is general funds. And in fiscal year 25, $532,000, about 89% of our budget is Class 10 personnel, Class 60 benefits, and Class 22 rents and leases. And we are in year 1 of our most recent 5-year lease in the same building that we've been in since 2012. As to the efficiency budget, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. And again, I understand these are small numbers compared to some of the things that are being discussed here the last 2 days. Our Class 22 rent is increasing by $9,700 a year, which translates over the 5-year term of the lease to about $19 a square foot. We have about 2,300 square feet of space. We have a one-time item in Class 30, $7,500 for equipment, mainly for replacing the tables we use in the hearing room, and an aging and somewhat dangerous partition we use in one of our office spaces. For transfers to other agencies, we have a new item. We are enrolled in the Human Resources Support Unit program. This is our second quarter. We've been very happy with the services they've provided and the responses that we get to our questions. So there is a new item of $3,800 per year, more or less, for each fiscal year. DOIT Class 27 increases $4,700 and $5,000 years 1 and 2. Those are figures that DOIT provides. I really can't break down those figures. So the total increases for year 1 is about $28,000, year 2 about $21,000. The more interesting part of the budget, and something that we're excited about, is in the additional prioritized needs. We've been looking on and off with DOIT at coming up with some sort of economically feasible case management system. We reviewed the options again this past spring, and we identified legal files, which has been in use at the Board of Tax and Land Appeals for probably close to 20 years. There in fiscal year 1, there is a one-time startup cost of about $11,000, and the licensing of the software in year 1 is about $6,000. In year two, the consultant fees to help maintain the system is $5,000. I'm not sure if those are additional services that DOIT will provide, or if that's outside consultants probably provided through legal files. And the licenses for year two are in that $7,000 plus or minus range. This would be a huge step forward for our board in terms of modernizing our case management systems. Currently, we rely on a cobbled together system consisting of Excel sheets, folders, using the Outlook calendars, and theoretically, I'm the only one who is familiar with all the moving parts, and that's not always true. So we do have system breakdowns. We do have concerns about data management and data loss. Based on the experience of the Board and Tax of Land Appeals and the preview of the software that we had with legal files, we feel it would be an excellent fit. And I think the costs make a lot of sense and should be included as part of our budget. A couple of additional items in the additional prioritized needs. There's an entry for cabling fiber, capital S, capital W, defined network dash ENH Hance. Year one, $7,000 only. I can't break that item down for you, but periodically DOIT does, as it does throughout the state, have to make certain upward adjustments in equipment replacement. And this is obviously a one-time cost to do that. Not clear to me if it's a cost that's required because of legal files or if it's a cost that we would incur otherwise. And then in this cycle, I think laptops are being listed as APNs. I think in the past they were included in the maintenance budget, but there is in year two, $2,000 for laptops, and software year one and year two about $1,400 in each year. So that is the quick overview and highlights, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sure, thank you. Other than technological changes or technical additions to your agency, what are the major challenges you're facing, if there are any beyond that?
Well, no challenges that are unique. I mean, the challenges are driven by the types of cases that we get filed. So obviously, as was the case in many workplaces, private and public sector throughout the state, we saw a lot of COVID-related cases come in dealing with various issues. There are cases driven by technological things. So for example, we had a case come in recently where a question has been raised about the state telework policy, and there's language, I think, in the policy that addresses the availability of that program for employees who reside out of state. So there are novel issues that come up that are driven by circumstances that none of us ever anticipated. And then there are more routine issues that come up that are generated by bargaining friction and issues, bargaining unit formation, representation of unions, things like that, without going into the detail of cases. But otherwise, I feel we're well positioned to do the job that we're charged with under the statute. I feel like we're getting the support we need from the OIT side of the state services and from the personnel side of the state services through the HRSU group.
Okay. And the laptops you're requesting, are they additional or replacement laptops, or are they new for some other purpose?
They would just be replacement, and they're typically scheduled by DOIT as part of our budget, because if it's not in there and it turns out a laptop has reached its end life, then there's a scramble. We don't have a lot of extra money that we can shift from one class to another to cover in unanticipated expenses like that. So it's not an unusual item. I'm not sure why it was entered as an APN, but that's how it was presented from DOIT. So that's how it appears in our budget.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, sorry I was late. I apologize for that. I have a good excuse, but I can't explain it in public. Kidding. How much do your board members make?
How much did they make? So our board members are paid $50 per diem.
$50 per diem. Do they write their own decisions?
Do they write?
Do they write the decisions or do you write them?
Yes.
Okay. I just, just so it doesn't seem cryptic, I'm compiling a list of how much the way the state pays adjudicative boards is enormously inconsistent. And I'm trying to find rhyme or reason in it, and there doesn't so far seem to be any.
Understood.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. We'd like to invite the Governor's Commission on Disabilities to give their testimony.
And good afternoon,
Good
Director
afternoon.
Perry, Commissioner Allinghouse, and other members of this panel. I am Chuck Sayer, the Executive Director of the Governor's Commission on Disability. And to my left is our Business Administrator, Ms. Stacy Dubia, who put all the figures together for this honorable panel today. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity. We do have handouts and which really go over at a very high level what we refer to as what the GCD does on a regular basis, on a daily basis. So when we look at the Governor's Commission on Disability, there is one driving federal law that we adhere to, which is embedded within our mission. That's the Americans with Disabilities Act. At a very high level, an instrumental piece of federal legislation which ensures that individuals with disabilities cannot be discriminated against because of their disability. The office itself, the agency is located at 54 Regional Drive. We're subtenants of the Division of Personnel. So we were originally a couple of years ago over at the Philbrook building when Philbrook was repurposed. Commissioner Allinghouse offered us space and the rent was right and we decided to move in. And it's actually been a very, very good relationship because there is an intersection when we look at individuals with disabilities and employment and obviously the Division of Personnel, which I will talk again later as it results to the additional prioritized needs request. So again, when we look at the GCD and within the confines of the ADA, we're primarily focused on employment of individuals with disabilities and necessary accommodations that an individual may need, either obtaining employment or when they're employed. We have a position that also looks at the physical accessibility of what we refer to as the built environment. So for example, if a state agency is going to enter into a third-party lease, and that lease obviously is negotiated. In order for it to proceed before governor and council, there has to be a letter of opinion that emanates from our statutory committee known as the Architecture Barrier-Free Design Committee, which is supported by the GCD, and that's the accessibility specialist. And we also look at what's referred to as Title III issues under the ADA, which deals with private businesses that are open to the public, who again have to abide by the mandates of the ADA. Some of the other issues we deal with on a regular basis deal with housing as it pertains to individuals with disabilities, service animals, and what is a service animal, and just general information regarding the ADA. From an administrative standpoint, we have 6 full-time employees, including myself, 1 part-time employee. There is currently 1 vacancy at the GCD for our full-time employee. That is the accessibility specialist. That's been vacant since September. We expect to post that SJD soon. We had to make some changes to it, and we're working with personnel. There are 3 major organizational units at the GCD, or AUs, accounting units, 1004, 1006, and 1007. So 1004 is the Commission on Disability, which is a mixture of other funds and also general funds, the other funds being predominantly from the New Hampshire Department of Employment. Department of Education, who supports the part-time individual who is at the GCD. 1006 is 100% federal funds, and 1007 are other funds that come from the Public Utilities Commission. So if we were to focus on 1004, our efficiency budget did come in well within the target, as was requested by the governor. I believe when we built the efficiency budget, we looked at an increase of about $16,000 from the actuals of 22 and about 12,000 more in FY 25. Within there are a couple of additional prioritized needs. We are on a regular basis. What we try to do is obviously look at our operating softwares and laptops. So we've requested DOIT for the replacement of one laptop in each year of the biennium and one printer. And we typically do that, Mr. Gary, every 2 years so that we ensure that we're up to date on our needs within the IT. We're almost there. As a result of COVID, we're switching over to everyone having a laptop, and in case we need that accessibility and ability to move around. We do have that. Prior to that, we didn't. We didn't have too many laptops. We were taking the monitors and the hard drives out, and we learned our lesson, which is a good thing to learn. Other than that, if it's subject to your approval, I can go on to the additional prioritized needs request again. So we do have, there is an additional prioritized needs as it deals with DOIT as a result of the numbers that were originally given to us that we had to build into our existing budget. And there is also a request for a part-time position at the GCD. What we are looking at, Mr. Gary, is a request for what we have termed or dubbed an ADA coordinator position. A few years back, the GCD organized itself into a work group known as the Workforce Focus Group. And what we did was working very closely with personnel and working closely with other stakeholders from state government and from the community. We wanted to look at the ability of an individual with a disability to apply for a job in the state and to obtain and retain what is known in the industry or in the community as competitive integrated employment. One of the findings was, and this is not endemic to New Hampshire alone, is there are many individuals that service within HR responsibilities or HR positions. When an individual from another agency is dealing with a question as it pertains to the ADA, they may not have that background that a more robust person may have. So one of the concepts that came out of the work group was to have a position housed at the GCD, and I've been in constant communication with the Division of Personnel, perhaps enter into an agreement with DOP to work together to act as a resource for the entire state of New Hampshire when an individual is an individual with a disability is attempting to gain employment or is already employed. So again, to have those ADA resources available. A part-time position would, in the first year of the biennium, would come to $31,427, and in the second year of the biennium, it's right in there at that, right in that amount. Coupled with that is the benefits of Class 60, as well as a laptop for that individual. So that is probably, and again, thankfully, when we look at, because we came well within the target, and I'm looking over at our business supervisor, Steve McLaughlin, thankfully. And I do agree it should be in the prioritized needs request so that we can really vet this out and see how this is going to work in state government. But thankfully, if this were in the efficiency budget, we would be over, but not by that much money. We're talking, not a great amount. So with that, respectfully, I request for us to, I'm more than happy to speak about the position or have further communications about it. But I do think, there's a concept in the country known as saying the state as the model employer. And I have to tell you, the state of New Hampshire is truly stellar when it comes to its Division of Personnel and the collaboration among all agencies to ensure that we're hiring all individuals and to really make it an inviting environment. To have an ADA coordinated position at the GCD to work closely and to be a resource for other states for other state agencies, I think is a step in the right direction. We've seen that with the governor's recovery-friendly workplace initiative, which, again, I have tipped my hats many times to the governor because it's innovative, and it's really looking at individuals with a disability in the workforce and giving employers the tools they need to ensure that that individual who is regarded as having a disability when you're in recovery to have that competitive integrated employment. I look at EAP, again, another incredible program in the state of New Hampshire, as another collaborator when we're looking at ADA coordination, when we're looking at recovery-friendly, just across the spectrum, either if it's a physical disability or a mental health disability. The ADA has come so far in the 32 years since it's been enacted. So that's the additional prioritized needs request. And then moving on, although not written within the handout, respectfully, I would also ask that we consider, or that you consider, the HRSU for the GCD, the Human Resources Support Unit. I think, again, and I think just another innovative concept that obviously the Division of Personnel has come up with, and we do have figures from the Division of Personnel that would run to the in the amount of $5,292 for FY24 and $5,502 for FY25. We are a small agency, but I have to tell you, from what I see about HRSU, it really benefits both large and small. From what I can speak to is, and Stacy does an incredible job when it comes to the finances. And she really does what she can to get up to speed on the HR protocols as it applies to payroll and any other human resource. But again, what we see with the business administrators, their forte are the numbers. They sit in and they can work through the human resources. But again, to have that support of the HRSU, who then will deal with Stacy directly, in my opinion, would be an advantage, not only to the GCD, but even to the state as a whole. So with that, I can keep going, but I will keep it limited because I know you have a busy schedule. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And this was a wonderful presentation to dovetail off of your presentation to the Executive Council.
Well, thank you.
Which it was widely well received.
Well,
and
thank you very much, Director.
They don't usually let me attend the breakfast meetings, but because it was a home court advantage, I got to go to that one.
We lucked out with the location.
It was very,
right.
very worth my time. So thank you so much. Just a question on how the pandemic has impacted you, especially, I mean, we hear so many stories from other agencies about procurement and being able to find contractors and materials and everything. I imagine that would be especially true when you're talking about trying to make a home ADA compliant, home or a business ADA compliant. Is that something you've run into? And if you could just maybe enlighten me a little bit about the challenges that remain now.
Sure, it's a great question. Obviously the pandemic was new to all of us, and there were many issues and calls and emails that were coming into the into the GCD. And we were learning as we go, essentially. Were there issues with supply chain issues and whether or not contractors could make what we see even a residential home ADA compliant, or even just to put in a ramp for an individual, because technically when you're looking at a single family residence, it's not under the same building code requirements per se as a commercial building would be because it's your own residence. But if an individual needed a ramp to get a contractor in there was difficult. And we were fielding those calls, doing the best we could, working with various agencies. The nice thing about the GCD, sitting right within state government in the governor's office, I've always looked at that from the day I started my tenure as an incredible advantage for the GCD. We're not an enforcement agency, and I say that openly, but what we're an agency that's willing to collaborate. So at the end of the day, when I'm dealing with a constituent, or as importantly, someone who is working with a constituent who feels aggrieved, for us to have the governor's office behind us, we work very closely with governor's constituent services on times, ends up being, a definite advantage for the GCD. So again, we were fielding many calls as it related to compliance, getting contractors into a building, and truthfully, it just comes down to it. And you know, we have a great website. We're undergoing changes now to bring it up to the most current. It's one thing to tell a person to fill out an ADA assistance form, and that's great. They should fill out the form, get back to us. But what's most important for our office is to speak to the person, because that's what the person wants to hear. And I know some agencies, it varies, but we do the best we can to have that one-on-one and to collaborate and to mediate, to bring the parties together. And truthfully, I think that even pans out in state government. There are times when I may call Commissioner Allinghouse, or even it might be Commissioner Stewart who's in the room, or Director Mason, just to really just collaborate to resolve an issue.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Really
time.
appreciate your time.
Okay.
I'd like to invite the New Hampshire Retirement System up and give their testimony.
You gonna talk about the highway fund at all?
I'll leave that to Commissioner Katz.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jan Goodwin, and I'm the Executive Director of NHRS. And with me to my left is Marie Mullen, our Director of Finance, and Marty Carlin, our Director of Communications and Legislative Affairs. Although today's presenters are new in this capacity, NHRS's message is the same. We still have some challenges in front of us, and we are pleased with the positive progress we have made and the significant operational improvements which have been implemented over the past decade. Our member level has remained steady, and the number of our retirees and beneficiaries continues to increase as expected. Let me go over some brief highlights. Our statutory administrative budget before you today encompasses all of the internal non-investment related administration costs, including projected IT costs at full value. NHRS's Board of Trustees reviews and approves the statutory administrative budget biennially. The budget for fiscal year 23 is $12.1 million, and our proposed budgets for the next 2 years are slightly higher at $13 million for fiscal year 24 and $13.7 million for fiscal year 25. And that's based on fully staffing all authorized positions and completion of our pension system administrative software upgrade. As you well know, NHRS is not an executive agency and does not rely on general funds for its funding. Our contributions come from employers and members and investment returns. And I'd like to review some key facts about NHRS with you. NHRS provides a modest pension benefit. The average annual pension benefit is just over $21,800. The NHRS benefits that are paid help support the New Hampshire economy. In the last fiscal year, NHRS paid out more than $900 million in pensions and $45 million in medical subsidy benefits. Almost 80% of retirees live here in New Hampshire and spend their money here, supporting many jobs statewide. And fortunately, we have a plan in place to pay down the NHRS unfunded liability, and we continue to execute on this plan. There are 16 years remaining on the payoff of the original unfunded liability, which existed back in 2007. The employer contribution rates for the 4 membership classifications, employee, teacher, police, and fire, will decrease in fiscal years 24-25 from 3.75% to 8%, depending upon the member group. And setting these employer contribution rates is one of the key responsibilities for our 13-member board. Our 13 trustees continue to strengthen the plan by adopting sound and realistic actuarial assumptions recommended by our actuaries. Because of its strong constitutional and statutory foundation, NHRS is on the path to full funding. The retirement system is making good progress on paying down its unfunded liability. And our unfunded our funded ratio increased to 65.6% in fiscal year 22, up from 64.2% in fiscal year 21. And now I'll review some of the highlights, which are on pages 4 and 5. We remain on schedule with our multi-year project to upgrade our core pension application from the 22-year-old version to the new version 3, and that project is now at 67% complete. We've implemented the statutory changes enacted in 2022. These 7 bills as a group were the most sweeping statutory changes that affected NHRS since 2011. You can see on page 4 the chart that illustrates how our funded ratio has been improving over the past few years. Although we realized a negative 6.1% return on investments in the fiscal year ended June 30, 2022. However, we did, over the longer term, have returns that exceeded our assumed rate of return. In addition, our return exceeded our benchmark, and NHRS did perform better than 2/3 of its peers in fiscal year 22, and we were in the top 20% over the past decade compared to other public pension plans of our size. We continue to look for ways to improve efficiency at NHRS. We maintained and expanded various cybersecurity enhancements designed to protect the security of our system and our members' personal information. We stopped accepting unencrypted email attachments sent to the general information mailbox, which has been a huge help for us for securing our system. However, we do have significant challenges and opportunities. We continue to review and adjust as needed the investment portfolio to meet or exceed the system's assumed rate of return of 6.75% over the long term, while managing risk, return, and liquidity. An actuarial experience will be conducted for the 4-year period ending June 30, 2023. This study will further the process of assuring that the funding of the system is in alignment with anticipated costs for providing benefits. And now I will turn the table over to Marie Mullen to review in detail our agency budget.
Hi, good afternoon. So the retirement system's administrative budget for fiscal year 2024, we are proposing a 7.1% increase over fiscal year 23's budget. And for fiscal year 2025, it's a 5% increase, and that 5% is compared to the fiscal year 2024 budget. The primary increases in our budget, first and foremost, are salaries and benefits. The retirement system has already negotiated a 3-year contract with employees, so we already know what our 24 and 25 salary projections are, so benefits are in there as well. We have increases in our technology, software, and hardware related to cybersecurity, and a significant server replacement that will occur during that time frame as well. And then the other major area of increases are related to our Pension Gold software implementation. So we have that software upgrade, and so we have increases related to that during that time frame as we move into completion of that over the next biennium. We're open to any questions, and if you have any questions on the budget or.
Sure, just question about the unfunded pension liability. How does New Hampshire's unfunded pension liability compare with other states, both regionally, say New England, and then in the country as a whole? I know it has typically been, I'm not sure, I might be out of date, but it's always, or at least recently, Wisconsin has always been the model of having the lowest unfunded pension liability. And I think maybe like New Jersey is always typically one of the worst. Illinois is another one, yeah. Where do we stand?
Well, it's hard to state it in terms of the unfunded liability because that is also such a function of the size of the state and the size of the total employment of public employees and the different investment portfolios. Maybe a better way to compare them is in terms of funded ratio. So in terms of funded ratio, we are a bit below our peers, but we are solidly on a trajectory of getting to 100% funding. We're very fortunate that a number of years ago, the legislature took important steps to ensure that we will continue the trajectory to 100% funding. And as I noted earlier, we did increase our funded ratio from last year to this year. One interesting thing to compare us with is the state of Maine. They were basically in the same situation we were, but 10 years ago, before we started our improvement, they started their own set of improvements. And right now, their funded ratio is in the 80s, and in the next few years, they will be fully funded. So we are hoping that, consistent with them, that we continue to stay on this good path that we are on, and we have turned the corner as far as our unfunded liability. It is now starting to decrease rather than increase. And that's because the legislature made the commitment to ensuring that NHRS gets its full employer contributions every year, because it's having the contributions received so they can earn investment income. That's the key to getting to 100% funding.
Yeah. How does your investment guidelines differ from those of the state as a whole? I know that the Treasury is very limited in what they can invest in. It's basically U.S. Treasuries or some derivative thereof. I would imagine yours vary from that.
Yes, ours are very different from that because unlike the state, which is typically a very short-term investor and liquidity is the primary concern, NHRS has the luxury of being a long-term investor. So we are always looking for the best risk-adjusted return that we can get. And because of that, we are looking at and invest in very different types of investments than the state does, which is a short-term investor. As a long-term investor, it's appropriate for us to purchase stocks and bonds, as well as alternative investments such as real estate and private equity.
Right. Do you have any exposure to cryptocurrency?
We have been reviewing our portfolio and have found minimal, if no, investments in cryptocurrency.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi. I have a couple of questions. One, I appreciate the comparison of your performance to the peer group, and just note that we're doing in the top 2/3. I think it said compared to a peer group on investments, which is terrific. You mentioned a collective bargaining agreement. I presume your numbers are relatively public. Can I ask what they settled at? What kind of raise did you give?
For fiscal year 23, it was 4.75%, and fiscal year 24, it was 4.5%.
Thanks. I suspect that will inform the pressure that we have. I have a question on the unfunded liability. 80% of our employer contribution is going toward paying off the original. No, 80% is going off to pay the whole UAAL. And it sounds like the bulk of that has 16 years remaining, but there are portions of that that have more than 16 years remaining. Is that right? How does that ratio break down?
Okay, the overwhelming majority of the unfunded liability at this point was attributable to pre-2017, so it's being paid off now. The future amounts of liability that are incurred after 2017 will be amortized over new 20-year periods.
And you have a sense of how much that is? Like, are we keeping up? Or are we falling? We keep not quite keeping up.
No, we are keeping up. The amounts since then are much smaller. I can see if you can.
2017, it was about just slightly over $5 billion. The total is 5.6 6.9, so that 600 million is what's being amortized in future years.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was asking. That's very helpful. My next question is about, so the 4 subgroups, my understanding is have different ratios of funding, and are we paying them differently?
Yes, each subgroup has its own employer and member contribution rates.
And do we feel like we're, with each of the 4 different subgroups, is the current structure, so I'm going to think of the current structure as, are we taking enough out absent the money we're amortizing? Are we taking enough out between the employee contribution, the employer contribution, and investment income to keep up, to be solvent? And then there's an extra that we're paying on top of that. So the extras, 16 years, 20 years, whatever, is being paid in the 5.6. But for each of those 4 subgroups, there's a question about whether we're charging the right number or we're falling further behind and accruing new liabilities. And are they different? Because I think they're probably varying levels of solvency.
All of our funds are solvent. Our actuaries every year check to see that we have sufficient funds that are currently on hand and expected to come in the future to ensure that we can pay all the benefits in the future. That's part of the GASB 68 reporting that has to be done. And because we have sufficient assets now, we do not have to use the blended rate for calculating our net pension liability. So we do not have a solvency issue. And every 2 years, the actuaries review what the contribution rates need to be to ensure that we stay on this trajectory to 100% funding. So we are not falling behind on any of the groups because they set each group rate independently of each other.
And is it fair to say there's no cross subsidization? We're not overcharging teachers to fund employees or et cetera?
No, the actuaries look at each group as a separate entity to arrive at their contribution rates.
Great, thank you.
Let's have one more quick question. Where you're currently located, when does your lease run through? And how much square footage do you have?
It runs through 2035. I'm not sure on the square.
Never mind.
2020.
Everything else I was going to ask is irrelevant after that.
I'm sorry. What?
Everything else I was going to ask is irrelevant after that.
Oh, okay.
2030.
Okay.
Yeah, just beyond this biennium.
Yes, we extend every 5 years, so we have the ability to extend out to 2035. That's why.
Okay.
That's why.
But it goes through this biennium.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. I'd like to invite the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources for their testimony.
Could you, to put us in the spirit, could you maybe sing for us?
Yeah. Job description. But again, state parks and coffee. Because whenever I have an audience or a holiday season, I want to remind everyone that they can accommodate all of your holiday shopping on one page.
This is being broadcast throughout the world on the internet.
Right.
So
Please, this is just to inspire you with some of our new products. We like partnering with New Hampshire businesses. Our coffee is new this year. Next year it will be branded with our state park logo. It's a company out of Manchester. And as always, we showcase some of our parks and historic sites with our Christmas ornaments. So get them while we still have them. With that, may I? Begin.
Good afternoon, and please begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Stewart, the Commissioner of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, and with me is Chris Marino, who oversees the Office of Administration. We have our division directors here as well in case you have questions. The DNCR is home to 5 divisions: the Divisions of Parks and Recreation, the Division of Forests and Lands, the Division of Historical Resources, the State Library, and the New Hampshire State Council on the Arts. Our collective mission is to protect, preserve, promote, and manage the state's natural and cultural resources, supporting New Hampshire's high quality of life and strengthening the experiences of our residents and our guests. The DNCR employs nearly 1,000 people each year. We manage over 220,000 acres of public land and maintain approximately 870 buildings of various types with a total value reaching nearly $50 million. We also manage 22 bridges, 15 fire towers, 26 dams, 149 septic systems, 91 waterways, and over 300 miles of roads and parking lots. We are headed into another busy winter season where we will oversee the management of 7,000 miles of snowmobile trails, an important part of the state's booming outdoor recreation economy. And I'm very excited to report that our Cannon Mountain Ski Resort is ranked number 8 in the East in Ski Magazine's 2022 Reader Resort Survey, which is the highest ranking New Hampshire resort. Our agency's broad scope of services is also illustrated in how we touch the daily lives of our citizens in every community of the state. Our programs, grants, and services have only expanded as a result of the COVID pandemic. For example, the Division of Historical Resources required Project Review and Compliance Program experienced a 30% increase. Growth is the key word in this budget request. Our state parks have seen significant growth in attendance, online reservations, camping, and retail sales. To respond to this growth, our state park season has grown to 36 weeks, opening earlier in the spring and staying open beyond Columbus Day. Similarly, the Division of Forests and Lands is also experiencing growth. We've helped to conserve several thousand more acres available for public access, and our forest rangers are seeing a lot more activity consistent with the growth in outdoor recreation. For the 5th season running, seedling sales at the New Hampshire State Forest Nursery in Boscawen continue to outpace the previous year's marks. Sales income increased 52% from 2021's record-breaking season and reflected a 146.7% increase since 2018, the year I started. Nice. The total number of orders was up 37.6% from last year, which is just about double, 96.5% compared to 5 years ago. The number of seedlings lifted, sorted for quality, packaged, and sold increased 50.8% from 2021, a 135.2 jump from 2018. In order to respond to this overall growth, we have evaluated our staffing needs and are requesting permission to convert 8 9T positions into permanent full-time positions within parks and 1 9T to permanent full-time within the Division of Historical Resources. We would also like to add an additional forest ranger and an additional forester to assist us in monitoring over 270,000 acres of private land under conservation easements. I'm also seeking your support for 3 positions in the Office of the Commissioner. This agency relies on the legal advice of the Attorney General's office, and over the past several years, it has become increasingly clear that with the number of contracts, lease agreements, rulemaking, and day-to-day interactions with the public, there is enough work to support a full-time agency attorney. I have discussed this need with the DOJ attorneys assigned to us, and they wholeheartedly agree. Another full-time position I wish to fill with your support is a DNCR financial analyst specializing in federal grant administration. From the Land and Water Conservation Fund to the National Endowment for the Arts and the U.S. Forest Service, our 5 divisions administer millions of federal grant funds annually. Rather than continue to oversee a very siloed attempt to pull this off each grant season, each grant round, our staff would benefit from the support of a centralized service position. And I suspect the team at DAS would also appreciate the efficiency of working with a central point person rather than many individual grant administrators sprinkled throughout our agency. Finally, a position I have advocated for in the past and truly believe will be a game changer for us is to have a DNCR curator. As part of our mission, we are to provide access to the many treasures that we manage. This includes artwork, historic items, archaeological finds, collections that have been donated to us, and much more. My vision is to hire someone who can help us organize our treasures and then help to develop public-facing exhibits and programs at our state library, at our parks and historic sites, and even traveling exhibits to schools, local public libraries, and other community centers. We are currently seeking a consultant through the RFQ process to assess the state library's current space and provide us with a plan to store much of the stacks in a climate-controlled storage facility, freeing up valuable space for exciting and endless opportunities to engage the public. Other considerations in this budget request include accounting for dramatic increases in our utility expenses and interagency transfers. Something I would like to point out for discussion is the fact that since 2007, when the Bureau of Historic Sites was created, it was general funded. This was done on purpose in order to dedicate funds to the stewardship and management of our designated historic sites, separating them from parks funding, which has ebbed and flowed over the years. Historic sites also have a separate mission from parks, which is telling the stories of who we are through our buildings, landscapes, collections, and exhibits. 2 years ago, when we were asked to cut our overall general fund budget, we did so without compromising our commitment to the Bureau of Historic Sites. Instead, we shifted park revenue over, which you will see is what we did again this year. Shifting back to general funds is something that we would like to discuss further. Looking at our prioritized needs, we are making these requests consistent with our theme of growth and demand. New Hampshire's artists, cultural organizations, and for-profit venues were hit very hard during the pandemic and have not fully recovered. A recent survey of 53 nonprofit grantees, most of which receive Arts Council operating support, showed 2022 earned revenue to date at only 78% of pre-pandemic levels. And this is consistent with national trends and is troubling. Additional state assistance will be needed in the fiscal year 24-25 biennium as they reorient their business models to what may be the new normal. We are also seeing an opportunity to push beyond critical needs to support the state's cultural assets in a way that fulfills the increased demand from the public throughout the sector. Specifically, requests for operating support have increased significantly as organizations mature and become eligible for grants. Applications to this 2-year program increased 30% in FY 22-23, more than fiscal year 2021. Requests to the Arts and Health Grant Program have also increased, a 33% increase in fiscal year 23 over 22. We project continued growth in this program as pandemic recovery continues, particularly in the area of behavioral health and substance misuse services. And due to this growth, we are requesting a new grants coordinator position to lead this program. I did speak with Commissioner Shibinette recently about this, and she will be willing to share her thoughts and support for this idea as well. The Artist Entrepreneurial Grant Program continues to grow as artists build and diversify their careers in small businesses, and there's a need for capacity building support for emerging arts organizations, particularly in the areas of financial management and fund development. So much as the state allocated funds to boost outdoor recreation to meet the needs of the public, we see similar demand and opportunity with the arts. You will also see a request to support New Hampshire Public Television. Historically, NHPBS was supported by the state through UNH, $2.7 million annually, but funding was eliminated in 2011. New Hampshire PBS will utilize the requested funds to provide the state and the country with engaging local content that showcases the state's rich natural, cultural, historical, and environmental resources. Some of the programming NHPBS will produce include our music, arts heritage, and how it impacts the New Hampshire economy, documentaries about New Hampshire's hidden history, our diverse new populations, the vibrant farm-to-table movement, and much more. The amount requested will simply pass through our agency to New Hampshire Public Television, but by allocating it to the Arts Council, we can count this money toward our federal match. And this is a strategic way to make sure that every dollar works hard for New Hampshire. In conclusion, the DNCR has sustained substantial growth over the past few years, and in order to move ahead on this trajectory, we have identified specific opportunities to put the pedal to the metal while staying within the 3% general fund growth limitation and by offsetting new positions we need with several vacant positions that we can abolish. We are here to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sort of the question of this 3 days revolves around challenges and workforce challenges.
Yeah.
And I know from my old job at the DRA that at least at one point you were having workforce challenges, especially in the forest ranger area. Has that subsided? Have you had any success in that? And overall, what's your vacancy rate and what's your workforce looking like now?
Okay, overall with the agency, I feel, knock on wood, pretty good about fulfilling the jobs we need to adequately maintain our mission. Of course, we have a lot of seasonal employees, and so we get very nervous heading into a summer season to make sure we have enough lifeguards, heading into the ski season to make sure we have enough folks at Cannon Mountain. But we've managed to really be creative. We're investing in social media advertising, and we have a lot of folks that are seasonal that come back year after year because they just love working for the park system. Specific to the Division of Forests and Lands, I've been making this presentation now 3 times, I think, and we're always including a forest ranger position in our request because we are not at the level we really should be to cover the state.
Right.
And with the increased outdoor recreation, our forest rangers are pulled in many directions, coordinating with Fish and Game, who also need a lot of people outside at this time. So with that, I'm turning to our Director of Forests and Lands to see if he wants to specify any other talking point.
Sure. Hi, Gary, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you. So we have a request for one ranger in this budget, but to your point, we have 10 rangers right now in the entire state, and that includes the chief and 2 captains who are largely administrators. So we only have 7 field rangers,
Right.
and 7 of them have retired in the last 2 years. So they're all young and full of vim and vigor, but we still need to replenish the ranks. We're looking at 1 more ranger this year in the budget.
Great, thank you.
As far as other positions, we're being as creative as possible with parks. We went through the contracting and approval process to make sure that we could contract out bathroom cleaning, for example, at Hampton Beach, so that we could hire people to do other things and make sure we weren't slipping in that area. We have moved one of our lifeguards into a full-time position over the past year so that he can help recruiting earlier. So we're very aware of the challenges with hiring, but we're determined not to have to shut something down. We're very public facing. So we're trying to be as creative and nimble as possible to make sure we have at least the minimum amount to keep things moving.
Okay. You mentioned increased fuel costs, and I know that, at least I've heard, that making snow is not cheap.
It is not.
And with this lovely warm weather we've been having, it seems that you'll be making a lot of snow. And are those, assuming this continues,
Correct.
For a significant time, are those increased costs reflected in this budget?
Yes. Going back a few years, the state invested in Cannon doing a lot of energy efficiency work. Cannon has received awards from the state on their energy efficiency. So that was great. It doesn't get us all the way when we're faced with warm weather and electricity costs up. So we are always strategic with our snow blowing. We're even more so this year. But we have accounted for that in our projections, and we'll make it happen. Do you have anything?
Just to clarify, yeah, absolutely, it's been built in. Even in this fiscal year, we actually just recently drafted a budget and expend request for about $800,000 in anticipation of this fiscal year. Prices for electricity went from 7 cents a kilowatt to about 20 cents a kilowatt. So it's a significant increase. So through a combination of management of snowmaking, which I know JD is very keen on, and the hope of Mother Nature working, we can hopefully come in somewhere at a level that we can cover with that draw. Going into 24-25, we've essentially doubled our budget for energy costs, particularly at Cannon Mountain for 24 and 25. So we anticipate a significant increase, and we have accounted for that.
Do you think you have the ability to increase rates in what you charge?
So we went to fiscal.
I know that.
And the first time we presented our fee package, it was tabled. We went back with just a couple adjustments, and it did pass. So there are some ticket prices that we'll see a $5 increase, which is not a lot. We have a very good relationship with our colleagues around the state in the ski industry. We are active participants at Ski NH, and so we're in the same boat as everybody else. Tickets will reflect that across the board. I'm proud that we can maintain still affordable. We didn't have to jump really high with our prices this year. The luxury of being Cannon Mountain is that we're not making money to make money. We're making enough to provide a wonderful skiing experience.
Right.
So keeping ticket prices manageable is a priority.
Great, thank you. Good question.
Hey, I noticed a lot of stuff is up since 2018. Is anything down?
Down. In terms of revenue, and so with
Oh, this was I was feeding you a line. You could say unhappiness is down.
Unhappiness is down, Charlie, of course. I think we're in a position that that all of our enterprise systems are doing very, very well. My fear is that we don't have the staff, critical needs staff support to take advantage of this moment and to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for sustainability going in that direction. It levels off a little bit, but I don't want to go backwards when we don't have to. So a couple of these positions, we've collaborated as a group saying, what can the department as a whole benefit from? And these are the positions we chose.
Great. It looks like you're, to me, maybe I'm wrong about this, you're projecting a fairly substantial increase in parks revenue. I think you're budgeting something like 36 million becomes 41. And is that just a continuation of what's going on, or is something big happening?
So we're predicting that things are continuing along. We are benefiting from some ARPA funds that we're going to invest in some expansion of campgrounds, for example. That's where our revenue can grow. We're investing a lot more in our creative online shopping opportunities, and our stores at sites, and that's where at the Flume our sales are going up. At Mount Washington our sales are going up. So we see where we can continue to bump some of those numbers, and I think it's a combination of where our revenue is hitting 100%. Capacity for parks at camping on weekends is 100%, so we have room to grow. So we're cautiously optimistic that those projections are accurate. In terms of anything like big, when we do a ribbon cutting for a new tram, that will give everyone a jolt of pride and excitement, and everyone will want to go up the tram again.
Yes. It makes me nervous. I'm just saying.
If I may,
Yeah.
Commissioner, just to clarify that increase, one thing I did want to point out, the overall increase is in that $5 million range. Just a couple of things, financial items. That's a cumulative figure for the entire division, which is not just service parks, it includes the Trails Bureau, for example.
Okay.
We actually increased the budget in the Trails Bureau by a little over $2 million. And it wasn't because we're anticipating more revenue, it's because we're changing the model by which we budget. We used to budget very conservatively, and typically the fee revenue that would come in ultimately would get transferred to us, but we'd have to go to fiscal at the end of the fiscal year, work with Fish and Game to have that transferred to us. In this budget, we've decided, let's just build that total amount into the budget from the outset. It is consistent at this point to be somewhere in the $6 million range. So we've laid that out. So that is a substantial chunk of that increase right there. And same thing with one of the rec to trail programs. Those are figures coming from the New Hampshire DOT. That went up about $500,000. And then the only other significant increases, of course, we'd have to accommodate the expected increases in energy costs. But we are also very optimistic, as the commissioner has explained. We've posted $1 million balances to the Cannon Fund 2 years in a row, and our revenue has gone from $15 million in 2019 to $17 million in the last 2 years. So the trajectory has gone up very steep, and we're hoping that that is going to continue as long as we continue to cultivate the system that we have and leverage the value that we have.
Along those lines, I feel like with parks, there's, I mean, there's obviously some things that are, for lack of a better word, net profit centers. I know we don't think of parks that way, but, and some things that are not, right? That you're not charging for, that doesn't make sense, or that, and I think some of that's location, right? You know, Cannon or Hampton Beach or whatever. Is some of it also activity? Like, to what extent, so a couple things. What are your biggest revenue producing locations? And then what are your biggest revenue producing activities? I'm hearing campgrounds.
Campgrounds is huge.
Like net?
I want to make sure that we introduce our new parks director. Brian Wilson is here.
I was hoping you would.
Yes. I know Brian has been doing some studying and stuff like that, but I hate to put him on the spot because he really is about a week into this job.
Make him testify.
Watch. So the Flume at Franconia National State Park, for example, really supports much of the state park system. There's 93 state parks, which includes some, very small ones. But as Director Phil Bryce would explain, of the pie of 93, half we charge at, and a quarter of the pie, half of the half is where we make revenue. So you're right. There are very strategic places where we can try to sustain our revenue. Hampton Beach is another one where we are reinvesting in our meters. So we're taking out all the old ones, putting in new ones, which I think is going to help us a lot. The old ones are a little bit getting clunky and weren't speaking directly to the credit card machines. So this is another area where I think we're going to pick up a little bit of revenue because of the ease of using it. You can stay on your towel on the beach and just use your phone to add some more money to your meter, for example. So campground expansion where we can use the ARPA funding. So little places where we, talk about where we can make investments to yield more. I would say we're doing that. Another activity is boat rentals. So our fleet of paddle boats, for example, and kayaks have increased. And you'll see them driving through the notch at Echo Lake. And a lot of our inland beaches now, you can rent boats, which has become a very lucrative business. Yeah.
That's kind of exciting. And in terms of campgrounds, we're full and all that. Is there, and you're going to expand campgrounds, but is there, you're limited, right? Capital investment and all that.
Yes.
Are you building as many, I don't know what the right term is, beds as you could fill?
No, the honest answer. I think that we could turn a lot of our state land into back-to-back campsites and keep them full, but that's not the experience we're going for. So we have, using the ARPA funds, we have hired a consulting group, SE Group. This is their business, and they did a full assessment of sort of our top priority parks. And we can't hit them all at once with this ARPA funds, but now we have a portfolio of plans that over the next couple of years we can pull out a map of Bear Brook and see, oh, they did the study, we can do a pot of 15 new campsites here, let's go for it. So not only is the ARPA money actually allowing us to in real time build more campgrounds, but it's also given us this portfolio of site plans so that we can tackle them over the next couple of years. To try to continue expanding not just capacity but experience. So we have some campgrounds where there is no bathroom building or shower and you bring a tent, and we have campgrounds where we need to invest more now in the ampage of the really expensive RVs that go from I'm speaking way out of my language. I know 30 amps to 50
Okay.
amps
Sure.
to accommodate a different type of camper with their air conditioning. So we have yurts, we have cabins, we have.
I'm sorry, you have what?
Yurts.
Oh, yurts, I've heard that word, yes.
And cabins. So part of the goal here is to also offer an array of unique experiences throughout a campsite and not just pack them in like sardines.
No, I don't. I mean, sardines are lovely, but we don't really packed in like them. Has there ever been, and I'm conscious of getting the evil eye, I'm going to shut up after this. Has there ever been any looking at funding capital investment in campsites out of revenue? Or is the revenue not big enough to
Out of
sustain
parks
that?
revenue?
Well, like, occasionally a project is funded because it's going to generate revenue and the revenue will pay for the debt service. Or do we not have that kind of revenue?
Yeah, I mean, that mechanism is built into the funds setup that we have. So the park system, there's a state park account, there's a park account.
Well, you do that,
and
and so
a ski
your
account.
investment, other than the
Right.
ARPA ones,
So
will
it's
do
cumulative. The
that.
balance currently stands around $7 million. In past bienniums, we have invested, we're going to commit $1 million a year to that kind of investment growth, but it's measured because we do have situations, for example, when the pandemic hit, that fund helped sustain us to the tune of a couple $1 million as well.
Summer set us back.
Right.
So we want a cushion there.
So we manage it, but there is that opportunity.
Yep, and we do a lot of patchwork funding. LWCF fund is available to us to a certain extent. Moose Plate Fund for some of our historic sites is available for us, as well as our own revenue. So, yeah, we are willing to sort of figure out where we can make the dollar work.
Thank you. How much is the coffee?
I believe it's $18.99.
You really don't have a career on QVC set out for you.
Would you like to be the taste tester?
I'm good.
So I just had two quick ones. One is, you mentioned some of the projects with the ARPA. To sort of pull out a portfolio and say, hey, Bearbrook or et cetera. Does the funding that you get through ARPA for that type of work expire at the same time as other ARPA, which I think is December of 24?
Yes.
Okay, so you're on that same timeline that you would need to spend by.
It must be encumbered by 20th,
Correct.
December 31st.
And so one of the challenges I would say in that sense is finding the right people, find people to do the work.
Right, I was going to ask that too.
It's
Okay.
become a lot since the conception of let's see if we can expand campgrounds with ARPA funds started a year and a half ago to now. Things have tripled in price and it's hard to find people. We're working our way through the process and prioritizing things, but that would also be a challenge that's not unique to our agency.
No, that's true. Resources are tight all around, including inflationary constraints. My other question, completely different. I like your fact sheet. I was looking at it. And you had talked about a few different positions, one being sort of legal, financial analyst, curator, et cetera. But on the score sheet or fact sheet, it looks like you're only adding one position. So are you repurposing existing positions and it's really just a net gain of one position? Okay.
That's correct. We are increasing the forests and lands by 2. But the commissioner's office is going up by 3. We're also abolishing 3 positions to offset that. So it is a net. That's why you don't see a substantial difference there. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to invite Fish and Game to give your testimony.
It's good call. $18 is.
Do you have anything mango? This is the.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Mason. I'm the Executive Director of New Hampshire Fish and Game, and I've brought with me Kathy Labonte, Chief of our Business Office. I've also brought with me two of our division chiefs, Nicola Whitley, in charge of our public relations and conservation education, as well as Colonel Jordan, Chief of our Law Enforcement Division. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us the time to present the Fish and Game Department's budget request for the 24-25 biennium. New Hampshire Fish and Game is home to the New Hampshire Fish and Game Commission, Office of the Executive Director, and 7 divisions. Business Division, the Public Info and Education Division, Wildlife, Inland Fisheries, Law Enforcement, Marine Division, and Facilities and Lands. Our mission statement, as guardians of New Hampshire's fish, wildlife, and marine resources, the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department works in partnership with the public to conserve, manage, and protect those resources and their habitats. Inform and educate the public about those resources and provide the public with opportunities to use and appreciate these resources. Missing from our mission statement is the added missions that the legislature has given to Fish and Game over the years. As part of the work we do monitoring wildlife diseases, we also work with multiple state and federal agencies to help protect New Hampshire citizens from zoological diseases. We work with DES to monitor and control invasive species. Our department offers multiple types of information to help keep outdoor recreation safe while enjoying New Hampshire's wildlife and wild habitats. We try to use multiple media approaches, from a simple Facebook post to a sit-down safety class to reach people. We cover many different outdoor recreational activities. When a mishap does take place, our people are available to lead the way with search and rescue, underwater recovery, first aid. Our conservation officers currently patrol over 10,000 miles of off-road motorized trails. According to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, outdoor recreation added $2.6 billion to the New Hampshire economy in 2021 and employed slightly over 28,000 people. New Hampshire ranked 10th in the nation for outdoor recreation as a percentage of the gross domestic product. We are one of the state agencies that support this industry in New Hampshire. We currently do it with 192 employees working across the state at raising and stocking fish, managing our wildlife and fish populations and their habitats. We run 6 hatcheries, have 4 regional offices, 124 wildlife management areas covering over 60,000 acres, 135 boat landings, educational outreach centers at headquarters and at Gibner, reach thousands of New Hampshire residents through our conservation education classes and opportunities. Over the next biennium, one of our goals is to upgrade our database systems. We received a Gopher grant to do this goal, so it's not necessarily showing up in our budget because of the Gopher funding on it. Our database system had aged out, and we needed to make a major investment by the end of this year, or else we would have lost the serviceability of these systems. We're moving more. We're trying to move more of our paper systems to computer-based systems. A good example of this is a new fish stocking page that you can find on our website. My inland fisheries chief, Diane Timmons, came up with this site that allows what the citizens see is it allows citizens to see where we've stocked fish in a time-delayed fashion. So they're not necessarily following the truck, but within a few weeks, they actually know where the fish went in. The first 60 days that this site was up, we had over 3 million hits. Now, I can't guarantee you that that's 3 million different New Hampshire residents and tourists coming to New Hampshire. It might just be 6, 12-year-old boys that know the New Hampshire stocking program a lot better than anyone else. But also what the citizens don't see are gone are the old paper stocking tickets that our hatchery folks would fill out and would end up on the dashboards of the trucks, and eventually the trucks would have a slow day. They would get picked up and sent and then inputted into the system. This allows our staff to have a much more current status of where we've been stocking, or exactly where we've been stocking, what fish are out, what fish aren't, which helps us to answer a lot of questions. We're also working on expanding our online licensing programs to include online deer registration and online OHRV registration. Both of these were requested by the legislature this year. We are working to give the right staff the right access to data to improve internal efficiencies as part of the prioritized needs from DOIT. We're asking as part of this prioritized needs, we are asking, or DOT is working with us to create a half-time position at Fish and Game. The other half will be with a different agency. And this is a full-time IT lead position. As some of you are well aware, we are working on another major gopher project, which is a hatchery rebuild project. We are finishing up the study that we've been working on this year. We hopefully will have some answers on exactly where and what we'll be building. This project is a very difficult task. EPA set a 12 part per billion discharge permit for us at New Durham. One of the things we discovered as we were going through the process, the technique that we are required by EPA to use to determine the phosphorus level of the water doesn't read until it's 10 parts per billion. Which means if we're running at 3 parts per billion, and it's gradually going up, we won't know that until it breaks 10, and then we only have 2 more parts per billion before we have a violation. So there's a lot of technical issues that we're working through, and hopefully we will have some answers by the end of the year, beginning of next year. We hit our efficiency target, and that included an increased cost associated with fuel and electricity. We've asked the governor to return our general funding back to the 2021 level of funding we had. This year, I'm asking to add a senior accounting technician to improve our business office efficiency. This will be funded through the Fish and Game Fund. I'm looking to replace our part-time BOW coordinator. BOW is an acronym for Becoming an Outdoor Woman. With a temporary full-time position, and this is with a goal of expanding our outdoor women's program. I would also like to fund 2 unfunded conservation officers positions with OHRV registration money, and fund the other 2, and then fund the other 2 unfunded conservation officers positions with general fund money. This would bring our total number of officers to 48. We have 4 at headquarters. Right now we have 44 funded positions. 4 of those are at headquarters, 40 are in the field. This would give us 44 in the field. This is still lower than the number of officers we had back in the 70s when the department had 50 officers. I've also asked the governor to restore the department general funding to pre-COVID levels. Without this increase, our Fish and Game Fund would be depleted within 2 more budget cycles. Are there any questions?
Okay, you actually, in the last point, answered my question. I was wondering if you could expand on that a little bit as far as what's been happening with the Fish and Game Fund and the impact that moving away from general funds has had on it. And if we don't do anything, it will be depleted. I think you said depleted in the next 2 years.
No, sorry, 2 budget cycles.
2 budget cycles, yeah. Okay.
Prior to COVID, and I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers, but I believe we were getting about 1.5 million, 1.6 million a year of general funds. This has been going on for a few years. When we did the budget 2 years ago, as all of you remember, those were very uncertain time, and we met the governor's budget target, but that hit us very hard. I believe we lost over 70% of our general funding at that point. The issue comes in, if we don't receive that money back, we can get through this budget cycle, but by the end of the next budget cycle, I apologize, we can get through the 24-25 budget cycle,
right.
But by the time we get finished up with 26 and 27, the Fish and Game Fund would be, if not negative, close to it. We did see an uptick in license sales during COVID. Some of that has started to drop off. As you're well aware, when everything shut down, people were looking for things to do with their kids. And all of a sudden, you didn't have the ball games to go to. You didn't have school plays, bands, that kind of stuff. So there was an uptick in people buying fishing licenses and hunting licenses to get their kids outdoors. We also saw an uptick in OHRB registration. I think the OHRB registrations will stay with us a little bit longer than the increase in license sales. If you just think through it, a brand new ATV is $15,000 to $20,000. It's too big of an investment to just leave in your garage unregistered and unused. Most people will either register it and use it, or probably will decide to sell it to somebody else that'll register it and use it. Whereas, hunting or fishing equipment, it's a little easier to leave in the back of the closet somewhere.
Okay. I know and unfortunately know that recently you've had a very well-publicized search and rescue mission. I was wondering though, with the back to nature movement and with a lot of towns and cities up north really investing in ATV trails and in the ATV industry, how much of an expenditure have you seen in the search and rescue and in basic need for attention to that area over the last few years? Has it grown exponentially, or has it been fairly constant?
It has not grown exponentially. The other thing that we have is the Hike Safe Card program. It's a donation, and that program has expanded quite well over the last few years. We're at the point now where we're paying kind of the variable cost side of it. We're not paying the fixed cost of having a CO there, but any of his overtime, any of his special equipment, that we're able to pick up with the Hike Safe Card program. Where one of the issues that's come up, and that's the reason why I am pushing for some more COs, and the Colonel could probably give you better examples than I can. A couple things, like, for example, this last search that obviously was a front page search all across the nation. The other part that didn't come out is while that was going on, we had a second search for a lost boy in the woods in another part of the state. Right. And then we also ended up being asked by a local police department, a murderer a suspected murderer had fled into the woods and asked our COs to assist in trying to find that person. I know the search for the little boy included some of our dog teams that we had to, move down into that. One of the things that's starting to happen is that on the weekends, we've had multiple weekends where every law enforcement officer that we have is totally engaged in either, search and rescue issues or accident details on ATVs. And we're just, to be honest with you, we're just, running out of the ability to cover all of these cases all at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
I remember when when Fish and Game first hit the general fund for money. It was a few years back, and it was thought to be at the time temporary.
Yeah.
And we at some point went away from general fund funding for a while too. Is it your expectation that this is a permanent change? This isn't to get you through something, but that.
Well, part of what's going on, and let me give an example of some search and rescue work that we do. Under New Hampshire law, if you get lost in the woods or in the water, it's Fish and Game's responsibility to come look for you. When my father was a CO, it was mostly lost hunters we were looking for. Today, it's lost hikers. We've developed programs for that. But a group that we end up getting called out very often for are Alzheimer's patients. If an Alzheimer's patient walks out of the back door into the woods, we're the agency that gets called. They walk out the front door onto the road, then it's state police or local PD. These are things that you're asking the New Hampshire sportsmen and or other user groups of Fish and Game that pay into the system to pick up the bill for. I personally don't think that that's right, and I do believe that for some of the work that we're doing as an agency, using that as an example, I believe that we should be having access to general funds in order to balance the books between sportsmen and citizens.
How much has search and rescue gone up over the last, how much do you spend a year on search and rescue?
Kathy, do you?
I could give you the numbers from the search and rescue account, but I don't believe that that really incorporates everything. Kev, you want to speak to that?
So we spent in excess of $350,000. Argument that we had throughout the search for Mrs. Sotelo, which was tragic. From hundreds of sportsmen asking who's paying their bill, because that was probably very close to $1,000. If you can't bill family, and so the argument can be made that the sportsmen are paying almost, the type safety helps with that. The sportsmen and women are paying 100% of the costs. They're receiving, I can show you, or demonstrate, they're receiving about 14% of the services. Where so there's an unbalance. I've been for 20 years in this building on the street to get general funds to help fund search and rescue. I just think it's the state's responsibility. If we want these folks to come up and we can demonstrate that they bring a lot of money to my local government, as they do, we have a responsibility to make sure that they return home safely on Sunday. So we've asked, it has gone up. I think it's going to continue. COVID boosted that tremendously. I was with Commissioner Stewart, we had many conversations about that. That literally brought people out of the sewer. Because hiking was a safe activity of being a family. And a lot of that sustained a lot of it. My other concern, the director pointed out, the search came in on Monday, we were in the middle of this extended search, where I've got every available on-duty officer on Lafayette, I've got a number of off-duty officers. We ended up, because we're so short-staffed, we call these officers back on off-duty tests, paying an overtime premium rate, which costs us a lot more money, and it also beats these guys up. Right. And then you get a call from the woods, and I'm sure I can't replace an officer who's trained with map and compass or GPS unit rolling off the street. The skill set's just not. So that's always been a real fear of mine, but I understand that. That's why we repeatedly asked to get the numbers up. That issue
And you think it's more than that? Those costs have, I think I heard you say, more than doubled.
Yes.
Over 20 or 30 years. That's helpful. Thank you.
While I'm here, I also I would say that these gentlemen sitting in the room, they literally saved officers' lives, getting them on and off that mountain in absolutely treacherous terrain and weather conditions. I had officers on their knees, crawling at some points during this rescue mission, and I flew this victim up for the ease of the family, and it's tremendous resource that it's cost the state of New Hampshire little to nothing. And the state of New Hampshire is very lucky. We'd be in real trouble.
No question. My next question is, do you know what the balance of the Fish and Game Fund is at the end of fiscal 22, ballpark?
At the end of 22, it was about, you've got it right here, 11.5 million.
11.5 million, and what are we going down a year, like 2-ish, or is it up and down a bit?
My projection for our efficiency budget, based on our estimated revenues and appropriations in our efficiency budget at the end of the biennium, June 30th of 25, will be 3.68 million.
Oh, at the end of 25, it's down 8 over 2 years, or is that over? That's over 3.
Over 3 years. So
That's 22 to the end of 25.
23, 24, 25.
Okay.
So that would be at a level of about 400,000 to 500,000 of general funding.
Okay.
Our budget requests for prioritized needs, using the same beginning balance and the same end date and the same estimated revenue, is 2.323 million.
And how much is the Fish and Game annual revenue declining?
It is not declining, actually.
Is it flat?
Our expenses are going up exponentially.
So Fish and Game is increasing, but expenses are increasing faster.
Correct.
Are you seeing fairly steady increase, or is it just in the Fish and Game Fund itself, or is it, you hear talk all the time
Right.
about the ups and downs of people buying fishing licenses, for example?
The general funds that have been coming into Fish and Game have helped stabilize the fund. We also saw a major uptick in license sales from COVID. As I say, that's now on a trajectory back down, but we know we won't necessarily maintain.
You think there was an anomalous uptick?
Yes.
Okay.
As I say, it really is simple. People trying to do stuff for their kids and they went out fishing, or they, got back to hunting, or they had a little bit more time to go do that.
So do you think fiscal 23 revenues are going to be more typical of the future, or are we still coming out of it?
I think we're still coming out of it. They're not going to be as low as pre-pandemic levels. They're going to be, at this point in time, similar to fiscal year 22.
And the other part of our income, or major part of the income, is registrations for snow machines and OHRVs. We get a cut of that before we turn money over to Dancer. And as I said, those numbers will probably, those went up as well during COVID. And because of the nature of the usage of them, I think those figures will stay with us a little longer into the future.
And that money doesn't technically go in the Fish and Game Fund, that's just agency income?
No, the surplus from that goes into our OHRV fund, which is what I'm asking to take out, take money out of that to pay for 2 of those 4 officers I'm asking for.
Thank you.
I have a sort of a follow-up to where Charlie was heading. So if I look at your overall budget and then your revenue that's projected in their agency phase, it looks like the draw against the Fish and Game, I have me on page 6 and 8, but the draw against the Fish and Game Fund is about 16 million, 23, 24, 25, give or take 16 million. And the revenues projected are around 13 million.
Correct.
Right? So you're going to be sort of drawing against your fund balance of 3 million a year,
Right.
every year. So at that rate, I think by the end of 25, you're down to maybe 3 or 4 million in total.
Correct. That's
Okay.
what it said.
Okay. I thought you were saying that your balance would be at 8 million, and I was like, no, I think it's going down by 8 million. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay. Okay. So that gap is around 3 million each year. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Okay. We're going to take about a 3-minute recess and then be back with the Developmental Disabilities Council for their testimony. Thank you.
Take care. Bill Nixon's great.
An update for anyone who cares about these things, USA 1, Iran 0, 45 minutes in. No, Iran can tie and still move on. The US has to win. Yeah. I think it depends what happens whether Iran can tie depends on what happens with England, Wales. Yeah. 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 No. These look like yesterday's.
Yeah.
Hey. I'd like to invite the commissioner to take a seat. We are ready for you. Good afternoon. Yes, if you just hit the button, turn on so the red light's on, you're good to go.
How's everybody doing? My name is Isadora Rodriguez Legendre. I'm the Executive Director at the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities. Thanks for allowing us to present our budget here today. So I'd like to just walk you a little bit through about the council, who we are, what we do, some of our projects, and then talk you through a little bit about how our funding works, because we are 100% federally funded, and then answer any questions about our current budget that you might have. So at the New Hampshire Council on Developmental Disabilities, or the DD Council as we refer to it as, we're dedicated to dignity, full rights of citizenship, cultural diversity, equal opportunities, and full participation for all of our New Hampshire citizens with developmental disabilities. So we accomplish this mission primarily through education, advocacy, and through funding innovative projects that reduce barriers and create opportunities for people with developmental disabilities in New Hampshire to really have full access and community participation in what we call community integration. Most of our work is accomplished through collaboration with other organizations and entities that have similar missions and visions for the full inclusion of people with developmental disabilities in New Hampshire. And so that allows our small amount of funding to really go a long way, because we're collaborating on a number of projects and activities that really have a big impact on people's lives. So much like the Governor's Commission on Disability is guided by the ADA, we are also guided by a federal law known as the DD Act. It stands for the Developmental Disabilities and Bill of Rights Act, most recently reauthorized in 2000. And that act created a DD Council in every state and territory of the United States. And so as such, we are federally funded through Congress, and we are what's known as a minimum allotment state. So their formula is based on per capita incidence of developmental disabilities in a particular state. So we get just over $500,000 a year. So our full federal allotment in fiscal year 21 and fiscal 22 was $527,570 each year. And that's after Congress has approved their budget. So from one year to the next, we may run into things like continuing resolutions or government shutdowns that really influence, or, shifts in priorities. So we never know if we're going to be funded at the same amount or going to increase or going to decrease. But typically it's been around $500,000 for the last 10 years. Our council membership, our council is made up of at least 21 members. The membership is guided in federal law, and so 30% typically are citizens with intellectual and developmental disabilities. 30% typically are parents or guardians of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities that may not be able to advocate for themselves. And then the other council members are what we call our agency seats. And these are our community partners, our collaborators. So we have entities like Voc Rehab, vocational rehabilitation, special education. We have the Disability Rights Center of New Hampshire. We have the Institute on Disability at UNH. We have the private provider network represented to ensure that the people who support people with developmental disabilities are also providing impact on our work, input on our work. There are other state agencies like the Bureau of Elderly and Adult Services that are also represented, as well as New Hampshire Family Voices, which is the maternal and child health program that is also a mandated seat, as well as, of course, the Bureau of Developmental Services, who is in charge of providing funding for services to our individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities in New Hampshire. So our members are volunteers. We have a working council, so our members participate on different committees that are in charge of things like, monitoring our projects and programs, building our membership, and identify what our policy priorities might be any given year, because a lot of what we do, again, is advocate for capacity building for New Hampshire to be able to serve its citizens with disabilities, as well as systemic change that eliminates those barriers that I talked about. So part of our charge is to identify the needs of the people we serve, and we do that primarily through things like surveys and interviews and listening sessions. And then we create a 5-year plan, taking all of that information into account. We develop a 5-year state plan that helps address those needs and potentially would identify what we call demonstration activities that we can use our grants and scholarship funding to be able to support. So a big part of what we do is we provide grants and project funds to support things like pilot projects and innovative ideas, again, that support people on the ground, because we don't provide direct services ourselves. We support other organizations that are really working on improving quality of services or improving quality of life for citizens on the ground. So that's a little bit about what we do. One of our handouts in the binder today talks a little bit about some of the specific projects. I included a publication that we support annually that is a resource guide for families. And a lot of what we also support are things like training activities, leadership development for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families. And so we have a number of grants and scholarship programs that help support that, that people can apply to. And then we have a committee that discusses the applicants. This actually was super helpful during COVID because we had the flexibility to create a new grant. We called it the Emerging Needs Grant to help address some of the needs that agencies providing direct services were finding before federal funds came into New Hampshire, and they were able to get things like, iPads or smart TVs so that their individuals could participate in things like telehealth and community activities that were now being offered online. So that's just an example of what we do. Now, our federal allotment, as I mentioned, comes from the federal government. It's through the Administration on Community Living. On our annual grant award, we, and I mentioned that our award has been $527,000 for the last couple of years, but we have a 2-year project period in order to spend those funds. So essentially what that allows us to do is carry forward funds, right? So that when we do experience things like continuing resolutions, government shutdowns, or shifts or changes that are just beyond our control, we still have a pool of resources from which to draw down from. And so our carry forward last fiscal year was $285,000. And so we've kind of put that into our total budget as funds that are available to us that we can draw from, but we don't typically budget for spending all of it because we need to have that, emergency fund, so to speak. So I would like to move into our budget, which is pretty straightforward, I think. We have some new class codes that are really just in order to better and more accurately capture the expenditures that we're making, such as, interpreter services. That's part of how we create information access for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, is being able to provide not only ASL interpretation services, any language interpretation services, or also creating information that is more accessible through like closed captioning. So we also, again, there's not really a lot. We've had similar challenges as other agencies with staffing. And so in the interest of trying to become more creative, we're actually proposing to move from 3 full-time positions to 2 full-time positions and then have 2 additional part-time positions that could potentially be filled by a family member of a person with a developmental disability who is available during the day to help us with our project work or our policy work. And so we're decreasing full-time and increasing part-time salary. And then the only other increase, which is always exciting for me, is the funds that are available in our grants and projects, because that's really where our bread and butter is. It's being able to put the money into the community, into projects and activities that really have an impact on people's lives. So one of the bigger projects that we funded last year and are looking to extend this year, actually it should be going to governor and council soon, is to provide education and training around a new law that New Hampshire has to related to supported decision-making, which is an alternative to guardianship. So it's very exciting, and as a new possibility for people, you can imagine the amount of people that need to be trained and educated on this new approach. Because anyone who has a child in school, for example, who is 16 or 17, the school is informing them that they need to apply for guardianship immediately. And so this law now requires that schools also inform families that supported decision-making is available as an alternative to guardianship, which really puts the self-directedness back into individuals, whereas guardianship sometimes removes some rights that people might still be able to have if there was another system in place. So that's pretty much all I have about our budget. As other agencies has indicated, DOIT is experiencing increases, so we've added that as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for your testimony, and thank you for all the great work you do. I want to be sure I understand the revenue. I know you said you're on a minimal allotment.
Yeah.
And it looks like in 2022, you got 528,331.
Yeah.
But then it shows going up to 662,000 in 23 and 765,000 in 24. That would seem to be like a 50% increase almost in federal funds. Did I read that correct? Is that what's happening?
So what's interesting is before 23, we were only, we were only putting into our budget what our council approved anticipated expenditures were going to be. And now we've received additional guidance that we should be including our carry forward, our anticipated carry forward. And that's why you see that big increase.
Okay. Whoever gave you that guidance, I would agree with it. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for everything you do. You currently have a vacancy, is that what I'm hearing?
So we have 2 vacancies.
Oh, so I mean, it's just you?
No, we have 2 full-time filled. And then we took the vacant full-time that exists currently, and we split it into 2 part-time positions. So we have 2 part-time vacancies that we're prioritizing currently. We have other smaller positions. So we try to employ people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So we have a clerk 1, a clerk 2. We have a clerk 1 filled, but we also have a clerk 2 and a clerk 3 that potentially could be filled by people with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
I know in the past you have employed people with disabilities. Is it common, or are they mostly interns?
So interestingly, the young man who currently works was an intern through a vocational rehabilitation program originally. That was over 5 years ago. So he's been with us almost 4 years now.
Oh, geez, okay.
Yeah.
And that's probably when you used to be over next to...
Yes. Yes, over at South Fruit Street.
At the Walker Building, yeah. And then you moved. I have just a question about sort of COVID and people with disabilities. And is it your sense that, during COVID, a lot of people's world got a lot smaller, and that was problematic for a lot of us. Some of us who have an inner hermit didn't mind it so much, but some of us did. And for people with disabilities, it was dramatic. And do you sense the sort of, in coming back to normal, if that's even a thing, right? Do you sense that's changing, or do you think there was permanent, I don't know, regression is the wrong word, but a permanent difficulty that's going to be hard to overcome?
That's a really great question. Our community experienced unprecedented social isolation during this time, both because of increased health challenges that made them more susceptible during the pandemic, which increased their inability to really participate in anything in the community, hence the need for technology and building ways and strategies that they could make connections with people while not being in person that would put them at risk. I would answer your question by saying that unfortunately, the pandemic has created huge gaps in how the service system can support people with disabilities in the community. Programs have closed, everybody's understaffed, DSPs, or direct support professionals, are wildly underpaid and undervalued. And so it makes it more attractive for someone to get a job at Dunkin' Donuts than to work at a day program supporting people who are looking for employment and happen to have a disability. So I see this as a longer term challenge than some other organizations or groups are facing because of those additional workforce challenges in our community.
I mean, I think the challenges to DSPs existed probably before COVID, and it's just gotten exacerbated. Yes. Do you think that turns when the economy turns a little bit, or is it sort of
So
permanent?
I'm hopeful. I'm an optimist by nature. I'm hopeful that some of the systems change work that's happening at the Bureau of Developmental Services is going to really help improve or attract people to the direct support workforce in a way that kind of wasn't possible before. I'm hopeful that, through our rate development system, and that's a question for the Department of Health and Human Services, not for me, but I think reimagining how DSPs are paid for and valued for the work that they do would really help attract people to our workforce. And again, without support, some people can't get out of bed. Some people can't drive to work, right? They don't have transportation to work. And so they want to be contributing and participatory members of our society, but because they need a support person to help them through some of their personal challenges, they can't be all that they can be. And I think that this issue is going to, again, it's going to be a little longer term than some of the other workforce challenges that exist.
Good, thank you. Thank you for what you do and for your kindness.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'd like to invite the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services up next. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, committee members. For the record, I'm David Michaelitis, the Adjutant General, Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services, the New Hampshire National Guard. And with me is the Deputy Adjutant General Warren Perry. First and foremost, I want to thank you and your support for the 3,000 men and women and federal civilians within our New Hampshire National Guard, both Army and Air, and to our support of the 3 divisions within our veteran service portfolio supporting the 95,000 veterans throughout the state of New Hampshire. Bottom line up front, we have met the governor's 3% efficiency budget. When you look at our proposed annual budget for the next 2 years, it's approximately $40 million, just like 39 and change, of which 18%, about $7.2 million, is state general funds. When you break down those numbers, about 88% of our budget goes to personnel costs, utilities, contracted services to maintain our infrastructure. When you look at page 3 of our testimony, you'll see the significant differences from our past operating budget to the current operating budget. There's six items I'd like to highlight. First and foremost, under the efficiency budget is we abolished 35 state positions. We man the Pease Fire Department, and we converted those positions to Title V federal civilians because of a change in mission. So that reduced our state personnel from 163 to 128 positions. When you look at item number 2, you will see what we have forecasted for anticipated incremental increases in our utility costs for the significant amount of inventory we have both in the Army and Air National Guard. You look at items 3 through 5, they are all 100% federally reimbursed. Where we have changes of purpose or mission, for example, additional overtime costs by having a state maintenance personnel on call for overtime to maintain our infrastructure, and a new program we're standing up called Starbase, which is a 5th grade youth-based STEM program, which we'll be housing in Pembroke. Item number 5 talks about contracted services, where we had an exception to policy to use 100% federal funds, sustaining some of our infrastructure. And ultimately, number 6 is workers' compensation. Subject to the questions, that's all I have.
Thank you. Nationally, the military and National Guards throughout the country have been suffering significant shortfalls in recruiting. I wonder if you could expand upon that and how that's affected New Hampshire and your operations here and where you are as far as your need to recruit new National Guardsmen.
So the number one strategic challenge for the New Hampshire Army National Guard, not the Air, is the ability for us to fulfill our formations. Last fiscal year, federal fiscal year 22, was the worst recruiting year on record since the end of the draft in 1972 for the Army, both active, National Guard, and the reserve component. The active duty missed their end strength by over 20,000 personnel, which equates to an Army division. For the New Hampshire Army National Guard, it's a double-edged sword. We're trying to grow our formations from approximately 1,600 to 1,700 unit personnel to 1,800, and we currently have over 200 vacancies. We failed at our recruiting mission by about 35%. So in any given month, we need to assess approximately 20 service members into the Army National Guard to replace our losses. In October of last fiscal year, we assessed 3. Now we improved, so we assessed about 150-ish when we needed about 240. So we missed our mark by almost 100 personnel for the Army side. So we're not even covering our losses. On the Air National Guard, it's a different trend. It's a different market. Our Air National Guard is 4th in the nation in their end strength. They're 101% filled. The Army, we're at 92%. It is a significant issue because only 23% of today's youth are eligible to serve in the military. The number one reason is childhood obesity, followed by the lack of propensity to serve, prescription medications, a lack of a high school degree. The market is not good.
Is there anything the state can do to help alleviate that problem, or is this more of a national problem? I mean, maybe even marginally that the state could help? As far as when I'm talking about specifically financial resources.
I think the financial resources that could be beneficial to us is help with an internal state marketing campaign. We've had exceptional partners with the Community College System of New Hampshire and the University System of New Hampshire. So, for example, last year, one of the biggest benefits beyond just service to your state and your nation is the education benefits that the National Guard have to offer. And that benefit is a 100% tuition waiver at any state university. So we can't get people in the door. We want to retain them from leaving service. And so if a soldier or service member re-enlists beyond his initial 6-year obligation, he can now transfer that tuition waiver benefit to his spouse. So we want to retain that family member so he or she can encourage that service member to continue to serve. The University System and Community College System have been exceptional in their support of us. I think it's just the ability for us to get into schools, tell this next generation the values and virtue of military service and what it can mean and how they can make a difference for this Generation Z. And it's just getting that word out.
So if I could add, we also instituted in the last legislative session a program called the Enlistment Incentive Program, whereby we give currently serving members or former members of the National Guard a $500 incentive payment if they refer somebody who ships or who actually departs to go to basic training, basic combat training. This year's legislative session, we've asked some representative to sponsor legislation to increase that from a $500 payment to a $1,000 payment. And then we've increased the budget line from that from $25,000 to $50,000 in this particular budget. So that gets us 50 incentive payments, which is about a third of what we want to go. We would certainly favorably accept, if you wanted to increase that.
above what we could do in our target.
Thank you. Typically with military and being former Army reservist, I even get this sometimes, but, I want to thank you and everyone under your command for your service. I'd just like to remind people that there are many different ways you can thank military for the service, and the budget is one of them. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thanks for being short in time. Did you?
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
That's a little harsh. I was going to tell you what a great job I think Warren does, but since he's here, I don't want him to get a big head, so I'll tell you later.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Department of Energy, you're ready for your testimony. Good afternoon. If you could, sorry to interrupt, Jared, there we go. Bingo.
Got it. Good afternoon. For the record, Jared Chicoine, I'm the Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Joining me today is Lenny Raudio, our Business Office Manager. Lenny also provides support to the administratively attached agencies at the department. We've provided you with a handout, an overview. My remarks are going to track with that, but not exactly, so bear with me. Happy to join you today. Thanks for the opportunity to present our budget proposal. I thought I'd give a little bit of an overview as a new agency of what we do and talk a little bit about that. The Department of Energy was created in the last budget and was established effective July 1st, 2021. The prosperity and security of New Hampshire and its citizens require an affordable, innovative, reliable, and sustainable energy economy. The Department of Energy is committed to achieving that goal and will provide a unified direction of energy policies, responsible and practical programs, principled regulation, and skilled representation in energy-related proceedings at New Hampshire's public interest. The Department of Energy will serve the people of New Hampshire in an honest, transparent, and effective manner. The Public Utilities Commission, the Site Evaluation Committee, and the Office of Consumer Advocate are administratively attached to the department. The department maintains a diverse set of responsibilities in the field of energy and is comprised of 4 divisions. The Division of Regulatory Support, who helps build the record in and advocate for the department's position in proceedings before the PUC. The Division of Policy and Programs, who administers a number of state and federal programs and helps inform and improve our state's energy policy through our state energy strategy and sustainable energy teams. This division also oversees our Consumer Affairs Group, who assists citizens who may be in need of assistance. The Division of Administration, who has our business office, manage the utility assessment, federal and other funds, and manage the budget of the department, the PUC, and the OCA. The division also oversees our attorneys who support our regulatory team and other groups within the agency as legal needs arise. Finally, our enforcement division oversees utility safety and includes our DigSafe program, our gas pipeline safety program, our utility cybersecurity responsibilities, and our audit team. The department has very little in the way of general funds. About 50% is federal funds, with utility assessment and other funds comprising the other 50%. Of that, about 83% of the agency's budget are pass-through grants. Examples would be RGGI and the Renewable Energy Fund. Since the creation of the department, we've worked hard to find operational and administrative efficiencies. The Department of Energy is proposing a 1.3% decrease in FY24. Overall, for fiscal year 23, the Department of Energy has 78 positions. In this proposal, including prioritized needs, our position count would be 73. This is the result of the reduction of 7 positions, the conversion of a full-time temporary position in the department, and the transfer of 1 position from the PUC to the DOE. And as you'll notice, one of our prioritized needs is indeed that conversion of a full-time temporary position. I'd like to just go into a little bit of detail on that. This position is a program specialist for our weatherization assistance program. For many years, the program has operated with only 1 employee, a situation that is unique as far as we are aware. We have intended to request this position even before passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act necessitated it. The problem is not simply that we have more money to manage. The passage of federal legislation has made a number of changes that have significantly increased requirements for compliance, reporting, and administration. The new funding in this legislation is temporary, but the programmatic changes are permanent. The changes have made what was already a burden program impossible to administer with only 1 person. We have added a federally funded full-time temporary position, and we propose to make that a permanent position. So with that, we'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Sure, I'm going to begin by asking you to answer probably an impossible question, but with the spike in energy rates, I realize that they're caused by many different factors, but what are your projections as far as how long this spike is going to last, and when might we receive relief absent Russia pulling out of Ukraine?
I don't know. It's hard to make that prediction. I think everyone expects the global market for liquefied natural gas to remain high. There are other factors beyond the war in Ukraine. We are constrained when it comes to natural gas pipeline capacity into the region. So there's a whole number of factors, and it would be hard for me to, I wouldn't feel comfortable making a projection of what it might look like a year from now. Our hope is that we're in a different situation, and prices are lower, but Ukraine does play a very large part in this.
Right. Because why that's obviously important, and I agree that I don't have an answer, and I'm not sure, I haven't seen anyone else who does. But most every agency that comes in, one of the things that they're concerned about are their energy costs, which are driving it. So if there was any answer or any relief in sight before the end of fiscal year 25, that would be wonderful to see.
It would be.
Yeah. What are the major challenges? I mean, I realize you're a new agency and you came on at the exact wrong time, or maybe the exact right time, given the turmoil we're in. But obviously, prices have spiked. What are the challenges for you as an agency for that, and how can the state help you meet those challenges?
Well, we've seen a number on the staffing side. We've seen a number of retirements in the last year. It's difficult to recruit in this environment, and I think an agency such as ours and the important work that we do, having experienced staff, being able to recruit individuals with the experience needed to be fully staffed with the expertise that we need would be very helpful. But that challenge is we've had a number of positions that we just continue to post and repost those openings, and very little success in filling those positions. So as a new agency, with everything that's happening in the world of energy, having a full team would be very helpful and beneficial to the state.
What type of individual are you recruiting for?
So utility analysts, attorneys, those are 2 that come to mind as critical. And it's difficult to compete with the private sector and even with utilities for those individuals.
Having worked at the DRA and trying to recruit a utility analyst for them, even though it was more of an appraiser, but just we would take anyone who could analyze a balance sheet on a utility, it was impossible to find. So
it's difficult.
If you find a pool of those people, please let me know. 'Cause I
Absolutely.
can pass it along to Lindsay Stepp. Thank you.
We would do that.
On labor challenges, it's salary or it's the work?
Salary, I think, is.
I mean, I understand that to compete with utilities who, like defense contractors and whoever else don't pay by the normal human standards. They're not constrained by the laws of economics, but
It is salary. I mean, as you know, agencies, we can offer a quality of life that may not be available in the private sector. But beyond that, it really is the challenge with salaries.
do you, how far off are we?
Wouldn't want to commit to an exact number, but I
No, and
think
it's a bit of a
that
crapshoot anyway, but
it is.
Is it like 5%, 10%, or like 50?
I wouldn't say 50, but it would be probably in the range of 25 to 35%. And there's others on my team who could probably answer that question better than I, but I would say it's probably in that range.
Do you find that you had a lot of retirements? I mean, and a lot of people did, so not no aspersions cast of any sort, but anything related to the turmoil is the wrong word, but people don't like change. I have we lost an employee at some point because person was worried that we might renovate. And in fact, we're going to the building that we're in, and God forbid we should get rid of some of the asbestos. And but it sounds silly, right? But it was like I'm nervous about that, so I'm going to leave. And you're a new agency, and the old PUC, if you will, which is I know that's not exactly what happened. Is you're not just the new PUC, but there were people who that was a way of life almost. And there's turmoil. Did you have is some of it attributable to that, or do you think not really?
Maybe a very small part of it. We've really, the leadership at the agency, we've really strived to make what can be a difficult transition as smooth as possible. We tried to create a very positive environment where we.
And you have a lot of continuity.
Yes, we do. And we still have a number of employees that have been at the department for many years. We're at the Public Utilities Commission for many years, and they remain. So we've had some of that continuity, and just trying to build an environment that
They all left
allows them to
before,
flourish.
They left before Lenny came, right?
Yes. No.
Just saying. Thank you.
Sure.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next up, we'd like to invite the Public Utilities Commission.
Good afternoon. Dan Goldner, Chairman, Public Utilities Commission. I'm joined again by Lenny Radio from the business office. I'll thank you for the opportunity to present the Public Utility Commission's 2024 and 2025 fiscal year budget. The Public Utilities Commission is vested with general jurisdiction over electric, natural gas, water, and sewer utilities for issues such as rates, quality of service, finance, accounting, and safety, with limited jurisdiction over telecommunications. It's the PUC's mission to ensure that customers of regulated utilities receive safe, adequate, and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. The only thing I'll add, I might be the briefest one that I've heard so far in the last hour, is that if you look at our total headcount, as Commissioner Chicoine highlighted, we're currently at 17 people, going to 16 with a transfer to the Department of Energy. We currently have 2 vacancies, one for a senior advisor, which can be either an attorney or an analyst, and then we have an administrative position as well. And so I'll just pause there and see if there's any questions.
Yeah, if you could talk about what your source of income is and where you get it from and the, going forward.
Sure, yeah, Galetti, correct me if I get this wrong, but we're funded by the utilities directly, so with no general funds.
Right, but how is that, what's that based off of?
Yes, please.
The Department of Energy, we manage the assessment process that we assess the utilities. And it's in part with the money that we spent in the previous fiscal year, which was FY22, and then the projection for what we'll spend in FY23, and then any credits of what we over collected for 22 compared to actual expenses. And then there's the law breaks it down on there's some utilities that get charged a flat rate of say $10,000, and there's some utilities that get a percentage based off their total revenues, and some like we only take into account 33% of the revenues. That's all calculated, and then based on all three of the agencies' budgets, and then we collect the money in, and then we transfer the revenue to the other two agencies that use the utility assessment.
Okay.
Then we also have special assessments for both the OCA and for the Department of Energy. That's usually just one-time things where there's a certain rate case or something that comes up that we need specialists for, that we have authority to enter into contracts and just create the appropriation that's directly charged to the specific utility.
Okay. Can they appeal those?
Not that I know of.
If you give them a special assessment, can they say, we disagree, and
they have said that, but then
they paid?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything where there's I'd have to review the statute specifically, but I don't think there's anything that Oh, yeah, we have the lawyer back there that can.
Hello.
We actually just had a question come up about so we had a question hiring of a consultant for a case, and the determination was that there was no appeal. That the statute did not provide an appeal.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
And that's, so like in a case like Northern Pass, or do we not say that anymore? Is everyone trying to forget? It's an enormous amount of work that like destroyed everybody practically, right? Most of our costs are recovered by assessing the parties. For the most part. I'm gonna look to Lori.
Yes, I would say that any dockets at PUC, those would be directly assessed towards the utility that's involved in the case.
Good, okay.
Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony. Greatly
Thank
appreciate it. I'd like to invite now the Office of the Consumer Advocate.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
Don Kreese. I have served as the consumer advocate since early 2016, and thus I lead the small and scrappy state agency of 5 people that is looking through the current budget process to grow to 6.5 people. As you just heard about the attached agencies, we too are paid for by ratepayers via the utility assessment process and not the general fund. And I can say, as the person tasked with representing the interests of residential utility customers, that I'm keenly aware that we're paid for directly by the people that we serve, and thus we try to spend or use our resources very wisely. So you can look behind me at Chairman Goldner's face when I say this. I would respectfully suggest that our role is to make the PUC's job easier. And the reason I say that is that by statute, the PUC is the arbiter between the shareholders of investor-owned utilities and their customers, and we put some weight on the scale on the side of the customers because the utilities, I can assure you, are very well represented. And we do that by litigating very actively at the PUC, including providing expert testimony. We also have a public education function that has become extremely critical given the current crisis. People often ask, why doesn't the PUC simply reject those big rate increases that we've all been living with? And I'm in a position to explain why the PUC simply is unable to do that. An ever increasing aspect of our work involves regional and federal matters. And that really is because it's the same reason that Willie Sutton robbed banks, because that's where the money is. Wholesale electricity and transmission are growing ever more expensive and consequential. We belong to NEPOOL, which is the stakeholder advisory body to ISO New England, which runs the regional electricity grid. And our work complements that of the state, which participates via the New England States Committee on Electricity. Every one of my counterparts in New England has at least one person who is dedicated full-time to ISO New England, NEPOOL, and FERC, which oversees all of this. And so that is the reason I've asked the governor to include in his budget a full-time person that I can add to my staff to do that work. We've also asked to create a half-time position that would allow us to hire someone with some accounting expertise. That we've noticed is a hole in our capabilities when we do rate cases. My dream would be to find a retired CPA who would kind of sort of like to get back into the action with a part-time gig. And to be frank, I'm not optimistic that I'll be able to pull that off, but I would like the authority to do that if I manage to find such a person. Comparing our current fiscal 23 budget to what we're seeking for fiscal 24, we are seeking an increase of about 20%. And I don't make that request lightly. It's the first time since I took office in early 2016 that I've sought an expansion of our budget for reasons other than inflation. We think ratepayers are well served by the proposed expansion to the scope of what we do. I would like to thank the governor and his team for being supportive of our office since I took office. The Department of Energy in particular, we have an excellent relationship with them. Mr. Raudio, sitting next to us, provides us with invaluable assistance. Before you ask me, I have to confess that right now, 3 of our 5 positions are vacant. We have the same staffing challenges that everybody else has. And I would like Commissioner Arlinghouse to know that Lori Rudis and her team over at the Division of Personnel have been extremely helpful, cooperative, and flexible with us, and I'm very grateful for that. I do, unique perhaps among anybody in the room, have a crystal ball in my office, and so I will be cheeky enough to actually offer up my prognostication to the question you asked Commissioner Chacoin. I actually, and we are very dependent on natural gas in New England to produce electricity. And I've looked at natural gas futures for the next couple of years. And based on that, my expectation is that there'll be some modest amount of relief in electricity prices. But the 10 years that we enjoyed of cheap electricity, I think that's over permanently, unfortunately. And with respect to our ability to compete with other employers for new hires, my staff attorney just left for a job with the utility regulator in Massachusetts. They offered her $30,000 more than I could. So based on that, one datum, admittedly, we're probably something like 30 or 35 or even 40% off of what even comparable state agencies in the neighboring states are offering to the people I want to hire and retain. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Did you mention that 3 of the 5 positions you have are currently vacant?
Correct.
How long have they been vacant?
Well, the first one to go vacant, that happened back in September, and the 2 other vacancies are very recent.
Okay.
And but for a brief time, without any staff, I just hired a new legal assistant, and we're very happy to have her.
I know they're fairly recent, but what's your prognostication about being able to fill those positions in a fairly timely fashion?
I guess it depends a little bit about fairly timely. Much turns on how much flexibility I can squeeze out of the Division of Personnel. I have trouble finding people who meet the supplemental job description qualifications. Assuming that the Division of Personnel is willing to work with me and be a bit flexible, I'm cautiously optimistic that, 3 months from now, roughly, I'll be back to full strength.
Okay.
I've certainly been interviewing some promising candidates, but I just spoke to one today, and she was quite forthright with me that she is talking to other employers. Here's what I offer that I think might be unique, and I brag about this all the time. The Office of the Consumer Advocate is the ultimate white hat employer. Everybody at my little agency goes to work every day doing nothing but what we think is good for residential ratepayers. And we really confront no competing imperatives. And that's very rare anywhere in the economy that people get paid to do the right thing exclusively.
How do you measure when a citizen or a company or someone calls up with a complaint? Are they cases? Are they just you log them in as complaints, or what's the terminology for that?
Well, the Department of Energy has a team of caseworkers whose job it is to deal with individual customers who are having issues with their utility. So we typically refer those complaints over to them, but we do take note of the complaints that we receive. We get a steady stream of them, and my legal assistant is good at knowing when something comes up that might be indicative of some kind of trend that I'll want to take up as the person whose job it is to represent residential customers as one big group.
Right, and that's sort of what I'm getting at is I just want if there are some numbers behind it, because I'm guessing that over the last certainly year that number has gone dramatically up. And I just wonder if you had some numbers behind that to illustrate the point.
I'd be making up numbers, but I can tell you that my phone has been ringing off the hook in the last 6 months. And it began about a little more than a year ago now, and I'm worried about what's going to happen in the near term.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure the Division of Personnel will be flexible.
I'm sure too. They really have been very.
That's my understanding. We wear white hats too. Our job is to make the roof leak less and to make the spreadsheet add up in all of its columns. And I don't do either one of those things, but I have people who do. But would you say your job is to make sure I pay less for electricity, or to make sure that there's electricity when I turn on the switch?
I would say it's both of those things. And it's not too much to ask that your prices be just and reasonable and that your service is reasonably reliable.
Do you think the state government and in your world has the capacity to make a difference on prices, or are we at the mercy of the giant evil utility companies? I say that tongue in cheek.
In the near term, and it isn't Eversource, Liberty, or Unitil, or the electric co-op that I think are responsible. It's the companies that produce electricity. It's the worldwide market for natural gas, and the fact that natural gas sets the clearing price for electricity almost all the time. And in the near term, there's nothing we can do about that. In the longer term, I think the key is diversifying so that we aren't overly reliant on natural gas. And it's not because there are those who think we have to stop using natural gas for reasons of climate change. I let other people serve as the Lorax. My concern is the ratepayers, and all of us ratepayers, are too dependent on natural gas generation.
Well, kudos for the first reference to the Lorax I've heard in 10 years. Is it fair to say we don't do enough of anything in electric?
You mean, is there some kind of electricity?
There's no magic bullet, right?
No, there is no magic bullet, but there is more that we could do across a pretty broad range of initiatives. I mean, the governor has been talking about offshore wind. That's an important part of our future. We have to decide how willing we are to pay for that to get that started. But there are lots of things at the local level that we can do that are less capital intensive than building giant wind turbines in the Gulf of Maine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to end the day's festivities, Site Evaluation Committee, please.
Greetings.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present the fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 operating budget request from the Department of Revenue Administration. The mission of the Site Evaluation Committee is the review, approval, monitoring, and enforcement of compliance in the planning, siting, construction, and operation of energy facilities in the state. Ideally, our budget is funded through fees paid during the permitting of new energy facilities. This funding mechanism, however, can prove unreliable as it is inextricably tied to the number, size, and scope of applicants. Currently, there are 0 applicants. Accordingly, additional funding is often needed to supplement the enforcement and adjudication component of the committee's purview. With me today is Leonard Raudio, Director of the Business Office in the Department of Energy. Together, we will endeavor to answer any questions fully and to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Okay, what are your sources of revenue?
Currently, our sources of revenue are, well, currently they're virtually nothing because they're application fees.
Okay.
We have no applicants.
Just for a little historical information. So 21, I think the Site Evaluation Committee collected $3,600. 22 collected $7,200. That's kind of why we wanted to, with the way the RSA was previously written, is to budget in this budget truthfully that we're gonna need general funds. However, just recently, Chapter Law 176 changed that wording to allow for the administrator and administrative costs to be budgeted with general funds. And it took that out and just added that what we used to have as a footnote saying that we could go back to the governor and the fiscal committee for a general fund warrant. Now it put it in the statute itself, so we no longer need a footnote. But it does say that the Site Evaluation Committee administrative functions should be funded by the fees collected, which are at this time 0. So that decision needs to be made whether or not, right now in this budget for 24-25, it is general funds. But whether or not that needs to be changed would have to be additional conversations.
Okay, so do you need something in HB2 to allow that to happen?
I don't. Commissioner, can you talk on some of the discussions that are going on with the Site Evaluation Committee?
Sure. So, you may recall, the last budget provision for the study committee, or study evaluation committee that we met. We expect that there will be legislation addressing engage in those conversations. We'll continue to do that. We fully support reform. What that looks like, ultimately, the legislature will have to see where that goes. We have been involved in the process.
Okay. Do you have a timeline of when the legislature is going to finish their work?
I believe they did finish, the study committee did finish their work.
Okay.
I expect that we already did that.
Okay, thank you.
That's why we're not proposing any HB2 language at this time, just to see where the legislation goes. But with the change in the law that came into effect July 1st, which when this was built, when most of the work that was put into building this budget, it wasn't known that the general fund terminology was taken out, and it was just replaced by the ability to go to the governor and the fiscal committee for if expenses exceeded the fees brought in, right. which it will. But it's just what we've done in the past. I tried to get away from what we've done in the past because it wasn't realistic, but they changed the law, so now I think we're stuck with what we have to do.
Okay, thank you.
If I understand that right, current law, when you're short, you just go to fiscal and say, hey, we actually have employees. We're going to spend more than $3,000 this year. And we're going to be short 8,600, 82 grand. And can you give us that from funds not otherwise appropriated?
Right, so that was a footnote in the 22-23 budget, but they just codified that in the RSA. So that's in the RSA now that we can go to.
And our anticipation is that based on the study committee, they'll probably say something along the lines of, this should be budgeted as general funds, is what we think. I would just note for people's edification, I think people know this who have followed the site evaluation committee from inside and outside. Is that fair to say, Drew? That it's been a problem for a long time. When you have really controversial cases, you get a lot of money coming in, and that's infrequent and not desirable. And so you either have a site evaluation committee or you don't, but if we're going to have one, you got to pay for it.
And part of the problem with the fees previously is you do as much work for a very small case, usually, than you do with a very large case, and you get less. You get less fees for the smaller cases, and the enforcement aspect of what. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but what is the constant work that's being done is not funded by anything.
There's been anger in the past among some policymakers. I remember a council meeting which went very badly 2 or 3 years ago, where there was a site evaluation committee, and somebody was mad that they hadn't met, and the person tasked with the question said, "Well, we don't have any staff, and we don't have any money to hire any staff," and they didn't think that was a good excuse, which seemed a little odd. Okay.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the hearing will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m.